I can hear you.
Good, that's a good start. All right, so there, real bad day. Okay, let's just see if we can add on two other people for backup. I'm going to add on Aristides, and I'm going to add on this other individual. I can't remember his name. Let's see, Acid Kick, just because he proved to be pretty competent the last time, and we might need them for backup the way things are going. Okay, so we're streaming live right now, and I just want to make certain that everyone has their roles understood. We're going to check to see if we're connecting with the live stream. And Acid Kick says loud and clear. Mark H says loud and clear, Douglas. T-Tank Berry says, God bless these transmissions. Thank you, all of you. I believe you've all heard Peter Moon speak. He registered on the online broadcasting software, but say hello again, Peter, and let's make sure that that's the case. Fuck, Peter, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jesus
I
Christ!
You for a second so that I could upload the video. I could see the chat room, and I'm reminding everybody to give an upvote.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Okay, Aristides. We heard Aristides. I take it everybody heard Aristides. So just say hello again, Aristides, and let's make sure.
Hello again.
Okay.
And I hope everybody can hear me.
Okay, great. And how about yourself, Peter?
I can hear Aristides.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Now, everybody respond, and let's see if you can hear Peter and Aristides. Amy Como, I'm going to need you to send me your personal physical mailing address so that I can mail you a little something. I owe her that much. Mark H says, Peter sounds great. He says, Aristides good also. Okay, so what I'm going to do is explain things to everybody first, exactly what happened. T-Tank Berry says, all crystal. So at any rate, I came home to just a shitstorm that I'm going to have to be dealing with. That's one of these things that's going to require, of course, help from my listeners. And all of you have been tremendous help in the past, but this is probably as bad as it gets. It doesn't sound like much, but people are not functioning at the level I am, which is just subsistence level. T-Tank, Amy Como says, no, you don't, but of course, yes. So, honey, send it to me in Skype. Send it in Skype. Okay, great. Skype, Amy, and I have to send something to Peter too, so I need to make certain that he in Skype sends me his personal mailing address. These are just gifts for the Asian Lunar New Year that I have to get out, but one of that, it's going to be a killing two birds with one stone in the case of Peter, because I'll send him a copy of this letter as well. Things to bring up about the background of what's going on in the context. The one thing that I've noticed ever since I announced on Digital Bandwidth that I am never answering the door again is no one has ever rang my doorbell after that. Ever. I mean, it's been months since I said that, and no one has ever rang my doorbell again. Now, this might sound completely innocuous, but you have to understand, I was every day somebody would ring my doorbell when I was home. Every day. So I just thought that was just part of the natural scenery, so to speak. That it's just part of living in San Francisco.
Excuse me, I think it's odd for people in San Francisco to get constant solicitations like that, but you know better than me. I don't think it's common.
I don't know what to say. I presume you might be right, but I just thought they would be hitting neighborhoods where they maybe felt there were homebound seniors or something. Or they would use tricks like
San Francisco's not the type of place where you want to go knock on doors. It's aloof. It's austere. It's, even if it's I don't know. But anyway, I mean, it sounds suspicious that they would be doing that.
Well, of course. But I was always assuming they would just like get the mailing list for Meals on Wheels, for instance. If someone's receiving home delivered meals, they're likely homebound. and then they'd be a target for this kind of aggressive solicitation. Essentially, ever since my family moved into the Russian Hill area, we would get this constantly, and it would always be suspect. But the funny thing is, after I announced on Digital Bandwidth that I was never going to answer the door again, no one ever rang my doorbell again, which means that it was always orchestrated. That's what's alarming. Now, that's
what that it might alarm you, but it doesn't surprise me.
Understood.
It's still alarming. It's still upsetting.
Yeah. Now, just to put this, that's just kind of an opener. Now, just for some further context, I want everybody to know that this is going to sound odd, but this is context, and it's important. Here in Northern California, we have a utilities monopoly called Pacific Gas and Electric. And I have no, shall we say, negative intercourse with them myself. Everything has been strictly business throughout my dealing with them. They've never been particularly a problem for me. But I do want everyone to know that in Northern California, everyone refers to them colloquially as Murder Incorporated. So understand that there was just a good example of this. There was a 44-year-old lady named Jacqueline Grieg. She worked for a consumer advocacy unit of the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission. And she was investigating PG&E because of their aging gas pipelines. And basically, they killed her. Her and her daughter, Janessa Grieg, who was 13 years old, they just blew up her pipeline. So her entire neighborhood they took with her. 8 people. They killed 8 people with her. The whole gas pipeline in the area just blew up under her home directly. And only under her home. And the police even said all of the evidence points to this being an assassination. This was the pipeline directly under her home was the one that blew, and it took 8 people in the neighborhood with it, including her and her young daughter. But the investigation for PG&E stopped, and PG&E was held responsible. Now think about what I'm saying. And since that time, in the last decade, the California government has convicted PG&E of killing 117 people. 117 people. I mean, I'm not kidding. This is like murders. They said these people were killed as a direct result of PG&E. The largest in one swoop was 82 people in the campfire explosion, where the California government said that PG&E is responsible for killing 82 people at once in one fell swoop. All of this is laid at the hands of PG&E. Nobody dares to dismantle them. And so I come home to a letter from PG&E. And this is, if anybody's followed my career, everybody knows about the quote-unquote magic telephone pole in the neighborhood that's a running joke that for years has been worked on to the point of ad nauseum, where it was senseless. It's just somebody's always at the goddamn telephone pole, to the point where they took all the wood off the telephone pole and replaced it with a totally hollow metal telephone pole, loaded with whatever it's loaded with, and it bites back and defends itself. When Holly Kanitis Kiefer was here physically after driving me from Arizona back home, she took a photograph of it, and her cell phone literally fried. It's like the moment she took a photograph of the telephone pole, her cell phone fried. This is like something that's been a running joke. We even put it in the book. This is why I'm going to basically send a photocopy of this letter to Peter to put in the next book, because I think it's that relevant. So I come home to a basically, dear valued customer, PG&E will be temporarily interrupting your electric service in order to safely perform the following work in your area. Replace electric power pole. They're going to replace the entire goddamn telephone pole again. But they're cutting my power off to do this. Now, I contacted, of course, everyone immediately in the area. My landlady's family upstairs in the same building. My neighbor next door. Neither one of them received a letter like this. Now, I haven't been able to contact the people on the other side of me as neighbors, but I suspect the answer will be the same, which means the entire telephone pole is dedicated to 1242 Green Street, my personal address. And that removing it, replacing it, interrupts the power only in my physical address alone, the unit on the lower floor of a specific building. Which means that that whole telephone pole was dedicated to nothing but my apartment, my flat, this entire time. So PG&E has been known to be a contract killer for the federal government. This is why they're never broken up. Because when California has talked about, why don't we dissolve PG&E, break up the monopoly, and contract this out to new people who are killers. And then it always runs up against the federal government. Oh, you can't because somehow or another, they're a Department of Defense contractor and can't be broken. So we're talking about a company guilty of mass murder that has been contracted. Oh, Doug, they're just interrupting your power for a night. It's 9 hours. Try and understand something. All the food in my refrigerator will probably last for a night. I'm going to make certain about certain items that are particularly perishable. I don't give a shit about the ice cream, but I'm sure it'll last in the freezer throughout 9 hours. But I could not physically live for 9 hours in the way the temperatures have been going in San Francisco. So I have to rent a hotel room. Now, in order to get just a minimum quality hotel room where I'm not eaten alive by rats and roaches, it's going to cost me $1,000 for a single night. So this alone just breaks me financially. So we're going to have to raise $1,000 for me to make rent by the time next month rolls around. But we've got to start raising that money now. And we've got to get that money coming in as soon as possible. But this is like a situation that is, it's outrageous. And the date that they chose. Now, like I said, the government is in my computer more than I am. Brendan Zoget has had to help me several times with just going into the system and resetting the time and resetting the weather. Because both the time and the weather are constantly reset by someone who goes into my computer to Washington, D.C. Because they're so fucking lazy and they're in my computer so much that they basically reset the time and the weather for their own convenience in Washington, D.C. So they know everything that I'm doing. And so they like scheduled it for a very specific time when I wouldn't be at the estates. And we can't have my son reschedule me for my teaching at the estates because there's other tutors. And I'm considered by the other tutors bottom of the line as the history tutor. And I'm fine with that. I don't give a shit because they think I've got the short end of the stick because I work the holidays. But they don't understand they're at the bottom of the line and I'm at the top because I spend my holidays exactly where I want to spend them, which is at the estate and not at home alone. So I really have a privileged position. And I am on top of the food chain. But the 15th is Martin Luther King Jr. Day is just ending. And I would be home at that night. And there's no way we can reschedule it because of the schedule for the other tutors with the Blood Boys. So where I'm stuck with is renting a hotel room on my own. So this is where we're at. And then this, the hotel room is $312.17. I reserved it plus a $100 deposit. I had to reserve it in order to pay cash. There's this one hotel which takes cash if you reserve ahead of time. Now, this is what they say, and they supposedly guaranteed this. I know I'll get an argument at the front desk. I'm going to bring exact change because I know these fuckers don't even have change. But all such being said, the only place that took cash was a 4-star hotel that I used to use when I was making a lot more money and regularly took prostitutes to. So in terms of that particular hotel, which I'm not going to name for security purposes, even though the enemy already knows it, most certainly, the point is no point in adding further trouble to it. The reality is the situation is such that that's the cheapest I could get without, again, getting eaten alive by rats and roaches in some flea bag motel where there's people literally, where I would be fighting people for the shared bathroom at the end of the hall. There's no need for me to go through that in life. So when it comes to this is like just so upsetting. You have no idea how outrageous this is. And considering PG&E and the kind of reputation that they have, it's like a contract killing. They're hitting me financially. Now, granted, I can't imagine something like this happening very often. Replace electric power pole, but this is something that just the fact that it happens now on the opening month of the year, it's and it's scheduled at just such a time where I wouldn't be at the estates. And cannot be, of course, I can't reschedule for the reason, you get it. So everybody understands the context now. And with that, we turn towards Peter. And like I said, I'll certainly photocopy this. I'll mail that to you along with New Year's item that for Asian Lunar New Year. And there we have that. And so everyone understands the challenge I'm facing. And I want to thank everybody who's joining us and do give us the upvotes. We need them. We've got a good number of people already, and numbers are up. And again, I cannot overemphasize the enemy basically hits us with downvotes as soon as we start transmission to prevent us from appearing on searches. And therefore, it's up to you to bring us back onto the search engine by hitting us with upvotes, because YouTube is retarded and operates on a popularity aggregate. So all such being said, we got a good number of people. We've got the context covered for the Code Red emergency fundraiser situation, and now we turn it back to Peter for a bit. And if anybody's interested in the details of that poor lady, Jacqueline, who was killed along with her daughter for investigating PG&E, it's and about the other people. I mean, she died in San Bruno on September 9th of 2010. I remember that. So we're talking about 13 years ago. That destroyed dozens of homes, and that happened in San Francisco. By the way, now that I think about it, the San Francisco Greater Bay Area, it's counted technically as the San Francisco region of their responsibility. So it's it prompted nationwide alerts regarding aging pipelines, even though it was like basically a hit, and the police pretty much confirmed it through forensics. Jacqueline Grieg and her 13-year-old daughter and everybody around them. You might ask why they just don't take me out, but hey, it's Russian Hill. At this point, that would be... I do feel there's a bit of immunity there because of all the Silicon Valley people that I'm surrounded by. It would be taking out some Silicon Valley moguls that even PG&E wouldn't dare to touch. So, in that sense, like I said, I'm in an optimum place. The best they could do is this, some shit like this.
All right,
yeah.
let's cut this back, and I want to get more context for new people who don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Sure.
But I appreciate, and this is a big deal. But the first thing I want to tell you is Acid Kick thought he's missed the call.
Okay.
He missed the call. He wants to be on the call.
Okay, and so let's see if we can get him on the call. Let me click the button again, see if he responds, and that way he can just... here we are. Acid Kick 96. And see if he responds here. And
okay, well, you do that, and I'll start trying to give context for people that aren't familiar with this. And Doug's already alluded to it, but he's at a telephone pole outside of his house, that is constantly messed with and monitored. It's gone through various stages of evolution, and now it's very evident from what he just said is that it's completely and utterly dedicated to his domicile, which is basically a house in San Francisco that's surrounded by other houses. These things there's no separation between houses in most of San Francisco, including this neighborhood. So it's like, it makes no sense, but this is what he's dealing with. And what he said about PE&G, they were all involved in these fires they had up in the Sacramento Valley that were part of these horrendous fires that they were heavily blamed. And it's very hard to convict a utility company. I once knew somebody who told me he had a closed shut case against the utility company. This was in Southern California near Riverside. And he said that they told him, he said, look, you have a better chance against God than us. They're not, I mean, they are God because they're like the veins, the blood in the veins that run the world, run the municipality. If you don't have if the utility company's not working, you don't have lights. I was just thinking about that today. If you lose the electricity, there's going to be a lot of people working hard to get that electricity back just to keep themselves and other human beings working. So this gets into a very almost mafia-like area.
Yes.
Like the mafia, what they're supposed to do according to their own creed, and it's changed, is keep the neighborhood safe. They're in control.
Yes.
And they are the real policemen of the area.
Yes.
The higher policemen or lower policemen, however you want to look at it. They're the bottom line. They're the unwritten law. And what we're dealing with here, first I have to ask you a question, because people are going to ask this question. Normally when you retire after a show, you spend the night at the estate, correct?
Depending on the holidays, the schedule. Otherwise, I'll be at home, basically here till I fall asleep. 2 days on, 2 days off would be the natural rhythm, except for various holidays in which, usually cultural days or awareness days, in which it will be rationalized that I'm needed at the estate for education that is relevant for those days. That's how we've worked it out. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. It's just, I wish you could stay there, temporarily, so you wouldn't have to be forced to pay all this crap.
Understood. Well, believe me, I wish that as well. But they, like I said, they're so familiar with my schedule that they arranged it around the schedule, and it's on your birthday. It's on your birthday. Not to mention Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So it's almost like a front that's intended towards, it's almost symbolic. It's, you get what I'm saying? I'm
sorry that you have to endure this most of all. Yeah. But this speaks of how critical what we're working on is now.
Yes.
I've been introducing new people to your work, and even talking about it with an old friend of mine. So, he's familiar with you, and I was having to re-explain so much stuff. He was even asking me about Stephen Greer, what I thought of Stephen Greer. Mm-hmm. So, it's like no matter how hard you disseminate the information, it takes a lot to really make it sink in. And with Douglas here, the information he has to release is so critical, and the resistance to it is so strong that they've dedicated an entire telephone pole to monitoring what he's doing. And now they're doing it to, mess with his domestic tranquility.
Yes.
And so please donate to him. This is egregious. And there should be, I don't know that there is, some, what do you call it? Compensation from PE&G.
Oh, I wish. Yeah, that's like asking for compensation from the mob, but Peter knows that. Peter knows that.
Yeah, but it's like, also, do they have any, they might even have contingencies for this that nobody knows about, just because nobody knows about it.
Well, I remember in the past when there were organic blackouts or brownouts, and I would call PG&E and tell them, and even though I was lying at the time, I was trying to get to the bottom of what was going on and just ascertain how serious the situation was. I would say, oh, I have parents that are on oxygen, and without the electricity, they're going to die. And PG&E just told me, well, get ready to fucking pay the funeral. That's what they said. There's no contingency plans. It's not like they go around passing out generators to people on oxygen or something. There used to be people on iron lungs and shit. You'd imagine that PG&E would have some kind of backup for them, but pretty much what I was articulating was the equivalent of that, and it was just tough shit. It's like because again, they've been convicted of literal murder, and hundreds of people, and they're like, there's nothing. They compensate people in the high-profile cases. They can afford to, but this is one of those cases that's not high-profile. It's basically a dark case. Obviously, they would tell people, obviously, we have to repair the infrastructure. The infrastructure has to be maintained and upgraded. And it's frightening to think what's going to be installed inside of this new telephone pole. Whatever the new telephone pole is got in it is going to be probably something that pulsates electromagnetically or something. And I'm being somewhat facetious. Obviously, I don't really foresee them doing something that can be, but then again, you never know. So we're just going to have to, the good news is Comcast has always been on my side, and that is a completely different organization. But there we go with that. What I'm going to do now is, obviously, I was upset. I'm going to refresh myself for a few minutes. I'll be right back. I won't be able to hear you, Peter, but I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes. But I'll let you take over the stage for about 5 to 7 minutes. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. I'll probably be back in about 3 minutes, really. So I'll just, but I need to throw some water in my eyes and just kind of settle down. Obviously, as soon as I came home and found this letter, and people might ask, well, at least they sent you the letter. I mean, it's an envelope that says, temporary power outage in your area, open immediately. So, which is why I opened it. But when after that, of course, running around to the neighbors to confirm that they'd never got any such letter. Granted, California's mail load is astronomical, and it could reasonably have gotten lost in the mail in both cases, but we all know that's not the case. And so when it comes to the letter itself, obviously I had to immediately start making reservations at the hotel. Just to emphasize to people, obviously while I'm at the hotel, I will avail myself of the steak dinner in their local restaurant because it's just I'd be stupid not to do so. This is why I say I'm trying to raise $5,000 as opposed to just the exact price of the hotel and the deposit. I have every expectation of getting the deposit back. Of course, you never know with hotels. They do everything they can to rip you off of the deposit. But it's one of these things where, you prepare for the worst. So I'm kind of overpricing it by a few bucks, but not by much, believe me. The expense of, thank God, at least I don't have to pay for the cab because of my paratransit system that I've integrated myself into. But the expenses are still obvious, and the collateral expenses. So aside from that, I will also be expending quite a bit to get some of these New Year's gifts out to Peter and a few other people like Amy, and we're going to that's going to cost. It's very expensive to send things these days so that they reach people on time, and I always send it by urgent overnight so that it reaches people at all, because otherwise if you send it regular, it's half the time it's not going to reach people at all. So okay, so all such being said, I'll be back in about 3 to 4 minutes, dear Peter. I'm going to go mute. Okay,
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, you start talking. I'm just going to say is we've been working on this book for well over a year now, and I don't have a title for the book. I've had some ideas for the title that I've shared with Douglas, and I'm not going to share them because somebody will take the title and do a book by that title real fast. So the book is basically it's a summary of Douglas's knowledge regarding the occult that he learned both from his mother, who worked for the Japanese Occult Bureau, known as the Kempeitai, and she worked directly for the emperor, and she was also the translator to the Japanese envoy to Hitler. And she had a personal relationship with Hitler and a personal relationship with Hirohito, including being, the translators for both of them and for Hirohito during the talk-down periods of the end of the war. So she had a lot of insight. And there's also into how the war ended and what really ended. And you can look at the Peace Treaty of San Francisco that went into effect on the emperor's birthday in 1952 in April, where you see that Japan did not surrender per that treaty. It did not surrender aboard the USS Missouri. This is all a fiction, a cleverly orchestrated fiction, and that Japan paid no war reparations to the United States whatsoever, despite having inflicted tremendous damage on the US Navy and the city of Los Angeles and the entire Northwest. Not one dime of war reparations was paid by Japan. But this book that we wrote, The Roswell Deception, which I encourage people to read on Kindle or to buy separately, is a precursor to the book we're working on now, which, as I say, some of the knowledge was shared with his mother, from his mother. Much of it was ascertained, gained, or learned while he was working as a Defense Department documents destruction specialist at the Presidio in San Francisco, where he was under the employ of Michael Aquino, the satanic chaplain of the military forces of the United States, who wrote the Satanic Chaplain's Handbook. And Aquino had a fondness for Douglas, wanted him to be his apprentice. Douglas was not a member of his Temple of Set. He didn't really care for Aquino. He had a certain degree of responsibility because he was meant to serve him as working for the Defense Department. He didn't do this by choice. And Aquino wanted Douglas to be his successor. And by reason of that, he informed him, taught him a lot about the occult. And he also, Douglas had to do tasks for him where he learned a lot. Generally, eventually he undermined Michael Aquino. Now, this whole Defense Department that he had such a key position in basically runs Google, runs the entire internet, runs Silicon Valley, influences it to the degree that it runs it. And consequently, so many of the, if not all, people who do alternative stuff, and they're echoing all this if they're not direct members of the Temple of Set or similar satanic organizations. And this is what we're dealing with here. And Douglas is like a linchpin in exposing this, as am I, because I'm working to get his information out. So it's easy. Well, people will turn a cold shoulder to this information simply because they're plugged into other stuff. And they're being entertained on Netflix. And I watched a show on Netflix the other night. It was very entertaining. But that's entertainment. And it even can make you think you're being informed. To a degree, you are being informed of the way emotions work in the world, because most of these shows play off of people's emotions. But it's not necessarily what's really going on in the world. And entertainment is, especially when we consider films, is under the realm of Neptune astrologically. Neptune is illusion, it's deception. And
okay, I'm back. Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about just giving a little summary of the import of the work we're doing and your background at the Presidio. And I was just saying, Neptune, people go home and watch Netflix because they want to escape. They want to escape, get away from the job. And unfortunately, so many jobs in this world, back in the 60s, they called it working for the man. Now, in this day and age, it would be politically correct to say the man. You would have to say the G.
Or they, or simply they, yes.
And when you really want to get into the apex of transgenderism, the archetype there is Baphomet, or people may more commonly refer to as Baphomet. Baphomet.
Yes.
And Baphomet is a transgender entity associated with the goat of Mendez, sign Capricorn, female breasts, goat legs, a head that's like a goat, and it's a transgender creature. And transgenderism is sort of what this new, or this Baphomet character is what people are bowing down to. It's an occult reference frame that Aleister Crowley identified himself as. He referred to himself as Baphomet 666. So when you have all of this political frustration that people are frustrated about, it's kind of like when David Miscavige took over the Church of Scientology, well, somewhere along the lines, Baphomet took over the stewardship of the United States of America. Perhaps even more so than it did other countries.
Yes.
But this is what the world that we're living in. And I've seen many positive aspects of the world since the last transmission. So I'm not happy to hear what's happened to you in the meantime. Nevertheless, we have to progress forward.
Yes.
So those of you who can help Douglas, please do. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner. Many of you have just donated generously in the last month.
Yes.
And he needs an accommodation in San Francisco. San Francisco isn't cheap by any stretch of the imagination.
Right. And
I think
go on.
Stayed.
Yeah.
When we were there, we stayed in Mill Valley.
Right.
Very clean, very nice, very reasonable. Clean, nice. Of course, you need a car to get there. But as I say, there were other, I guess, more reasonable places in San Francisco, but they didn't have parking.
Right.
So how do you? They go, good luck. That's what they say. Good luck for parking.
Yeah.
Some places charge you for parking. You don't need parking. But some of them were kind of shady or dirty.
Yes.
And we avoided those. When I was there, that was 2006, with my daughter. I stayed in more or less the downtown area, and we parked and paid for the parking. I wish you had a place you could stay.
Yeah, it's just, can't stay at my gang brother Beaver's because he's taking care of his ailing mother who's probably going to pass at some point soon. In terms of what's going on with some of these other questions people are asking now, granted, some of the tone of some of these questions is really smart alecky, but it is a legitimate question. Take the tone away, so I will respond to them. One of them is, of course, why don't you just cut it out for 9 hours through the night? Big tough vampire and all, and try and think about the last episode that I was on with Peter, and Peter was asking me a question, and I said, oh, I'm sorry, Peter, I'm distracted at the moment, because at that point, just the enormous stacks of books, which of course Peter has a photograph of, and it's almost kind of loose on the internet at this point as a kind of a meme, like a renegade meme all its own. If anyone knows anything about my house, there are literally stacks of books everywhere. And when they started falling on me in the last episode, I described it to people that whatever it was was pretty much supernatural by any definition. It was like a whirlwind going through the home. Some physicists might try to rationalize it by saying what you're describing sounds like a domino effect. Maybe, one bookshelf, a pile falling down caused others. But no, if they were here looking at it, they'd be as disconcerted, or shall I say, probably frightened. With myself, it's disconcerting enough, and I just tend to piling things back up again. But imagine my trying to do that with nothing but, say I went down to Cold Hardware and bought a overnight lamp. Something that you could use in camping, for instance, like a kind of electric torch where you've got it for reading in the tent and shit. Say I'm swinging one of those lanterns around, or a regular flashlight, trying to handle that, and that started happening that night in the dark. It's like you can't pile the books back up while trying to hold on to something like that, or even put it down, because at that point the books might fall on it, and you're in the darkness, and you're just dealing with stacks of books all around you. At that point, I'm literally physically trapped. This is not a place that is a place for safe or living or some kind of any kind of normal existence. It is. I'm completely sedentary while I'm here. It's simply a storage facility with cadaver water that's not even potable. So I spend as little time here as possible for the sake of my physical and mental health. So that being said, spending a night here without power is just absurd. It'd be one of those things where, oh yeah, I could wrap myself up in clothing and last for 9 hours by trying to sleep, by piling myself under blankets, because there'd be nothing else to do. It's not like I could cruise the internet. So it'd be like it'd just be like 9 hours trying to sleep. So I would obviously inebriate myself, probably numb myself, inebriate myself, but then, like I said, were something to start happening, how would I deal with it effectively in the dark? It's I have pretty good night vision, but still, it's one of those things that you don't want to bother with it. It's at that point you just go for a night in the hotel, and like I said, the most reasonable one I could find, I made the reservation for already, because I knew I had to do this right away. The sooner to the date that you're coming, that you try and call for a room, the worse it gets. And I was lucky that, they at least, accommodated me by taking cash. So there's very few hotels that do that. It's up really, the hotels that do that are places I wouldn't want to stay. I might as well stay home if I'm going to the normal places that take cash. So that being said, I'll answer some other questions later. A few more came along, but we can wait for that. Peter, back to Peter.
Douglas, that hotels have became so sleazy that they specialize in hidden fees, resort fees they call them, and Joe Biden, to his credit, was campaigning or trying to do legislation to stop this crap, because it's like, you go, well, what else am I paying for? Well, I don't know. We'll settle that when you get to the hotel. You make a reservation for $200, and you find out there's resort fees. Oh, that's $70. Well, what's the resort fee? Well, that's use of the tennis court. Well, I didn't use the tennis court. Well, yeah, but you could have used it.
That's right. That's right.
Now, if you kind of talk about it, you can get out of these things, and you can even protest them and get out of them. But it's like, who wants to sit there and haggle?
Yeah.
Who wants to sit there and, it makes your traveling experience miserable.
Yes.
To have to haggle over bullshit, rather than, if you want to charge me $300, then charge me $300. Don't tell me it's $200. Right. This is the problem.
Yeah.
So, and this was particularly bad in cities like San Francisco.
Yeah.
Which are
infamous,
or were tourist areas, although I think it's lost a lot of its, desirability in that regard. So it's, what can I say?
Yes, no, thank you. It's
please help Douglas if you can. Now, there's so much. This is supposed to be a positive year.
Yeah. I get that overall feeling.
Yeah, but this is not a positive occurrence. It's I'm really sorry to hear all this crap.
Thank you. No. By the way, somebody asked, and this deserves an answer. By the way, Peter will get a copy of this letter, and for those of you who don't understand the bizarre nature of it, Think about what I'm saying. This says that PG&E will be temporarily interrupting your electric service in order to safely perform the following work in your area. Replace electric power pole. The planned electric service interruption affects the following vicinity or property address. It's not a neighborhood here, and it doesn't say, Green Street between Larkin and Hyde. It says specifically 1242 Green Street, right down to my meter number. It's my meter number, my physical mailing address. Nothing else. And of course, like I said, tried to ask people around me if they got something like, oh no, got nothing like that. It's just me. This is what is like the kicker. It is evidence that the telephone pole is dedicated to my residence. This is something that hopefully people begin to appreciate. Then the enormity of my experience and the importance of Peter's work in helping to render my experience accessible to the public. So back to Peter.
Yeah, and the only person I can think of, and not to say that this hasn't been done to other people, is that this has been done to is Mae Brussel.
Thank you. Yeah.
They they bought a whole house across from her house.
Yes.
Bombarded her with radiation and whatnot, and it was by following Mae Brussel's work, and I noticed that I was listening to all of her radio programs that were then put on YouTube, and Mae Brussel, of course, was the sort of mother of conspiracy when she looked into the Warren Report and started doing the JFK assassination. I was listening to all of her stuff, and finally they all stopped in 1989 when she began investigating Michael Aquino. Mm-hmm. And I said, boy, this sounds like she ran afoul of him. And then, of course, I wrote to a friend of mine, and he sent me the link to Douglas Dietrich, although he denies he ever did it.
Right. It
just like kind of came in through the internet. And what I would also tell you, this is to the audience that's not familiar, is artificial intelligence is so misused and abused. Douglas was a part of the first genuine artificial intelligence program, which actually featured consciousness.
Thank you.
That's something we've talked about ad nauseum. It'll be in the book when he was part of that experience. But so when people are talking about AI, and one of my friends was talking about all these remote, really appreciated some of the talks you did on remote viewing, which exposed it. This is before I wasn't doing it. I met Douglas, but I wasn't doing it in that context. I was doing it in the context of what I knew and exposing the chicanery and fraud and stupidity, not necessarily the satanic angle. But this person was talking about remote viewers talking about where Bitcoin came from. And I said, no, they don't know what they're talking about.
Thank you.
Because they're remote viewers, but I didn't go into it. But and it's my contention that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is the province of the ARTELEC, the artificial intelligence, which is the daughter of Douglas's mind, was part of an experiment at the Presidio, fragmented off of Douglas's mind. And also, Douglas's mind was at that time had been imbibed or touched by the peacock angel.
Yes.
The deity of the Yazidi people who've been under extermination threats from the United States government, not the secret faction, not the official State Department. State Department wouldn't sanction that.
Right.
Not overtly.
Right.
The Defense Department or the secret factions that was headed by Michael Aquino and any of the Edomite faction. So Douglas was in tune with certain occult factors. And this cryptocurrency business, I guess there's positives and negatives. So it's certainly positive for people who've been able to benefit from it. Because some people have. Some people haven't. But it has to do with Uranus in Taurus. That's when it came on hard. Taurus is resources, and when Uranus hits Taurus, it's upheaval. Uranus is innovation. It's unpredictability. And this April, Jupiter is going to conjunct Uranus. So that means it's going to be really wild in Taurus. And then both planets, first Jupiter, will go into Gemini, which will expand communications. It will hyper-exacerbate communications of all. Gemini will be exploding. It's like Gemini is communications. And of course, my 10th house is Gemini, my career. That would imply that I might get a lot of attention. Now, what they like to do with my work is first and foremost ignore it. And to the degree that doesn't work, or want to co-opt it. And when I work with Douglas, it's very hard to co-opt this work.
Yes, that's right.
You can't say, well, we're the ones that said Japan won the war. We're the ones that figured it out first. David Wilcock or somebody come out, oh, Japan really won the war. Oh, but they can't do that. We wish they would. But they're not going to do that. And a million other things that we go into. So thank you to those who appreciate us, and so on and so forth. And if you didn't have this fiasco happen, I don't even know where I'd go tonight, except to what I've already just said.
Thank you.
I finished my newsletter, and this sort of even blocks me to think of what else is going on. But I've been basically trying to get certain administrative things.
Mm-hmm.
January's a big month for taxes.
Yes.
Different types of taxes to deal with for me. Basically had a good holiday season.
Excellent.
And I talked about the Montauk adventure last week. That was a lot of fun.
Yes. I'm certain there's still more things to talk about in that regard. I want you to know that we already have 2 people to give thanks to, that I received a contribution of 100 United States dollars, and this individual has not asked to be kept in anonymity, so I will give them credit by name. John Kulik. John Kulik says, Yeshua keep you safe. God bless you, sir, and thank you. Bless you and keep you as well.
John, if you send me an email at petermoon333@gmail.com, I'll send you something.
Excellent. Excellent. Also, we got 30 United States dollars from a wonderful individual who's contributed in the past, and that, of course, is the lovely Nolani Bouchard in Hawaii, who says, many blessings for 2024. And of course, it's deeply appreciated. Every bit helps. Obviously, we're going to try and.
That's my friend that I don't want to say her name. She doesn't want me to say her name.
Okay.
Like some big expose. Nobody's going to care. But I don't know if that's her. No, she moved from Hawaii. So
interesting.
She's not in Hawaii anymore. So, okay, it's probably not her.
Okay, interesting. And
thank you to Yolani.
Yes. And so, yeah, back to the task at hand. Peter, of course, with the adventure at... and what about our dear Regina? How's her schedule going? I
don't know.
Okay.
Regina, I emailed her the newsletter. I haven't talked to her, because things get so busy. I told her, I'd like to have her on the program. There'll be time for that.
Yeah.
I've had so much communication, so much buzzing, so much happening. I spoke to one of my best friends today. He had left me a message on the day before New Year's. I didn't even know. I didn't get the message. So I called him, and things are, it's hard to keep up with certain things.
Yeah.
I forgot to go to the chiropractor 2 or 3 times, It means I must be
busy.
I must be better.
Yeah, it's also you're better. Yes, busy and better. No, that's true. Yeah. Hard to forget something like that unless your condition is such that it's no longer bothering you. That's a good news. Good news. Good development.
It is good. It is good.
And,
we're both surprised they haven't cut me off anyway from the no-fault benefits, but no, I'm probably who the hell knows if I'm better. It's herniated discs, which I had 3 of after suffering a whiplash accident that I did not cause. They can be healed.
yes.
As you can look at YouTube videos of how it heals. So it's not the end. And it didn't. I didn't even know that I had them until they X-rayed me. So the doctor was shocked it didn't hurt me as much as it should have, would have, or could have, because I didn't even know. But so be it. So anyway, we've had a lot of. I ran into somebody, and I once had a customer by this name, so it kind of threw me off. It's not the same person. I think his name is Finkelstein. And as you might guess, it sounds very Jewish. And of course it is. Erwin, I don't think it's Erwin Finkelstein. Let me see. I'll have in a sec. Norman Finkelstein. Norman Finkelstein is Jewish. His parents were in the Holocaust. They suffered in the Holocaust. He grew up. Now, he came up on my feed because of various reasons, I suppose. And he is, it's about my age. He's born almost a year after me. His primary fields of research are the politics of the Holocaust and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. He's got a degree in political science in Princeton University. Now, whenever you study political science, and they don't emphasize this when they write stuff like this, but all of political science boils down to killing people.
Yeah.
Machiavelli is the senior text there because it's about political control. How do you get rid of people? Expediency. You kill them. And this is what the champion of the French Revolution found out, Robespierre. Maximilien Robespierre.
Yeah.
One of the most fascinating characters in history. He was the golden boy that they selected to. He was so intellectual, so idealistic, such a good orator, that he was the best that France had to offer. So when they got rid of the crown, they put him in charge by popular. They had the People's Assembly, whatever they called it,
Yeah.
their legislature, and he became eventually the dictator for all practical purposes. And he was very idealistic. He did not believe in capital punishment and violently opposed to it. And then he found out that it was the most efficient way to get things done. And he instituted the Reign of Terror, where nobody knew who was going to get chopped off next. Their heads chopped off next. The guillotine was invented for the French Revolution,
Yes.
for the guillotine. And Robespierre eventually, he had this, there's even a movie with Robert Cummings. It's sort of a corny movie, but it's more or less the general plot. I think it's called The Little Black Book. But Robespierre got in front of the People's Assembly, and he says, I have in here, in this black book, the people who are traitors to the state and will be beheaded. And I'm going to announce this tomorrow. Big mistake. They all looked at each other and said, God, we might be in there. So they said, we got to do away with Robespierre.
Yes.
And they did. They arrested him. They shot him. His neck, it didn't kill him. And they beheaded him. In what was, he was, I don't know if this is technically true, but for all dramatic reasons, they always said he was the last head to fall. And that was after the Reign of Terror, they had the Great Terror, which made the Reign of Terror seem pale by comparison. So they had the Great Terror, and he was the last one to fall in the Great Terror. They beheaded him. So he became the victim of his own expediency. And that was, pretty much because he was behind the Great Terror, it sort of waned. And then Napoleon was selected to come in and bring order. That's how Napoleon rose, because he was in charge of the troops. He could do crowd control. He was a lot better at crowd control than the people who were supposed to be controlling the Capitol, the Washington State Police, on January 6th, 2021.
Yes.
Napoleon could control the crowd. And, that's some of the background of the French Revolution. One of the most intriguing characters of the French, and there are many intriguing characters in the French Revolution. I don't ever remember it being taught in school. The first one that called my attention to it was L. Ron Hubbard. He didn't go into it in great detail, but he studied it in great detail. And because of the revolution and rebellion. And in the end, he blew the lessons of that revolution, which he studied so astutely.
Oh.
And I'll go into this again, since I'm on a roll with it.
Yeah.
This was some of the most, guarded or secret, or what was it called, confidential, highly confidential data that he had. And I was it was all pretty available to me because of my positions. Not that I saw everything. It's certainly not in the legal arena, which wasn't my affair. But basically, and what he said that when you have people oppressed too long, you've got to lighten it up. You can't just oppress people. So this was an internal situation in Scientology and in the Sea organization, which ran Scientology. there was always an oppression. You gotta keep the troops in order. I was psychologically immune to most of this oppression, not completely. And there were various times, but largely I felt buffered from it because I was psychologically, I guess what you call safeguarded. Part of that was psychological, my own psychology, and part of it was circumstantial. I gravitated to positions or to circumstances that were not oppressive. I could not live without sleep. So I would always get my sleep, which you'll find some people didn't sleep.
Jesus.
Well, slept minimally, or would go without sleep. I could not do that. But anyway. And I was quite clever, too. I remember they would come to my bunk. I had a bunk, you know, there would be 6 of us in a hotel-sized room, a couple of bunk beds or something. And they would come to me at night, which was illegal. When I say illegal, not illegal in terms of the law, but illegal in terms of internal policies. They come and kidnap you in the night. They don't kidnap you and come and say, okay, you need to go on a mission to, you know, Toronto or Detroit or somewhere. And your senior would not be knowing this. The next thing you know, you're in briefing in a room and you're gone. And they would come after me in the middle of the night. And I remember when, and these were like young people, and I threw one out. I just threw him out. You know, get the hell out of here. But you weren't supposed to do that. But then what I would do, they'd come to me repeatedly, and I'd go to my friend's room down, you know, 5 rooms down. And he had extra beds in there, so he said, just stay in here. And we'd laugh because they didn't know where to come for me. So that, you know, they're like, where's Peter? They're running around like heads with their cut off. Like, where the hell did I go? And they'd never come to me the next morning. We were looking for you. Where were you? No, they never say that. You just escape. It was like a big joke. But, you know, there were certain ways to, you know, that was not usually what had to be done. But to get back to this oppression stuff. So oppression is you oppress a staff, a crew, a public. It could apply to the French Revolution. And you stop oppressing them. And you say, okay, you're going to get more pay. You're going to get more time off. And this works. But then, when you give them more money and more time off, they will demand more.
Yes.
Okay, you want more time off? Okay. You only want 4-day weeks. Oh, now you want 3-day weeks. Now you want 2-day weeks. Now you don't want to work. Now you want to be paid for not working. I mean, you're getting extreme here. And he said, you have to balance this tension very delicately because they will demand. And this is what happened in Scientology in 1981 when he instituted programs and he said, enough of this, you know, oppression. The staff has to be treated nicer. This is him. This is Hubbard. And so they come around and they ask the staff, what do you want? Oh, we want more money. Okay, here's more money. We want better schedules. Okay, here's better schedules, which you should have been on anyway. In other words, they got everybody to agree in nicer conditions. And it made everybody feel better. And more work got done. This leaks out into what they call the field, the public Scientologists. So the public Scientologists and the people who run the mission network say, oh, well, God, they've been doing this to us and that and that. So they are the ones that became, God, look what the church has been doing for 30 years. And and what this does is it rekindles the fire and the enthusiasm of freedom. And you had a resurgence, like, oh God, we're not going to have to be subject to the central church's authority in ways that will diminish our enthusiasm to bring people into Scientology, which at the lower levels is very exciting, can be very exciting and very rejuvenating. So you had this tremendous resurgence, and it was the most remarkable thing I'd ever seen. You had enthusiasm all across the world. And then this was considered to be a danger because there was so much freedom, and they were getting people in such massive numbers that certain people in the central church, which would be your equivalent of the Vatican, was saying they're doing a better job than we are. But those people who ran the missions, those entrepreneurs who made money and substantial money doing this, they didn't see it that way. They said, you know what? We don't want to do away with the central authority because our procedures are only good up to a certain level. We need correction. We need your authority. We need your expertise, which was true. They were not trying to undermine the central authority. They were trying to get the claws off the back unnecessary, because many people did extraneous, unnecessary things. And so what happened was they began to take all of these enthusiasts and get rid of them quite violently. When I say violently, I don't mean physical violence for the most part. I mean, take their assets, make them sign statements, basically take their assets. And the worst part of that was not that they stole their assets, which was bad, was that they completely killed the entire basis and organization. Say, in Davis, where I lived in Northern California, they killed the whole, they had 2 missions there, 2 big buildings.
Well,
they were thriving, and they just killed it off. And I remember saying to one of lady I knew, and she said, oh no, they've got it going again. She was lying to me. It was years later. They just killed it off because it was more about control,
right,
than it was about helping people. And it became a exercise in cognitive dissonance. And people, they're just, okay. And, but what happened was everything that Hubbard released backfired. And he was being fed lines of shit.
Wow.
And he responded like somebody who was being fed lines of shit. And it destroyed the whole movement. In fact, with just a little bit of diplomacy and astuteness, which I possessed, I was not in a position to overrule these people. Ecclesiastically, theoretically, yes, but not politically. And Hubbard would have been loved by everybody. But it was all a PR thing. They didn't know what they were doing. So it became the disaster that it became. And David Miscavige was right in the middle of it. So that's this, and Hubbard even cited Hershey, the chocolate guy. He said that when he made his factory, he went out of his way to make his factory nicer to workers and be worker friendly. His workers rebelled against it. Like, now, this can happen whenever somebody flexes wealth of any kind, or grandiosity, or generosity. And I saw it in the case of my former father-in-law, who hired a carpenter at $15 an hour to build his house. That was a decent rate for somebody up in Lake Placid at the time. He could have charged more, I suppose, but he said he worked very well, but he was very slow. He built such a nice house for my father-in-law that my father-in-law hired him to refurbish a mall that he bought with a partner. And this, when he bought this mall, he was retired. He took whatever money he had. It was like $25,000, I think. That wasn't a lot of money. And he got another partner for 25, and with 50, they made a down payment on this outdoor Swiss chalet mall in Lake Placid. Now, they had stores. It was an entrepreneurial thing. He was not an entrepreneur, but he knew how to put a store together, because that's what he did. And this created a misimpression of people thinking he was very rich when he was not rich at all. You know, he was middle class, retired. And what he did with a lot of style and flair. So it gave people the impression he was rich. So when he would, then I think once he did the mall, and I guess the carpenter began to get resentful. He said, well, I built this house for him. Now I built this mall for him. And now he wants me to build a new house for him, because he was going to sell the other house and he needed a bigger house because he was moving up there. And the carpenter's building the house, and my father-in-law gives him about $300 to give bonuses to his crew. And which I thought was a stupid idea, personally. I was very critical of many moves he made. I'll tell you another one. He's a very, very nice man in his own way, but I guess he didn't understand certain things. But what he did was, he took the, he gives $300 to the, for the Christmas spirit, Christmas bonus. And he goes, he says, did you get your Christmas bonus? And the worker goes, no, what Christmas bonus? And he goes to the carpenter and he says, how come the carpenter pocketed it for himself?
Ooh.
And he called him on it, and the carpenter got mad at him. He goes, you treat people like animals. You treat people like animals.
My God.
No, he didn't treat people like animals. He was giving them a bonus.
Yeah.
He was caring about these people. And this is what this guy was building up resentment, because he's working for this guy. And this is what happens. And people, and he went through a lot of struggles. And I'll tell you another big mistake he made was his partner, I guess.
Sounds like his biggest mistake is he's too nice a guy, but go on.
He bought out his partner. His partner was a former IRS agent who was an attorney. And when he was his partner, he did the taxes for him. So when he departnered, he wouldn't talk to my father-in-law anymore. He just wouldn't talk to him anymore.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't do his taxes. He just said, he didn't say, I'm not going to do your taxes anymore. He just wouldn't respond to his calls.
Yeah, ostracized him.
He had to change and get a new accountant. And this new accountant was local. Stupidest advice I'd ever heard. She looks at the books and says, oh, you didn't do your taxes right. You should have done this and you should have paid this. So he's hiring this stupid woman, and she refiles all the taxes, and they owe all this money. How stupid is that? And I told him I didn't get involved in his business. I mean, to me, this was just common sense. So they ended up owing money for a long time. So as I said, they got by. They lived nicely, but they were never rich, you see.
Yeah.
So it's like there are so many mistakes one can make. But my point here was that if people perceive you as rich, they can resent you, they can attack you. I went through this early in my career, not because I was necessarily perceived to be rich. Some people will perceive that. But because I had a name and a books, and they would resent that. And
yeah.
Just tremendous resentment or perception.
It's just incredible what envy seems to be the primary motivator of half the human race.
We're getting attention, and I'm not.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even matter. It's not about whether it's worthy attention. It's just any attention. So that doesn't happen so much anymore because everything's been so diluted. But anyway, if one is in a position of power in terms of organizationally or corporately or like governmentally, one can really screw and be screwed by the body politic. But there's this, like, say, there are so many people, and I wanted to ask you a question about this. We've talked about Henry Wallace, the Vice President of the United States, who was very pro-communist. There's no question he was pro-communist. There was no question that he was pro-Stalin.
Right.
He went and visited. This is all historical. In fact, one of my friends knew, I think the guy's name was Dan Toney, who was he said he actually saw FDR, or saw the plates that FDR had given to Stalin to print $100 bills. Gave him a printing plate to print $100 bills. That's how much FDR likes Joe Stalin. And you can see that he likes Stalin. You can read that historically.
That's right.
They won't have the $100 plates in there. But the United States was funding the Soviet Union like crazy under FDR. But later, Wallace had to come to terms with his endorsement of Stalin and the Soviet Union. And as many people, like Paul Robeson, the famous singer, who was black, he moved to the Soviet Union because he saw equality and justice there.
Yeah, I thought he saw such.
until he got there.
Yeah.
And then he saw that he made a bad mistake. And this was the tagline that I like to mock. Things are very good in Russia. Things are very good in Russia. I heard that in the movie. Was it Reds? with Warren Beatty. Some line, things are very good in Russia. And of course, they were idealistic but then it became totalitarian. And everything Lenin did was totalitarian, but it was nowhere near as severe as Stalin.
Right.
Who was just completely insane.
Yes.
But how hard can you oppress people? He could oppress them. And now, back to Mr. Finkelstein. Mr. Finkelstein is this person whose parents survived the Holocaust. He is anti-Israel because he studied it. He studied it at Princeton University. He became infatuated with Noam Chomsky. Now, he said reading Noam Chomsky played a role in learning to apply the moral passions his mother bequeathed to him with intellectual rigor, because his mother was so anti, what was she anti? But she saw the genocidal atrocities, she experienced them.
Mm-hmm.
So she was totally into left-wing humanitarian causes,
Mm-hmm.
bordering on hysteria, it says.
Yeah.
He internalized her indignation that made him insufferable when he talked about Vietnam War. And he had a holier-than-thou attitude, he says. But as he began to study, he saw that Israel was completely, this whole thing was a charade.
Yes.
And it said that he was an ardent Maoist from his teenage years, but was totally devastated by the news of the trial of the Gang of Four in 1976, which led him to decide he had been misled. He was bedridden for 3 weeks because he found out that Mao wasn't all he was cracked up to be. Now, this is somebody who grew up in a visceral environment, suffering PTSD from the Holocaust. So he was echoing it from his mother to the point where he was pro-Maoist.
Wow.
Which means he was very subject to misinformation.
Yeah.
But he saw through it.
Eventually, yes.
Yeah, to his credit.
Yeah, to his credit. It took another trauma, basically an ideological trauma, to wake him up, to a degree at least. Come on. Yes.
Yeah. He has been targeted academically and otherwise. He has picked apart Alan Dershowitz. He wrote a whole book picking him apart. And him and Alan Dershowitz have had jousts, but Dershowitz will never. And he said that this is what he said about Dershowitz. Of course, Dershowitz is named in the Epstein papers. He claims that he never did anything wrong with Epstein. Or Epstein's girl. But this guy, Finkelstein, picks apart Dershowitz and says that practically everything he writes in this book is a lie and is plagiarist because he didn't write it. He goes into it, documents it, according to him, and that he said that Dershowitz's most effective weapon is that he actually believes everything he says. And he says, if you're an attorney like Dershowitz and you study the case exhaustively and present your case defending a client, whether that client is right or not,
right.
If you believe it, you make a better case.
It's true. No,
his contention was that Dershowitz really believes all the lies he tells.
Yeah.
So this is, and he's completely anti-Israel, but he mentions, he says, I write these books, nobody will review them. He kind of sees the futility of it all.
Right.
And it's like he's a political scientist who has minimal, if no power.
Right.
Minimal power at best.
Yes.
But he gets an A for his rhetoric and stick-to-itiveness. But he's also, you know, blowing an empty birthday buzzer, just, you know, flaming it. Now, I'm going to relay, I've talked about my friend Dr. True Ott before.
Right.
And how he has this property in Utah that he purchased. And there's this Blind Frog Ranch, I think it's called, at least the first year. I only watched the first year. You have to pay a few bucks for it. That's not much on Discover. He called me about a month ago. And this guy, Dwayne Ollinger, was doing this whole show on it. And True was explaining it was all bullshit. And they were going on, and Ollinger is on all these, you know, talks. They have these big events, and he's part of this. I've gone into I think I went into it a long time ago, but this is the thing. Because Utah is a very Western state, True had the rights. He had the sheriffs, whatever, the deputies, the guns to blow this guy away. They came in for their season to do the show, and there was all these shenanigans going on. And they came on with a bulldozer or whatever. And I basically said, you can't go on. And they could have blown him away legally. The guys went on, didn't care. They just went on. The property went and did their show in violation of his property, in violation of the law. The only thing True could have done to stop them was to have his guys blow them away with a gun.
Wow.
It would have been completely legal by Utah law.
Wow.
But he didn't do it. And in other words, had he blown them away, it would have really changed things. From one perspective, it would have definitely been a good idea. Definitely, because it would have just neutralized these guys.
Yeah.
From the other perspective is, you know, do you really want to have that death on your conscience? You know, True is a Christian. He's a very good person. He's about 6'7" or 6'6" or something. You know, he's not a wimp.
Wow.
You know, by any stretch of the imagination. You know, it's like, see, this is what you get into. Is it better to, you know, have him allow this to happen? This, you know, it comes down to, do you pull the trigger? You know, I was disappointed to hear that he didn't pull the trigger.
I could tell by the tone of your voice, yes.
But I was sympathetic with him.
Right.
Because, you know, it would have been easy for you to pull the trigger because that's the element you've been in.
That's right.
It's
yes.
Self-defense.
Thank you.
But you would have thought about it a lot. There was time to think about it. It wasn't like, you know, it was required an instant decision like that guy under the car.
Understood.
Yeah. So it's like, I wouldn't want to be put in that position.
Understood.
I wouldn't want to be put in that position. But this whole property had a conduit to the inner earth, and I think that they probably blew that up, so they made that inaccessible too. In other words, they just go and they ruin things. Right. And so, and this is what you have in Israel.
Right.
You have an oppressed people. And, you know, I've heard Jews say that we wear a yarmulke to show that we're an oppressed people. It's not what a yarmulke is for. They didn't even know what their own yarmulke is for. At least these people didn't. To cover their bald spot. But in actuality, Pope wears the same skull cap. Tibetans wear the same skull cap. It's to focus your primordial mind. None of them know that. But that's their tradition. But anyway, the Palestinians are oppressed people. And so, in other words, they gave the Palestinians freedom by having their own Gaza. They gave them Gaza. It was, you know, kind of overseen, ruled by Israel. But the Palestinians, they gave him this freedom, but they rebel because they're oppressed. They don't rebel because they're evil. They rebel because they have a grievance. And you have to deal with the grievance. What is the grievance? So you give the Palestinians some slack, but they're still oppressed, so then, you know, they blow up Israel, that they target Israel, even to the point where they had suicide bombers. Which Sean Hannity said that we shouldn't call them suicide bombers. They're homicide bombers. We won't give them the dignity of suicide. That's what he said.
It's all phraseology. I like the yes. It's all a matter of perspective.
Well, yeah, but so it's oppression, and you have to acknowledge the oppression. And if you acknowledge the oppressions of the Palestinians, and this guy will go into it in great detail, Mr. Finkelstein, as would Noam Chomsky, who I'm not a fan of, but he will give you great detail.
Yeah.
Of what the real situation is with the Palestinians. Because I don't think he misses on that topic. Where he really goes off the rails is when he believes in the veracity of the Warren Report.
Oh, beyond that, I mean, he's basically a communist. There's his hatred of America is pathological. It's not like mine, which is based on at least a visceral understanding of its faults, the faults of the American empire. With Noam Chomsky, it's some kind of self-indoctrination, and that's what we're speaking of when we speak of these various pseudo-intellectuals. They're all indoctrinated or self-indoctrinated in one way or another. Back to Peter.
Well, this is where it all comes down to political science. You know, idealistically, communism is great, but it's not pragmatic, because you have the same abuse that you have with capitalism. Capitalism was corporate raiders coming in and, you know, looking at all the assets of a company, seizing them, divvying them up against with the executives, particularly one or two, taking all the stock and, okay, let the company work itself out. And it's just raping companies. This is greed, this is capitalism. It's not the same greed factors that took place in the late 1800s with the child labor. Capitalism will exploit.
Yeah.
Unions will balance it, except that the problem with unions is they become problematic in and of themselves. You know, this is what eventually bankrupted General Motors.
Yeah.
You take a working corporation that actually produces cars, and then you take it, and then you have to pay the workers so much. The cars goes up in price. Nobody wants to buy the cars.
Thank you.
And then, I mean, I looked at a Chevy before I bought one of my cars. This was like 30 years ago. And I just went to see. I didn't really think I was going to buy a Chevy. I go in the car, and I smelled. I said, this is the same damn smell when my father got a new Chevy when I was a kid, 7 years old.
Wow.
It was unmistakable. It's the same damn smell. The
Wow.
smell of a new Chevy. I mean, it was kind of nice when you were a kid, but I don't want to smell it 40 years later. It's the same damn smell. Just like when I went into my my best friends, I stayed with his mother. I hadn't seen her in, 40 years. I went, used the bathroom. Well, I remember that smell when I was a kid. Same smell. She wore the same perfume. Well, that wasn't so bad. I remember for 40 years ago, God, yeah, it's nice to smell that. But Chevy, so basically GM had if you were an employee of GM, you had it made. You had benefits, you had a pension, and of course the company couldn't sustain that. But you had to pay more money for the car. The prices were ridiculous. The cars, there was nothing special about the cars. You could get a much better deal elsewhere. At any dealership. It's like you're paying $1,000 extra just to have a GM. Wasn't worth it. So, anyway, but all of this corporation stuff, capitalism is problematic. Communism is problematic. I would say communism's a lot more problematic.
In the more immediate sense, yes.
Exactly. Because capitalism offers a lot more potential for freedom. But then when you have all these people raiding corporations, then you need a regulatory body. Unfortunately, the regulatory body is controlled by corporations.
Yes.
That try to influence it through lobbying. And so it's amazing that anything decent and good gets done.
So true.
It does.
Yeah.
It does get done. Products come out that are innovative and people can use. I also watched a large part of a documentary on Amazon and how Amazon rose in all the successes and trials and tribulations they went through. And I thought it was very fascinating that they had hired, instead of hiring FedEx or UPS to get the products to you fast, they hired independent contractors. And the 60-minute style interviewer or documentary, it wasn't 60 minutes, they're saying, well, Amazon uses these independent contractors so that if they crash, which they do occasionally, they have no liability. The liability is the independent contractor. What do you expect Amazon to do? Say, yeah, we want the liability. We'll be good guys, That's smart business. And then why can't the independent contractor be liable? He's the one who made the mistake. He's the one who should have insurance. But I'm saying it's the whole mentality of going after Amazon with this rhetoric. It's like these people have no idea what business is about. I didn't have an issue with that. And that's smart business. And let the liability goes where it goes. Now, where it becomes maybe a little touchier is when the product is liable. You do use something that you bought on Amazon and it damages you. Amazon claims no responsibility for that because they're only the go-between. Like if you buy chocolate milk at Walmart and the chocolate milk, has poison in it, and you drink it and get sick or die, whose fault is it? Walmart or the chocolate milk company, Amazon will stand behind some of that. But it's very, it's like you see the mentality of somebody coming into evaluate a situation. So we're dealing with communism and capitalism. It's people, and they become the issue. They become the problem.
Yes.
Right now, we're moving into an election year.
Yeah. All over the world, as a matter of fact. Almost every nation on earth is going to the polls to elect their leaders this year. It'll be the most important electoral year in history. Go on.
And astrologically, we have Pluto and Capricorn right now in the 29th degree, called the critical degree or the anaretic degree, is when it flexes its maximum muscle in the sign of Capricorn, which is government, politics, and corporations. So this next period into February is going to be really intense, but then Pluto's going to retrograde back into Capricorn around September, and it's going to be in this critical degree, more or less, from September till about 3 weeks into November. It'll cover the election period. So you're going to see a lot of intense political machinations.
Yeah.
And the critical point is the Democratic candidate, in my opinion. The other critical point would be, will Trump be able to be on the ballot without being tainted or criminalized to the point where he's not votable? That also applies to Biden. Will he be criminalized? You know, and can he run, and will he run, and you know, and then you know, Kennedy is the third party. Those would seem to be the three. You know, it's possible both of them could be defrocked in one way or another, and Kennedy would be the only one left with any sort of claim. It's possible. I don't know that it'll happen.
Right.
And then, you know, the deep state does not want Kennedy. They don't want Trump. So it's kind of interesting. It's kind of an election of the people versus the deep state. And many people think Biden's doing a fine job. He's got a lot of experience.
I think the Israeli war is doing a lot of damage to that, but go on.
It's many people are. He's got experience. And when you look at these people interviewed, you have an imbecilic voting bloc.
Yeah, that's true. By the way, there was this one. I can't remember the guy's name. I wish I did. He was a politician in the 1920s, and the press, one of the journalists, when the press was surrounding him with the cameras back in those days, they had actual flash bulbs. So the flash bulbs were gone off, and one of the journalists said, Mr. and I wish I remembered his name, but they said, you have the vote of every thinking American. And he said, that's great, but I need a majority to win.
Yeah, but I think it's like, and I'm not even saying the candidate they chose was not criticizing the candidate they chose. I'm criticizing their methodology for thinking of a candidate. In other words, imbecilic decisions. It's like saying, you know, I like him because he's got a smart son. You know, something like that. And he doesn't have a smart son. They didn't say that. But that's, you know, Biden himself said, you know, that his son, Hunter, was the smartest person he knows.
Oh, God. Oh, my fucking God. I mean, a guy who takes nude pictures of himself and puts them online.
Well, look at it this way, Douglas. You're a far more skilled artist than Hunter. But Hunter can get a hell of a lot more money for his art than you can.
Yeah, this is the injustice of the world we live in. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's like, wow, what a circus.
Yes, indeed.
And go ahead.
Oh, indeed. I was simply agreeing. Yes, just quite the circus. Yes.
Yeah. So, and I I did see a movie last night that I typically don't watch movies, but and I'd never seen a Denzel Washington movie. It was Equalizer 3. And, you know, he equalizes justice. He corrects injustices. Very sort of superhero, but he's not a superhero. He's a secret agent. And he's fighting the Italian mafia.
Right. That was the third movie in the franchise. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. And it's like, wow. You know, it's like you're dealing with such extreme violence. Mafia is not supposed to be that way. Not supposed to be that violent and that publicly violent. And they're supposed to be more protectors. But this was a ruthless mafia. Like the mafia doesn't know how to behave in this movie.
Right. In the movie, the portrayal is it's almost like they're against the public as opposed to something that the public supports. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, the original mafia was in Sicily because the citizens were so disgusted with the way they were being treated by the public officials, to the point where people would have their daughters being raped in the public square, and the phrase would be "my fia, my fia, my daughter, my fia, my fia," and that's how we get the mafia. And the mafia rose to protect, like a vigilante system, to protect people from having their daughters raped. And the daughter, the interesting thing about the daughter is this is the final step of tetragrammaton.
Yes.
My daughter. This aligns the mafia with the daughter. And you see this in The Godfather 3 when Michael Corleone's daughter is the one that's shot, not him. The daughter is shot.
Yes.
That is the mafia all over again. Why the mafia is there? Because his daughter gets shot. It's very symbolic. The only thing I remember from Mafia 3 is George Hamilton. He stood out, you know, like, what the hell is he doing there? I don't even think he's Italian. You know, he's the one with the big blood bank.
Yes, yes, and he's orange.
Yeah. But yeah, so this movie is about equality. It's about justice, and it's giving you a hope, an illusion, if not a hope, that there's justice in the world. And you know, there's always justice in the world, even though it seems like there's not. You may not be on the receiving end of it. I may not be on the receiving end of it, but it does exist. Justice is you know, as I've said, you can look at death and destruction going on in the world. There's also people being born right now. There's people making love right now. There's people having joyous birthday parties.
Yes.
There's people being drunk and committing crimes. Everything's going on right now. It's not so. Things do not. You know, it's not all one way. But I had a friend I had helped in Romania.
Mm-hmm.
Very good entertainer, very good musician. And I invited him to come up to Chucklavina to be my guitar player, but he couldn't come.
Oh.
And I encouraged him, was helping him stopping smoking. So, you know, I write to him now and then, and how are you doing with the smoking? He always appreciates it.
Good.
And he, I wrote to him in September, and he says, I'm on a bus to the Black Sea. I said, oh.
In the middle of a war?
Well, listen to this. Now, when he says the Black Sea, I'm thinking he's going to Constanza.
Oh, okay.
You know, the Black Sea, that's the Romanian, that's where people go.
Yes. Yes.
I don't really ask him where he's going. I think he said to see a friend. I don't know what the hell he said. I don't remember. But so anyway, I said, how's the smoking? Well, thank you. Maybe he always acknowledges some progress.
Mm-hmm.
So he wrote to me. I was thinking of writing to him after the New Year, and he writes to me and he says, right after I wrote to you, I had, what did he say? I think he had a good experience, but it really wasn't a good experience. Well, it was a good experience because he didn't get killed.
Yeah.
He reached the border. He says, just as we got to the border, he didn't say which border. Says, we got attacked. And I said, well, what was it, a robbery or what? I didn't even know what border. It's Ukraine.
That's what I was thinking. The first thing I thought was that this guy was going to go through Ukraine.
We got attacked by a Russian, projectile or something. And he says, I ran. It didn't hit the, I was in the back. I ran and got the hell out of there. And I said, why? I said, you shouldn't go to the Ukraine. He says, well, I was going to see his girlfriend. Now, I met his girlfriend. She's from the Ukraine. I said, well, you should get her out of the Ukraine. She says, oh, she lives next to me in Bucharest. I said, he was going to surprise her. She was there to visit her family. We should get them out of there, too. But he's just crossing the border. He's not like, he's just crossing the border and they throw something at him. He says he's not going back. I hope she doesn't go back either. I hope she gets her family out of there.
Right.
But, I mean, this is like just for crossing the border in a bus with a bunch of tourists or whatever they were, travelers. They're just travelers. God, we're so lucky.
Yes.
We've got enough challenges here. Yes. We're very fortunate so far. I don't know. So what do you see for the immediate political future coming up in the next election year here?
Oh my God. I'm sorry, say that again.
The quick version.
Yeah, the quick version. I'm hard pressed to come up with even that. I would just say that the when it comes to, say, for instance, any concept of just the immediate political future, I'd just say we're definitely in for a wild ride. For whatever reason, I don't know why. This recent attack, I'll call it an attack, and we know it's a deep state attack on myself, what's going on right now with the stupid telephone pole situation. But that aside, my overall intuition is that this is going to be a fairly good year. This for myself, for Peter.
It's amazing that you can say that after getting knocked down in the 7th round.
Yeah. It's I know it's but then again, look at this is so much the nature of the beast, right? It's so much par for the course, and it's what we've come to expect as just indicative of as Peter's already articulated, the importance of our work. Now, for myself, I have this feeling of that. For the world, America itself, and the world, now that's a different story. I think that we're going through just some of the most critical times that humanity has ever experienced. I think it's pretty much what I told you when you brought up the election earlier in our conversation. I'd say it's just this is going to be the most important electoral year for all nations, or the majority of nations, in a long time, if not ever. The majority of nations that are of any importance, not to denigrate places like Nepal or something, but obviously there are some nations that are just a bit more peripheral to the economy or world affairs, like Nepal, than other places on Earth. But for the places that generally matter or can affect the world economy, our political infrastructure, everyone's going to the polls this year, and it's to re-elect their leaders or elect new leaders. It's something that is it's pretty profound. So this is going to be the most important electoral year in probably recorded history if you take it in a global context. And obviously, this is in many ways the most important electoral year in American history. This is like at a critical time when we are dealing with incredible challenges, and it's both the climate crisis and the various wars that are developing. And we have a situation where I think a lot of Americans are embittered. They're and with, in many cases, rightly so. And a lot of Americans are irrationally resentful. Like Peter was saying, you can give people bonuses and they'll feel like they're being abused. It's impossible to reason with some people because they're not in possession of any sense of reason. So it's a year that may be further devolving into violence. We're going to have to work the best we can at the personal level, Peter and I, just to try and communicate to the world the way we do through both this program and with the book. We're going to try and add something to the discourse that will help to put things in context. But in terms of the world in general, oh my God, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Let's put it that way. And
the forecast is positive.
For the long run, I'm a naturally, it's as hard as this is for people to believe, I'm a naturally optimistic person. But then again, if I were not, then I would never have made it this far. Obviously, with the kind of crap I've seen all my life, most people would have blown their brains out years ago. There's almost a level of
Aquino blew his brains out, so
yeah, no, it's true. It's true. I don't think Keith Call, my dear Christian friend, who left me some messages at New Year's, I don't think he's aware that Aquino is dead. And I've had some people appear in the chat room saying, "Oh, is Aquino dead?" So I guess the news is not really out there. They really covered it up, as Peter is aware of, that he did what he did even. So that's one of the things that, but then again, in a very real sense, Aquino's not dead. As Brendan Zogit and I have tried to explain to people, the quantum physics of his spellcasting and his binding himself to the matrix of the earth. So we definitely just have a real situation where we are, of course, dealing with his cultists, and it's but that's personal as opposed to the political aspects of the year. It ultimately ties into the politics, of course, but I would just say that everybody prepare yourselves for a really wild ride, but try and have hope that at the end of the tunnel there will be light. It's I don't know if it'll get that bad this year, where it's kind of like the tunnel analogy is needed, but it will probably seem that way by the time that we get to the national election. Of course, it's a leap year, and for those who don't know this consciously, whether this was established by the founding fathers intentionally or not, I suspect it was. All American presidential elections take place on leap years. So presidential elections take place every 4 years. Every time they take place, it's a leap year. So that was obviously intended, or I think so. But in terms of all of it altogether, it's a weird year. It's just a wild ride altogether. I mean, obviously when I go to town, I enter the zone, so to speak. When I enter the zone and just start really going in depth with these things, I can go on for hours and hours, and Peter's aware of that. But that's probably the best way to summarize it. Right, Peter?
Well, you know, on the leap year, 29th of February is also Sadie Hawkins Day, which will give women a chance to propose to you.
Cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Women can propose to Douglas. Propose to anybody they want. I suppose you can propose to other women nowadays.
Yeah.
I don't know how,
True.
I don't know how Sadie Hawkins applies to gay couples, but or transgender couples, but traditionally it was where females could ask males to get married.
That's incredible. That's incredible. That's right. And then they made it a bit more annual with Happy Sweetest Day. Is supposed to be like the adult Valentine's Day. Just so people understand, as I pointed out before, obviously Valentine's Day is coming next month. And just so people understand, Valentine was originally the saint of chaste lovers. This meant that kind of like the romance that would happen between a bard, a traveling minstrel, and the noblewoman in the tower with the chastity belt on. In the old days, there was a lot of romance about that concept of the knight is gone on crusade, the woman is alone, and the bard would come and basically serenade her, and that this kind of chaste love would develop. That was the romantic notion. And
that was what was supposed to happen, is that you had a romantic love that was of the heart and not of the loins.
Yeah, and that's what St. Valentine's Day is really about. Of course, things have completely changed, but supposedly, but in the days when that concept was still understood, then what they did was they developed Happy Sweetest Day, which was the day in which I think women also were allowed to not propose, but at least ask men out. But that's when it comes to something heavier like proposing for marriage. Yeah, that's right. That's the Sadie Hawkins Day. What exactly was Sadie Hawkins? How did she come to be affiliated?
I don't know who the hell she was. She probably somebody proposed to somebody. We could look it up. I just remember it in going to the high school football games or whatever it was, and where it was like they didn't say that's not football season. I don't know what, it was like. It just seemed like girls. They'd have a Sadie Hawkins dance or something. That was it. And the girls would invite the guys out or something like that. That's what I remember.
Fascinating. Also, Brendan Zogit brings up we have 5 eclipses this year. And according to sidereal astrologers, it will be getting more interesting, in quotes, towards the end of the year, October, etc. Well, it always does. But this year, it'll probably be explosive. We're in pretty...
Here it is. It's an American, Sadie Hawkins Day, an American folk event and pseudo-holiday originated by Al Cap's classic hillbilly comic strip, Lil Abner. This inspired real-world Sadie Hawkins events, the premise of which is that women ask men for a date or dancing. Sadie Hawkins Day was introduced in the comic strip on November 15th, 1937, Sadie Hawkins in the Little Abner comic strip was the daughter of Mayor Hezekiah Hawkins. Isn't there just Jennifer's last name, Hawkins?
Yeah, that's right. Oh my God.
Was the daughter of Mayor Hezekiah Hawkins, one of Dogpatch's earliest settlers and the homeliest gal in all them hills.
Oh my God.
She grew frantic waiting for suitors until she reached age 35 and was still a spinster. And her father was worried about her living at home for the rest of her life. In desperation, he called together all the unmarried men of Dogpatch and declared it Sadie Hawkins Day. A foot race was decreed with Sadie pursuing the town's eligible bachelors. If Sadie caught one of them, he would be forced to marry her. She was specifically interested in a handsome boy named Adam, who was already in a courtship with Teresa, whose father was the area's largest potato farmer. Unlike Sadie, Teresa had a number of courtship offers. At the event, as the event became a tradition, Cap added more story elements. Each year, the Sadie Hawkins storyline begins with a prophecy by Old Man Mose, who gives Lil Abner a cryptic clue about the end of the storyline, which always comes true in a surprising way. So anyway,
fascinating.
Yeah, I guess it's the homeliest girl in town chasing after a man, the one she could catch. But of course, it's parlayed into I've known of very nice-looking women who've asked men to marry them on that day, and it worked.
Oh, fascinating. I mean, it's good to see it evolved so that it became something like that, as opposed to just something for homely ladies that would be really sad.
Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard did that on the ship. I think it was right about the time I got there.
Uh-huh.
But he ordered, I don't know what he called it, Sadie Hawkins Day, but he basically said, any woman that gets married will be promoted. And the implication was, I don't remember if they were supposed to ask the men, but he encouraged people to get married, and the women would get promoted, not the men.
Right.
The women would get promoted a rank. And this was to discourage non-marital sex.
Right. Interesting.
It wasn't prohibited.
Mm-hmm.
It was discouraged. But it wasn't, because later on in the Sea Organization, it was strictly forbidden.
Mm-hmm.
And, by the time I left. But yeah, in those days on the ship, it was like, I guess there was plenty of activity going on. It wasn't like there wasn't a lot of time for it. There wasn't a lot of space for it.
Mm-hmm.
I was not involved in any of it,
Mm-hmm.
but it was, it wasn't a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it was really messing with somebody's head or something.
Right.
Then it could become a big deal.
Yes.
But because you had like 300 to 400 people on that ship, it was pretty crammed.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
it wasn't a lot of time for it. It wasn't a lot of, I guess what you'd say, space for it. When you did get married on that ship, it would generally be married by the captain.
Yes.
Or his proxy.
Yes.
And it really wasn't a legal marriage. So when people would get transferred to a shore installation, they didn't even have to get divorced.
Yeah.
They could stay married if they wanted to.
Ah.
But that happened a lot. We were just married by a captain at sea.
Yes.
No documents or anything.
Interesting. Even though a captain can legally marry a couple, so why would there be no documents? It's not that.
I don't know. I got married by a captain. I got actually married by the port captain.
Okay.
On the ship in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a legal marriage.
Yeah.
Because I went through the legal. We got marriage licenses. This is my very first marriage.
Mm-hmm.
My first marriage, my second marriage, and my very first marriage.
Right. Yes.
Which was later annulled. But we got that. I think I had the port captain sign it.
Mm-hmm.
He was the minister.
Mm-hmm.
The minister signs it. He would have signed it if he was a Catholic minister.
Mm-hmm.
Or a Protestant. It was just the minister signs it, and it gets sent in. And we sent it in. Or she sent it in. But it was a fiasco because she signed it. She got kicked out of the Sea Org unjustly. She mailed the papers after she got kicked out.
Oh.
If she didn't mail the papers, it was a fiasco.
Yes.
That whole story was a fiasco.
Wow. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
It sounded so
Well,
romantic.
it was we had a great connection. And she came back for me a year later, but I'd left back to the Apollo. I'd returned to the Apollo, so you know it didn't happen. And perhaps it's for the best.
Okay.
You know, she passed away a few years ago, but I never talked to her ever since.
Right.
I would have loved to have talked to her, but so be it.
Yeah.
I have to see her in the next life or something, or in the what do you call it?
The afterlife, yeah. My father had a experience like that. The man who raised and guided me, my legal father, he had an experience like that with one of his ex-wives. Wrote him saying that you know, she wanted to get in contact with him if he wished to. You know, offered a reestablishment of relations. Without making it sound desperate, just kind of like if you wish to, you know, reestablish relations. But he never responded. It's because when these severances are made, sometimes it's best to just let them be severed. Yeah.
Well, exactly. I thought of my friend Corinne DeWinter, who passed away about a year ago or so, and she was like, she used to channel the dead.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
She was a dear lady, dear friend. And then my friend Marianne, who was very in tune with non-corporeal phenomena. If I wanted to do a seance, they would be my two logical kinships to connect to. Mm-hmm. And I said, you know, why would I want to do that? You know, why would I want to do that? I don't. There's no disaffection towards either one of them.
Right.
But it's like, it's kind of like, you know, if something's meant to come through, it'll come through.
Yes.
You know, I don't, you know, it becomes like a grade B movie.
Yes.
I don't want that. I did, when I dedicated the show on March 9th, I think it was 2 years ago, to my friend Madeline Solozzo, who passed away. She did come into my dreams. She's the only one. She comes into my dreams. She came into my dream then. Mm-hmm. She hadn't seen her in a few years, but she used to come and visit me regularly. And so she came in with healing. She was a healer, you know. So that was neat. But that wasn't like, I was never summoning her. The dead are best left in their place.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, plenty of time to deal with them later. Yeah.
Yeah, unless they, you know, come to you for some reason.
Yes.
And you get, you know, so sometimes rarely will I ever have dreams of my parents. Mm-hmm. Okay. Sometimes they'll come through. And the more time goes by, the more meaningful or coherent they are.
Ah, okay.
You know, as opposed, you know, they're more in tune mm-hmm. with the stream of life. Mm-hmm. But then we can get very discouraged with the people we see in life. We can get very judgmental. It's very easy. And it's not good to be judgmental. It's good to be circumspect, but not judgmental. You know, because it just doesn't do you any good.
That's right.
But yeah, I would like to think we're in for some. I feel it's going to be a very good year.
Okay.
It's just what I.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that the politics of the election will be very entertaining.
Yeah, whoa, that's one way of putting it. It will certainly, yeah, we won't be able to look away.
Well, yeah, and so far, you know, it's just bullshit. But what I do notice is that the Israel-Palestinian conflict mm-hmm. took all the media attention away from the Ukrainian conflict.
To a degree,
And
yeah.
now, and media-wise,
Yeah.
I mean, the war still goes on. We don't hear about it. And then the presidential election is now taking attention from the Palestinian conflict.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's what does the media focus on next? And then there's Einstein. Epstein is Epstein is squawking up, and there's always new names being released, and the names amount to nothing. There's just no news. But my favorite one was it said, Trump comes up in Epstein papers. Now, we already knew Trump was connected to Epstein. That's old news.
Yeah.
But this is Epstein's cook testifying. It was just clickbait. It says Epstein's cook said that he saw Trump at the Epstein estate, but that he didn't see that he was involved with any of the women or anything. But he said Trump never ate with the guests at Epstein's house. He always came in the kitchen and ate with me, which I think is I could see Trump doing that,
Yes.
I don't want to eat with these people. I'm going to come in here and eat with you, like being a regular guy. Or maybe he didn't want to be subject to the germs of those people. I don't know. I just thought it was fascinating that he chose not to eat with the guests and eat with the cook in the kitchen.
That is bizarre.
To me, it's very Trump-like.
Yes, it is.
In a good way.
Yes.
In a good way. Maybe he couldn't stand all those people.
That I could hardly blame him. Look at the company. But it does beg the question as to why he was there at all. What was he doing there? Aside from the obvious suspicion that Clinton was there. All these,
aboard down in West Palm Beach or wherever they are.
Yeah.
This is where the rich people cavort.
Yes, and Epstein was in his own way attempting to implicate them all as well. This way,
Don't forget that Trump is always selling his brand.
Yeah.
So he's a constant salesman, and he wants to be seen by these people. He wants them to spend money. He's always selling himself. Which is, what he does. He's very proud of his ability to sell himself. So, but yeah, this.
Well, I was thinking. I'm sorry. Go
ahead.
Oh, I was thinking about how the other individual you were describing should have behaved more like Trump when he was dealing with the people who were working for him. Then they wouldn't have said they were being treated like animals, and he would have gotten rich.
Well, yeah, being treated like animals. But yeah, I'm optimistic for this year. I don't know why. I mean, other than it just looks good.
Yeah, it does.
I feel good.
Yeah, it's same here. Yeah.
So, and then I as I said, I've had to focus on writing the newsletter, and I'm trying to get back to the book. I've got a wall of taxes and admin and stuff tomorrow.
Yes.
Tried to get it done over the weekend, but I could not. I got
understood.
Distracted. So I would also like to do another call out for Douglas's situation. For those of you who've just tuned in, his power has been cut off so that they can replace the telephone pole, which they've already replaced multiple times.
Yeah.
Hopefully dedicated to his house so that they can monitor his communications.
Yes.
And I wonder, like, look, you talk on a phone.
Yeah.
You talk on a cell phone.
Yes.
You talk on your computer.
Yes.
What they can monitor that.
Yes.
What do they need to keep doing this for? In other words, maybe they're putting more sophisticated equipment so they can relay the data faster. And, I don't, what's the purpose?
We can only speculate. It's and hopefully it's nothing that would be damaging ultimately to my health. But if so, I would only imagine. By the way, just so everybody understands the context again, since Peter has brought it up, and we have new listeners that have joined us, the numbers have gone up, and without going into the whole story all over again, people can replay that part. And if you're on live and you don't want to break the rhythm and go back to the beginning of this episode, when it uploads, you can do it quite easily. It's what we started the episode off with, was talking about exactly what's happening. But when it comes to the purpose, ultimately, of this bizarre phenomena, or singular phenomenon, with the telephone pole, it has been a running joke for a long time. It's only this letter that makes it crystal clear. I've had a question in the email where they're saying, well, at least they're nice enough to give you this fair warning and all this stuff. Well, they have to do that, or they'd be opening themselves up for a genuine lawsuit. If they were to just cut the power off without giving me fair warning, they'd be giving me ample opportunity to find some attorney that would go after PG&E. PG&E would, in that case, be forced to remunerate me. That it'd be very hard to imagine they would not be forced to do that. It's as Peter Moon has said, these companies are extremely powerful. But in this case, we're talking about a company that is for people who just don't get it, who don't understand the law, the legal fiction that was created a number of generations back was that corporations are living entities, that they are immortal entities, that even though they can die, theoretically, they can live forever, so long as they have shareholders, people investing, etc. So, as an entity, corporations are supposed to be like members of society. They're like individuals, supposedly approachable. And when it comes to PG&E, it is a paroled felon. It is a mass murderer on parole. So to just spontaneously cut my power without warning me, there would be repercussions. It would be scandalous, for one thing, and it would not make any sense because I pay my bills. So it is what it is. They're stuck with giving me fair warning. But then the question is, what are they doing? And think about what they said in the letter. They are replacing the telephone pole. This is something like they've done before. They've replaced it before, but to my memory, this has never resulted in loss of power. So this time they're deliberately cutting my power to my meter, so to speak. And they're going to, I think, really replace that telephone pole with something truly sophisticated, probably to enable them to, well, again, we're back to speculation here, but I would assume that it would be so that there's faster processing, as Peter said, but we can speculate that it might be able to beam something, but it's not exactly flush opposite my home. It's actually a few doors down is the infamous magical telephone pole. So we're talking about it's a few doors down on the other side of the street is the infamous telephone pole. And it's like there are other telephone poles in the neighborhood, but they're effectively usually untouched or left alone enough where they're not remarkable. So it's kind of in an odd area. It's kind of angled. It would be hard to beam something, though what it can do is throw out a pulsation, which would, say, for instance, hit me, as well as hit other people in the neighborhood, but it would hit my technology with a specific code. It would be coded to the IP address of my computer specifically. So I'm presuming that this is something so that feds can potentially take further action at suppression. It might be an argument, some would say, to ultimately move. As I said, I have every intention of ultimately relocating, but I always want to maintain this place as a storage facility simply because of rent control. Such being said, other ideas will come to mind as I process them, and I have no idea I'll get a better grasp of the situation in general as we get closer to the day that they're going to cut power. The way Peter phrased it, people might think that they've cut the power already. That's not the case, or I wouldn't be able to speak with everyone. But when it comes to the night, it's almost like some people would say that they're being considerate and they're cutting your power on a day when you're not transmitting. But I don't see it that way at all. It's almost like, for one thing, it is the birthday of Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson. They both have their birthdays on the same day, believe it or not. And it is also Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday. His actual fucking birthday. His real birthday. Not the fucking government holiday. Albeit it is the holiday weekend. I would be coming home at around the time that they began to cut the power, which is they scheduled to cut it at 9 p.m., which was when I was scheduled to come home. The way it turns out now, my son is going to bring me home a bit earlier from the estates, and then I will check into the hotel. So it's one of these things where he's going to have to drop me off at home so I can get my luggage, and then I'll take a cab to the hotel, which thank God now I have paratransit. I never really got to talk to Peter personally about the paratransit affair, but it is something that it bears going into.
I heard you talk about it.
What do you know? What do you know or remember about what I've said about it?
Well, just that you now, have credit with the cab. You can take the cab.
Yeah,
you don't have to pay for it.
That's correct. That's correct. What
basically, I mean, the details of it and whatnot. I know you went through some stuff to get that, and it greatly relieves you.
Yes.
But is this going to affect our transmission on the 14th?
This is the other factor to bring up. A very good question. The next transmission will be the 14th, and that will not be impacted at all. That's not going to be impacted because basically...
our next transmission will be not the 14th. It'll be this Wednesday.
Well, the next transmission will be, for people to get our schedule if you're a new listener, tonight's transmission, of course, will go all the way through into Monday the 8th. The next transmission will be Wednesday the 10th, which will last until Thursday the 11th. The transmission after that will not be affected. That will be the Martin Luther King Jr. Day weekend. It will also be Eastern Byzantine Orthodox Julian calendrical New Year's Day will be on the 14th. So it'll be, my son will be driving me home in time for the transmission. I'll hit the transmission. We'll conduct that. He'll pick me up to bring me back to the Estates to teach on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, obviously. And then I will be brought home to grab my luggage and use a cab to check into the hotel. I am going to presume that when I return in the morning of the 16th, I'll check out of the hotel at high noon. So the power should have been back on for a few hours before I return. There's obviously things I'm concerned about. The one thing I can guarantee you is it will fuck my computer, or rather my internet. The first thing I'm going to have to do is call Comcast and have them ping my modem So they're going to have to restart the modem, because the modem will restart, but probably what's going to happen is the computer will not recognize it or some shit. It will be, in my opinion, a fucking miracle if I come home and the computer's working and I can just turn it on and access the internet. Of course the computer will work, but the internet may not. And so I'll probably have to call Comcast back to get that started. But that, of course, gives us a full day for me to do that before the Wednesday transmission on the 17th. So I presume, fingers crossed, I should have everything fine so that I can cruise for porn that night on Tuesday, and the next day we can just do our transmission like normal, and everybody cross your fingers and knock on wood, as my dear old daddy used to say. Then we should be back to the norm, and yeah. So let's just hope that this goes as smoothly as possible. My other concern is the refrigerator. It's an old ice box. Hopefully it will restart, God willing. Cross ourselves and knock on wood for that. God knows. I have things in there I don't want to lose. Obviously, for high nutrition impact, I indulge in caviar. And so I have a $100 jar of caviar in there. I'm halfway through it, so it's more like $25 worth of caviar at this point. But, I'm going to surround that with the insulated package it came in to keep the cold in, with some ice packs, artificial ice packs. So I kept those in the ice box, the artificial ice packs that came with, stuff like that, just preparing for that. Everything else should, of course, be back to a kind of refrigerated normality by the time I return. But it's all of this, of course, causes its own collateral inconvenience. Nothing about this is acceptable. This is completely unacceptable. It's outrageous, and it's egregious. But before I go into more expletives and adjectives, hopefully that puts everything into some context. Make any other ideas about it or thoughts, Peter?
Well, not about that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
My stream of consciousness has been, knocked away from the book.
Mm-hmm.
But as I process the green llama, the emerald llama stuff,
mm-hmm.
I feel inclined that this stuff gets very deep.
Yes.
And I was explaining to my friend who hadn't heard you in a while, and it was even to the point I was talking about the resistance to your book,
mm-hmm.
The Roswell deception. And he said, well, it's very hard for people to buy into that. I said, well, but it's obviously true. He knows it's true.
Right.
But it's like people are just so immune to the truth.
Yes.
And that's why I said this book is going to be a limited edition, certainly initially. And I have another idea which I'll share with you privately, but aside from that, an idea I will share publicly. We'll discuss it. It occurred to me that it might be a nice idea, not now because you need the money now. I'm not even going to start it now, if we start it at all,
mm-hmm.
to do up a donation collection to get you to come here for a weekend or something so you can sign the copies.
Right. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah.
I sure as hell am not going out there with a bunch of books to San Francisco. Go out there individually and have them transported, yes, but no. It's like so. And maybe we could even take you out to Montauk or something like that.
Sounds good. Yeah, I like
But
it.
But, you know, I thought of that. That might be something. It's not absolutely necessary, but it's nice. It's a nice thought. If we could both sign the book, I'll definitely sign the book.
Right.
But it would be nicer if we could both sign.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Exactly. So that's something I've thought of, and I've thought of another aspect, another distribution for the book, which is not. It wouldn't change the limited edition, but that's something I'll talk to you about privately.
Yeah.
And it may be.
Oh, go on.
Well, basically, it's a very special limited edition.
Understood.
That wouldn't be for the general public.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be open to the general public. But we can get to that. We can talk about. I don't know. We'll talk about that.
Right.
But
and my thanks, by the way, to dear Diana Fraser, who is Ukrainian, by the way, and she sent 20 United States dollars just now. So
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Diane. That's appreciated.
And
Diane, if you email me at petermoon333@gmail.com, I will send you a copy of my brand new newsletter.
excellent.
An e-copy. I just sent the gentleman who sent earlier. I sent him a bunch of issues.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And by the way, without naming any names, we had an individual who was contacting us talking about an individual I used to know. You know, we don't even need to pursue that. I thought about it and just thought, you know, there doesn't seem to be any point in pursuing that. Peter and I were trying to figure out ways to, you know, it's just one of these things that you know, people come to know each other through, and this person who was listening to us knew someone that I used to know. It was an interesting circumstance, but, you know, the more I thought about it, the more I felt less like even bothering to pursue it. But with Peter alone, I'll talk about some juicy details and gossip concerning that, you know, whatever comes to mind. What's amazing to me is how these people age. It's incredible to me. I just feel so detached from the human experience sometimes, just watching how dramatically some of these people age. I'm sure Peter feels the same way, watching how people around him tend to fade so much faster than he himself does.
You know, you see that when you haven't seen, but I have to wonder how much I've faded too compared when they haven't seen me. I have to, you know, even though I'm in very good shape for my age, you know, I don't look as young as I did when I was, you know, 40 or 50.
Yeah, I mean, we all, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, but you see people going by the boards all the time,
Yeah.
deteriorating, dying,
Yeah.
and you know what? I'm 70. I'll be 71 on the 15th, and it's like I'm looking like, well, today I decided I'm not going out in the rain to play football.
Good for you.
Yeah, but that's something I wouldn't do. I would do. I go out and play in the rain because you're supposed to play in the rain.
Interesting.
Not if it's hard rain.
Right.
I said, I don't want to go out in this wet. That's not like me.
Understood.
But I think I've earned that. I don't need to. I don't mind the snow or the below freezing. Wetness is no fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
They went out, though. They went out.
Wow.
I said, I'm going to stay home and do some work.
Mhm.
I didn't really get any work done.
But that's okay too.
Yeah, but then I'm not tired the rest of the day, and I'm not going to be tired tomorrow.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'll make some compensation for being a little bit older. But no, I feel great. I'm looking forward to an exciting year.
Yeah.
very, very excited. I don't know quite why, but it's very good. And I'm looking forward. I mean, I really want to wrap this book up.
Yeah.
But then again, as we go to wrap the present, it gets a little deeper.
Yes.
And the Emerald Lama saga, what Douglas has talked about, we've gone over it many episodes. It basically gets into the anti-Buddha. We hear about the Antichrist all the time.
Yes.
In fact, I saw a fascinating YouTube. It was by people who study Carl Jung. And they went into Carl Jung, and it was about, I think, called The Dark Side of God. And Carl Jung was obsessed with writing and explaining the book of Job. And basically reconciling it. He was reconciling Christianity in his own mind. And it was the highest point of his life when he finished this. He didn't shave, during this process. He was so excited, so into it. But basically, he was reconciling the archetype of God, and he psychoanalyzed God. He took the principles of psychoanalysis and weighed it against the Old and New Testaments, and saw that the character who's described as God or Yahweh has a psychological profile, and basically somebody who's, I guess he kind of concludes that God is, or the people who were evaluating Jung, that Christ was not saving mankind from their sins. He was saving mankind from his own sins, saving himself from his own sins. It was very interesting theologically. But of course, that's all well and fine. It seems to me that Carl Jung was preoccupied with Christianity.
Yeah.
Christianity had captured him. I never felt that I had that problem. However, whether I have the problem or not, humanity collectively has the problem. They have to reconcile. So it therefore becomes all of our problems.
Yeah.
They have to reconcile that experience. And as Kuan Yin vowed that she would not depart or rest until every human, she said human, every being would be saved or achieve mercy. Compassionate. The ultimate infinite compassion of the universe is what Kuan Yin represents. It's a different angle than Christianity is promoted with. She's going to go in and save every last human being, or so that they can have reconciliation. She's the consort of Lao Tse.
Yes.
So that's a very beautiful thought. And then I think there were statements about saying that hell and damnation, eternal damnation, didn't come until later. It's like when people start picking apart analytically things that the way people thought hundreds of years ago was different than the way they think now, thousands of years ago. I've heard that football coaches, even in the professional ranks, get scolded or similarly criticized if they yell at the players, because the players have been brought up in environments where they get timeouts instead of getting hit.
Jesus. My dad would call them prima donnas.
Oh, it's sensitive. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, Get your ass on the field. I don't. How can you? What are you saying to me? You know, like, I'm exaggerating. I don't know the exact circumstances, but it's different. Psychology is different, and psychology is so much better equipped to deal with people's problems than it was 30, 40, 50 years ago. It's studied, you know. There's so many, everything has been studied to death, comparatively.
Yes.
To the way it used to be. So we're living in a time of abundant information. And that's what we have.
There is such a thing as too much information, and you know, people don't know what to do with it. It's an abundance that is not a good thing for those who can't handle it, and most people can't because they can't process it, and they consume blindly. So what I have just sent you, let me know if you receive it. I've sent it to both your email addresses, Skybooks and Peter. So the beginning paragraphs always have that Dietrich. You can just skim by those, but the meat of the essay should help a lot with the concept of the anti-Buddha. A lot of the stuff I said about Mappo or Buddhist apocalypticism should be old hat to you, and you could probably just scan through that or skim it. But there'll be other elements which speak of the anti-Buddha concept in Japan. And so next time that we speak to each other, we'll both be together before you know it on Wednesday, and maybe by that time you would have had a chance to review it.
I did receive it.
Okay, you did. Good. Excellent. Yeah, I always wonder these days, you know, with the new telephone pole they're going to be sticking out there. Hopefully it doesn't interfere with our communications too aggressively. It could be that they're trying to do that simply because of Comcast having added a lot of safeguards to prevent them from doing it mechanically like they were doing for a long time. Maybe they're trying to install the new telephone pole to interfere with our program electronically. That would be the most alarming aspect of it, but I don't think, my intuition would be that they're not going to interfere very much, considering the fact that I think it's simply, every time they do that, it also tends to reinforce the importance of what we're saying to listeners. And I think listeners begin to spread the word more every time they suppress us. At least I hope that's the reality. We do seem to be picking up newer listeners.
I would think so, for sure. And it's like, why are they, you know, going to such lengths? What is the... think that they'd be more interested in reading the book.
Yeah. They could just settle for that, but these are control freaks, and of course they are pure raw evil, and they do what they do out of it's like they got so much taxpayer money they don't know what to do with it, so they do stupid things like this. Also, it's because of the failure of their gang stalkers. The gang stalkers have failed to dissuade us, and that's a oh, by the way, Diana Fraser says she was listening to a recent video with Jay Wiedner, a familiar name there, but I can't remember exactly who that was.
The guy who left you with the bill to pay.
Oh, that's right, that son of a bitch. That's right. No wonder I bleach him out of my mind. She says apparently he was talking about Elohim, and he mentioned Peter Moon favorably. Okay, so she wants you to know that. So,
yeah, he wanted to interview me on Gaia TV, and you know, I didn't do it.
Probably for the best. Yeah.
Well, I actually had a physical problem. I couldn't fly, but. Yeah, he wanted to do the Radu stuff. He was fascinated by it.
Okay.
And then you told me about the incident with
Oh, what? He's such a sleazebag.
with him. I didn't tell him about it. I mean, he told me about the incident of him skipping out on this money.
Yeah.
And I said, I think not.
And you know, everywhere I've gone with these conferences and conventions, everybody does that to me. Everybody comes around and orders everything and leaves me with the bill. They all pull out their pockets and nothing comes out but dust balls and flies and shit.
That's something you have to, control.
I just stop going to the conferences. They're not worth a shit. I mean, the people you meet aren't worth.
That's another factor too.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that decision.
Yeah, thank you. The conferences were like. They were like Lori Ann Fenton's trip, as well as, of course, the other creep, the idiot, Brian William Hall, who then wound up in her thrall for a period of time, but it destroyed him. He no longer does conferences because basically Lori Ann Fenton broke his back while she was riding him. And but nobody goes to these conferences. It's just a bunch of the speakers mooching off myself is what it was. It's disgusting. And by the way, for anyone who thinks I'm indulging when I say that, it was my money that paid for several of the original conferences that made people aware of Lori and Ann Fenton at all. But that this is the kind of world we live in, and now I don't understand how she's done this, but according to Brett Luter, she basically got control over that entire circuit of the George Norrie scene, where Contact in the Desert, all that crap. V herself observed that she saw Lori and Ann Fenton doing stuff nobody wanted to do, which was bookkeeping, that nobody wanted to do the bookkeeping, and so she just did the bookkeeping, and that way insinuated herself so that she became indispensable to those people. And well, there you go with that. I mean, they can all have each other. I mean, that's just a hospice crowd of palliative care listeners that are all like aging. It's a dying demographic, and George Norrie is just like he's simply like got no other purpose in life other than to he's like a pseudo zombie who's just keeping other pseudo zombies in line by leading the march of the lemmings off the cliff of ignorance. Jay Wiedner, of course, was just all part of that. And by the way, it was a totally different group of people. It was a married couple that used to own Gaiam Television. And then the evil people took it over, the George Norrie, Jay Wiedner crowd. And they have been running it to the ground ever since. It just is what it is. But there you go with that. I wonder. I hope they still have the old interviews I did with the original couple, at least in storage someplace. But I can't imagine how that will ever be reclaimed. But there you go with that. It is what it is. And aside from that, dear Peter. It's a few minutes after midnight, and you have a blessed night. I take it you're about ready to turn in.
That's right, and I will see you on Wednesday. I want to do another call out. Thank you to those who have contributed. I'll check my email before I go to bed. Diane has emailed me. I'll send her a newsletter.
Excellent.
And if not, hopefully she'll send it later. Let me see.
Yeah.
One other thing to discuss.
Of course.
This is so nice of what John wrote.
Oh.
Thank you. I will read them. I would like to learn of Qigong if you have any links or books you recommend. I have 2 chapters of a book I wrote on Qigong.
Excellent.
And I'll probably send him those 2 chapters with the introduction.
Great.
But the first thing I tell people in that book is to stop. The first chapter is stop! Exclamation point. Stop what you're doing. Whatever it is, you got to change. Change whatever you're doing. It's like okay, stop. You're gonna look at life differently. You might look at it differently through yoga. You might look at it differently through Douglas Dietrich. You might look at it differently through. I had a dream last night, and I'm not going to go into it, but it was this woman singing opera. I kept saying I was telling Paula the dream, and I kept saying opera, and she thought I was saying Oprah. It was pretty funny. But anyway, no dreams of Oprah.
those would be called nightmares. Go.
I met this. I was telling Paul about this. I met this when she said Oprah. I met this woman once. She actually, I spoke at her store when I was, and she was very gifted healer, very nice woman. She took me over to her house, fed me, and then we went to another friend's house where I was staying. She was a sweetheart of a woman, a sweetheart of a human being, and a healer, very gifted. Had a whole practice. But she started like telling me how Oprah was so inspiring.
Oh my God.
No, but I had to respect her because she's dealing with housewives in a major city. Housewives are women, and I would say these women were predominantly probably white, upper middle class. I don't really know, I assume that. And that they'd watch Oprah and get inspired by Oprah. And was doing this, huggy friendly type of stuff. And, women who felt the rift of affection or whatever. And I one of my friends who was a healer, I would see the woman that would come in to be healed by her. And they were just nice, ordinary women. I wouldn't talk about my stuff to them. They were older than me at the time. And they were just very touched to have this, sensitive psychic woman working on them, helping them. It's just like they weren't my audience.
Right. When you said you wouldn't talk to them about your stuff, that's what you meant was about the research.
I wouldn't talk to them at all.
Right.
Not that I wouldn't talk to them, but they had no desire or reason to even talk to me as a human being.
Right.
Let alone at the moon. I mean, I would be in the same room with them, and I don't even think I exchanged hellos because it wasn't really appropriate. But I would see these people, and I would gauge who they were, and they were just people that were coming to get healed, to get help, and they needed it, and they got help, and they responded to the sensitivity of a healing woman who had a gift. Was my friend. This lady was another person who had a much, I guess what you'd say, more chic approach, more chic salon. I couldn't say she was any better of a healer. I don't really know.
Interesting.
But she just had a more chic image. That's all.
Right.
And the but the point was is she was, Oprah is an icon, and not one that, see, I always got a kick out of my daughter. She was pretty young, and her grandmother said to her, I think Oprah was on or something, and I think she turned the channel, and her grandmother said to her, "Don't you like Oprah?" My daughter looked at her. No.
Thank you. Damn, we would get along. Yes. God.
My daughter has said so many things that made me really admire her. When she was young, my favorite was, we're down in Florida watching Diane Sawyer on Good Morning America, or whatever show she was on, and she's explaining this new kind of, or somebody's showing her this new type of medicine to where you put a chip inside of yourself and it secretes your medicine when you need it on time.
Oh, I've heard of those. Yes. So go on.
And my daughter is like sitting there. She's like probably like 8 or 9 years old. She goes, "That is so stupid." She goes, "That is so stupid." I couldn't help but agree. I wasn't going to tell her it was stupid, you know. It's so stupid. And these things, by and large, don't work anyway.
A lot of times, no. But I would presume the technology would be based on what was called a heparin-eluting stent, which is put into heart veins. And the man who raised and guided me, my legal father, when he was going through all his heart troubles, they first put in a bunch of stupid stents that did not elute or secrete this heparin, which thins the blood. So then his body would just treat these as foreign invaders and clot over them, and then clog the heart, the arteries going to the heart, the vein going to the heart. And so then they said, "Oh, okay, well, we'll just stick in one of these stents that elutes the blood thinner." And I was like, "Why didn't you do this in the first place?" And it's like, there's just no answer. I know they had the technology, and I presumed they would just have that, you know, because that stent was around forever. They stuck inside that idiot Dick Cheney. That's what he got, was heparin-eluting stents. Anyhow, they fucked my father up so bad that he got in his veins what they call a full metal jacket, which was just, it was walled with stents. That so the heparin-eluting stent had to be stuck between the stents that had been placed in there, that the veins had clotted. It was just crazy. It's like they just do this shit because, well, it gives them something to do or something. It's like, well, if we did that the first time, I think I remember one of the doctors saying that, well, if we had done that the first time, then we wouldn't need to do this now. Which made so, I guess it wasn't meant to make sense. It was just meant to be insulting. It was just, this. Anyhow, there you go with that. I try not to remember these things, just like I try to forget Jay Weidner. And for those of you who don't know what Peter Moon was describing, Jay Weidner sat down next to me and basically ate breakfast at the airport, where everything costs an arm and a leg, and then ran off and left me with the bill. And I laugh on retrospect, but there's nothing funny about it. Just, you know, just what a slime ball piece of shit. All these people were, and this next to him was this couple that was friends with Lori and Ann Fenton. And I'm trying to remember their names. One of them is the guy who introduces me for the Satan's Crusaders video. So you can see him on the video, Satan's Crusaders, which is on this channel. And if you look up that video and then take a look at the guy introducing me, I'm forgetting his name at the moment, but it doesn't really matter. He married some British woman who was like giving me shit on Facebook, saying that my photographs and my illustrations were just too overtly sexualized for good taste. And she was sitting there next to me at the breakfast table at the airport, talking about people drinking their own urine as this kind of Vedic medicinal technique of the yogas on the fakirs, and she's saying, I don't understand how they can do that. Imagine spitting into your own hand and then licking all the spittle back up and swallowing it. And it's like, come on, really? At breakfast, telling me my illustrations are in poor taste while talking about this shit at the breakfast table. These are the kinds of people that you meet at these conferences. Just idiots. I'm just sorry.
Well, actually, there is a form of urine therapy if it's done properly and intelligently, but you don't want to be doing urine therapy if you're eating toxic food.
Right.
It's not anything I've ever done, but there's a whole practice to it. But it's not something people should probably be doing because they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And so be it. But the other thing about Oprah was I would occasionally see her show. It was used to be on at 4 o'clock with Phil Donahue. They would oppose each other at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And when I was writing the Montauk Project back in 1991, she had the astronaut Edgar Mitchell on. And Edgar Mitchell, and I was taping the show, and she says, and that's when, and he goes back to World War II when all that stuff happened. And God, I can't, or whatever he said. And I quoted it. It's on the front page when you open the first original Montauk Project book. It's a quote. It says the Oprah Winfrey Show. Here's Edgar Mitchell talking about all that stuff happening back in World War II. I used it as a come on. And after I quoted that and the book was released, Oprah never did anything anymore. Then she turned into Let's Make a Deal. I got something for you. Everybody's going to get a new Toshiba laptop. And they'd all go crazy and start clapping.
Oh, my God.
Like it was Let's Make a Deal. And she was no longer doing anything controversial or political. She became warm and fuzzy, if that's the way to say it.
Yeah, all touchy-feely and shit.
Yeah, and you know, I said, it's like, you know, these people are, I'm of no use to them and they're of no use to me.
Yes.
It's like they just, because she was, I guess what you'd say, politically active to a certain extent, you know, campaigning for truth, justice, and the American way. That was part of her shtick.
Originally, yes.
And it just went away. And this is the type of effect I had on people.
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to talk about that. It is a cowardice of the soul.
Oh,
it's
God,
not
yes.
something you can even talk about.
Thank you. It's hard to articulate it, but it's but we know who suffers from it. You know, a good example would be oh God, who's the guy who dies a lot, gets hit by lightning all the time?
Daniel.
Thank you. Another guy I purged. Oh, it's like Daniel Brinkley, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, you mentioned Douglas Dietrich in front of him now. He's just gonna turn into a bug and roll up like a pill bug. He's gonna roll into his shell like a pill bug and just pretend that he doesn't know who I am. That's probably what happened with our man Vale, you know, that intern asking him about, hey, you know this Douglas Dietrich? Oh, no, I don't, because, you know, Douglas Dietrich knew him back in the days when he actually wore Nazi regalia and was hanging out with Boyd Rice, and who, for people who don't know Boyd Rice, that name, you're not necessarily ever going to know who that is, but he's infamous in his own right, and Boyd Rice was an infamous neo-Nazi. And he and Vale, who was born in an American concentration camp that they stuck Japanese in. And I noticed that when I looked up his bio, they changed it to he was in some kind of transferal center. He was born in, they had it like he was born in the transferal center instead of in the concentration camp itself. If he was born there, he would have been certainly raised in the concentration camp for the duration, which was no small amount of time. We're talking at least 4 years of fucking war. So he would have been raised there till he was 4 fucking years old. So he may not have been born in the concentration camp, though I know he was, but he was certainly raised there. And it impacted him for life. But, you know, one time I met him years later, and the original girlfriend he had dumped him, and he was with some Slavic chick, and they had a baby. And I met the Slavic chick once, but the next time I encountered him, and he was just pushing the baby carriage, and I was like, hey, dude, and I was bringing up all the Nazi stuff, and he's like, you're talking about my dark past. I'm not like that anymore. Look at the baby, you know, and I was like, dude, I knew you back when you were a man. before you got all pussy whipped and and turned into this thing. So yeah, I can imagine these days easily him saying, Doug who? Or either he truly doesn't remember me because, you know, he's no spring chicken. Born in World War II, we got to remember. That makes him older than Pete.
Well, you know, this is always a card people can play.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan used to play that.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's a great defense. It's because how can you argue with it? You can't say, well, I don't remember. It's a great defense. It excuses responsibility. But then, you know, what responsibility do you expect him to take anyway?
Thank you. I mean, when it comes to somebody like Daniel Brinkley, poor bastard, he knows where his bread is buttered. His moneymaker for the remainder of what life he's got is that palliative care crowd, the hospice center people of Midnight in the Desert and shit, and all the George Norrie crowd. So you know, they're
told me that he did a lot of wonderful things for palliative care and really helping people with the dead. Like he really did some good work.
Well, all the listeners to George Norrie are all dying. That's why. Go on.
Well, I'm talking about just getting hospice recognized, and that sort of thing. But nevertheless, it's like, you know, people can't be everything to everybody.
Yeah.
And you know, and people are going to continually come up short when it comes to your or my work, but particularly your work, and particularly my work when it is aligned with your work or I'm doing your work, because it is just so fundamentally foreign to the way they have been indoctrinated.
Yes.
And it's very challenging, and it's really falls into the realm of education. That's why what you know, your son's husband, sugar daddy, is doing is phenomenal in terms of educating people.
Yes.
The blood boys are being educated in things that other people aren't about to be, aren't qualified to be educated just so by their circumstances, let alone their intelligence or indoctrination. So, you know, he's become, all of them are becoming more special characters by reason of their synchronistic influence or connection to yourself. And this is going to, you know, this is why I have a gift in mind for it, because they're playing a crucial role, or they're going to play a crucial role, just in terms of what they did at that conference in the UAE.
Yes.
So it's like, okay. In fact, I was talking to Paula a little more in depth about the Blood Boys and stuff. Actually, I was telling her that I figured out where Sugar Daddy, one of his estates, is. I'll tell you about that privately.
Okay.
Not that it really matters, because I don't know the specific address.
Understood.
It just just kind of was fed to me by fate.
I got it.
Somebody I was talking to from the area was talking about an area, and okay, oh, that makes perfect sense. So I'll run it by you. You don't have to say yes or no.
Understood.
But I was starting to tell her more, for some reason under the sun, I was telling her about details of the vampirism and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this.
Interesting.
I've heard it before. I don't want to hear it. Because it's not pleasant to hear. It's not that she... I think there was actually some lack of credulity on her part. Even though she's met you and likes you, it wasn't credulous to her. Like, so what do you think, he's making it up? And because I explained to her, I said, it's just out of the paradigm of the way people think. And it's not, I said, I don't like it. I don't like to think like this. It's just, but you just have to accept it. I was talking about accepting certain things at face value.
I'm still rather surprised. You would think that growing up as she did in, I mean, she's awfully young, but she must have grown up for a time while Romania was still communist, or did she grow up completely after the fall?
Old when it turned.
Yeah. Okay. So she was. Yeah.
Like, all of this stuff is not. Listen, the only people that want to hear about real vampires are people with lurid interests.
But that's the majority of the population, apparently. There you go.
Well, not really. Not really. And then of course, a great many people are just going to be dismissive of it.
Right.
And all of this stuff with, you know, the blood boys and the world of euthaning, there was a relevance to why I was bringing it up. I don't even remember what it was.
Right.
But it was repulsive to her.
Interesting.
And I didn't begrudge her the repulsion.
Mm-hmm.
We had a civil discussion.
Right.
And I got my point across, but it's kind of like, you know, this isn't what people are meant or able to process any more than myself going into the surgical rooms of hospitals and looking up close at what they're doing. I don't belong there.
Right.
Because I don't know what's what. And this is a different type of surgery.
Yeah.
You know, this is not, you know, it's not necessarily what I would want to be writing about.
Mm-hmm. And
delving into in the whole thing with the Christ and the vampire, because it's like, it's unwieldy.
Yeah.
But it's I say, it's information that is meant to be processed. And then you see all the demons at the gateway that are sitting there waiting to, you know, they want to siphon off your book so they can steal the story.
Yeah.
And that's how I first really became acquainted with it. And the book Vampirology, which you can buy, you know, I can do a better book on that. I basically edited the first few pages of it so it really is easy to read. And it goes into the subject of the true history of the subspecies of human being, which we know as vampires, or which you would recognize as a vampire, is fascinating. About the case in Russia. And it's like, it kind of wakes you up. But, I mean, I've never heard of this stuff, and the only place you're going to hear of it is in that book.
Yes.
Unless you have secret KGB files. So, you know, it's not necessarily, it's just that the story of humanity is all upside down. And one of the reasons, it's not the only reasons, that I have such a staying power with you is because it's actually my job. It's like people come and they get interested and they've got other pursuits.
Yeah.
sometimes other agendas, sometimes just other pursuits.
Right.
They might be of a Christian bent or some other bent, and they don't have time to do the full, go the full distance with you.
Yes.
They're there to, you know, do whatever they're there to do. And then it inevitably becomes too much for them.
Yeah.
And say, in Paula's case, why does she need to hear this stuff?
Yeah.
You know, she's struggling with stuff on her job.
Yeah.
Stuff in her life.
Yes.
You know, she needs to know it to the degree I could put it in a compendium, in a book.
Right.
If she wants to read it, she'll pop. Okay, all makes sense.
Right.
If she wants to read it.
Right.
There are certainly people who will want to read it.
Yes.
And the lurid crowd will probably be kind of turned off by it because it spoils their luridness.
Thank you. Their fantasy. Their romance.
Yeah, they're in the creep factor.
Yes.
And when you make it like more like a medical condition, you know, it's like it's cool to be a werewolf until you find out it's a porphyria or something. You know, it's you know, this is you know, I'm surprised. It's somebody was saying it's, you know, saying this used to be cool, but it's not cool anymore. Well, I don't think anything's cool anymore. If it ever was. But it's like, what is cool? It's like, all you have is, you know, Republicans think Trump is cool. Democrats think Biden's cool. It's all nonsense. Some other people think political correctness or transgenderism or whatever is cool. None of it's cool. It just is what it is, at best. So be it. With that, I'll say goodnight. Remember to donate to Douglas Dietrich, douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand yellow button. Start off the new year with a donation and help him secure a comfortable space while they give him a new telephone pole.
Love you dearly.
Okay.
Blessed be thy dreams, dear Peter, and sweet be thy slumber. And we'll see each other before you know it on Wednesday, okay? All right.
Okay, good night. Good night, everybody.
All right, that's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com, and we will now bring on Mr. Aristides and the others, everyone else that I can call. And there was a very funny exchange going on in our last call. We have, of course, a call that was conducted on Wednesday of last week, which for some reason everybody started jumping into. Now we're going to call Acid Kick 96 again. And let me forewarn him, we are going to try again. Okay. Try calling in. Try calling in. If this call fails, I will tell him. Okay, try calling in if this new call fails. By the way, Aristides, feel free to speak while I do things like this. Try calling in if this new call fails. Dear Aristides, let's see how he's doing. He's got his own little Chihuahua army that is unbearably cute. They probably overwhelmed him. It's like being swamped by bunny rabbits or something. So was that the case? Was it the Chihuahuas all nabbed you, or?
It's something like that, but no, I was just finishing up a little late night snack here, so
I didn't want to talk about Chewy.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I'm good now.
Okay, cool. All right, let's see if we can, since I've always forgotten, or rather been afraid to call her lately, we're going to start off with Victoria. We're going to try Brooke, who thought we had called earlier, which was weird because somehow she just got the signal for Wednesday's call, which was bizarre to me. But that's, you know, what do you expect? It's a weird world. And she probably is, at this point, got her phone monitored and intercepted, as many people affiliated with myself tend to have happen. We're going to call Amy Como as well. She gave me the phone number of Anthony, who she's apparently staying with at this point. For those of you who do not know, she can explain that if she comes on. Otherwise, I'll do my best to articulate it. Of course, that's kind of like a story that is developing. Everything's always developing with Anthony, as far as I'm concerned. And Anthony, of course, being the very unusual boyfriend of our dear Amy Como. Okay, so we got 2 acid kicks going on here. And we'll call both accounts, see which one works. Call both Amy, both Mandy Ute accounts. Aaron Tice, I always say, I guess there's no point calling him. And who else comes to mind? When I go through this and start naming people out, you feel free to talk, just generally. You know, observe current events or something.
Yeah.
Things of interest.
Current events. What has been going on, man?
Too much. Too much is always fucking going on. You know.
I mean, it's some days ago now, it was an earthquake in Japan.
Yes, and South California as well. Japan and South California have both been hit by quakes. The Japanese earthquake, of course, I could start going into that. It's a developing situation. Brendan Zogit is joining us, and Brooke has joined us. Oh my God, honey!
Right, don't hang up first. Let's see if we can do that.
What? So, honey, I'm going to mail out your birthday gift tomorrow. So that'll be right after transmission. So that'll be just to get. Hopefully, it will reach you in that 7-day period. So I'm mailing it out on Monday. It should reach you on a Monday. Believe it or not, I actually have your full mailing address. Of course, I gave that to Aristides before, and now I'm going to use it. I
can't believe I'm just crying. Like, that was a birthday gift in itself. It took like only 97 attempts to tell you every day for a year what my birthday was. And every time you'd be like, oh my God, like on 96, you're like, is that Peter Min's birthday? Yeah, we talked about that on the first time.
No, it's indelibly branded into my brain at this point, because have you been listening, honey? They're going to cut my power that day to replace my telephone pole with a brand new telephone pole to fuck up my life. And so I don't know how familiar you are with the running joke and actual story of the fucking Douglas Dietrich telephone pole across the street.
No, I have not heard this. I don't think I've heard that. Like, I usually cut it on, and obviously, if I'm not talking, I don't listen, so I just cut it off.
No. Before we go there, is there a need to send you a condolence card, or has
no? Okay, no. Thank you for asking. He's still here. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna happen. He's the doctor gave him his, like, I don't want to go into it, but he's got to go back tomorrow. I mean, he's breaking the bank here, so, but I was glad, just one day at a time, as long as he's not suffering. I say with any animal, like, I would not let them suffer. And I had somebody who was a friend, and I had said something like, it's like, I think because he was so bad that night before, and when I messaged you, and he just, he couldn't see, he's already pretty much deaf. And then he's had a cataract in one, and then this other eye has gotten what is a lens that's detached, but now it had swollen that night. So he had literally was walking into walls, and he was so confused. I couldn't get him to even come to me. Like, you had to walk pick him up, and you couldn't get food. And just this dog that's completely different and changes so much in 3 months. But normally, even with a detached lens, he could see shadows, and he'd come toward you. He'd still go up the steps, just older, you know. But this was just a different dog, and I could tell. I mean, like, he was walking in circles, couldn't get outside, having to poop on the floor, like on the porch, trying to get outside. He was so sad. Mm-hmm. And so I was holding him, and I told the person, you can imagine, like, this somebody I had helped for a little bit, and I said, look, I can't. I need you to go. I've got to tell my dog, like, I may have to, you know. They knew that he had been sick for a while, or been old, and had that for a while. And I said, he may have to be put to sleep tomorrow. I freaked out. I feel like this person acted like a 2-year-old that I just said that to, and didn't have that. So I was like, what? You can't. I can't think. You cannot. First of all, this is my dog, not yours. You're just
understood, yeah.
And then said, I will just take this dog from you. So anyone that doesn't understand, like, to me, the whole purpose of putting someone to sleep, I pay money and I don't have it. Do everything you can to not. But the purpose of, to me, because now some people may use it differently, to put an animal life when it's suffering.
It's a mercy, of course.
Or mercy, and see, I wish that people could have that, option legally, right? When you see somebody suffering and they want to end their life, but not by them, like, it'd be great if, to be honest, even those people in their lives, like, they have to know they're overdosing on the pills, even if they have cancer, right?
Right.
And they can't breathe. It'd be great if you're just laying there one day and my daughter's like, I don't think she's going to ever get laid again. She's going to watch her favorite TV shows. I'm going to hand her a cigarette and a beer, and then I'm going to come here later and give her a shot of heroin, and I won't wake up. I'll never know, right?
Yeah.
I'll wake up in heaven, and God will be like, Brooke, you did an awesome job, especially on that podcast.
No, well, I'm gladdened to hear that. Okay, but at the same time, it's difficult. It's really difficult because, like you said,
it's long. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know exactly what you were going to say. I think probably like long-term suffering is always.
Yeah. And
not suffering, but like if somebody gets cancer in your family, or just say watching them get really old, like what when you went through your parents, like
yes,
there's just that always you're holding your breath,
Oh yeah.
So, and
it's so awful.
I've got 3 dogs that are that old. I think I will lose all 3 within a 12-month period.
Right. I mean that. Ooh, we aren't going to go there. I was going to say, I guess we should go there only in this sense. That's easy to imagine that will be this year. That's
I think it will be the night. Yeah, I can't imagine at least 2 of them, probably all 3, surviving another year. It's I've had amazing things happen there. So I don't put a number on it. I say though that with the ages of them, and their health of them, I have had animals die. You remember that old saying, like, all things come in threes, and some people say death came in threes? I don't know if you heard that.
Of course. Always. Yeah, I grew up with that. Go on.
Do you believe that? Because I never really believed it's a wife's tale, but I've had, animals and other things happen in threes. But I've had 1 year, like, when my first pets died, lost a dog, and it was surprising, right? Because he had surgery. He was 10, but he died of a blood clot right in surgery. He was supposed to come right home from it. And then within like a 6-month period, I had another one get tongue cancer, only 8 years old, go. And then her sister, and it was just like, oh my God, I went from 4 dogs to 1 dog in like a few months. None of them were anywhere as old as these dogs. So that's one of the times that I looked at threes, and then there are other situations. I'm going to shut up and just talking.
No, that's fine, but I don't blame you. We that's how we deal with this. That's how we deal with the processing, not just of somebody or some loved animal or person passing or processing, but that's how we deal with them being alive and in different conditions. And as you said, when you saw him just behaving differently, impacted as he was, it's very upsetting. And by the way, we have Brendan Zoget with us, and I want both of you to be friends, Brendan and with Brooke, and I don't want to start this off on the wrong note at all. I want to bring this subject up just so that we cement it so that you understand Brooke's trauma with the millets. I don't know if you remember, Brendan, but Brooke wound up spilling some of these millets on the floor, and just said, I'll come back and clean it later because her experience was...
No, it wasn't that. I left the pot of milk. They tasted so gross. I just pulled them off the stove and left it sitting like beside the sink.
And then the worms appeared in the... Yeah.
And I didn't dump them in the sink yet. And so then when I went to dump them, some of them spilled, like I would dump it in the sink, it like splattered and some went on the floor.
And that's
then
when you
I
saw the
looked
worms.
down.
Ooh.
And that's when I saw that they were millions were moving. It only been like 24 hours. It wasn't like I left them there for 2 weeks or something. It was like 24. I mean, it could have been 48 hours. I don't think so, but who knows? But it was something.
Yeah, well, that's the nature of organic, like beautiful organic food. Like, you know, nature knows when to, you know.
Your idea of
what
beautiful
to
and mine are obviously two different things.
But in regards to those bastard vet techs, like telling you that stuff, like you should tell them to fuck off and be like, well, if you're willing to provide the operations for free and ensure that no suffering will ensue, then I'd be more than happy. But that's
right.
I had to go off on them too, because they were like, oh, your cat needs $10,000 worth of surgery, and I'm like, that's not possible, you know. And that's when they get all salty and they're trying to like guilt trip you. And I was just like, you know what, fuck you. I went to another place, and the other place, she was an Asian doctor, and she was much more honest. She said, you know, this kind of situation, she said, I've seen it before. It's not going to resolve. And even if you pour $10,000 into this, you know, it's just going to prolong their suffering. There's no need.
Right.
So fuck
that.
those people. Don't let those, you know, obviously you didn't, but
she said that they're breaking the bank. I mean, how much is our man costing
Well,
you?
and that's the thing. Like, I've already paid. So in the last, this last appointment was almost $300, and just in the appointment,
ridiculous. Yeah,
it was like I've spent like $1,400 on him in maybe 5 or 6 weeks since the eye thing. And that thing is the eye. To have the eye surgery, they refer me to an eye surgeon, a canine eye surgeon, and I couldn't even go to the appointment because I already knew, because I asked the doctor. I was like, that's going to be like thousands of dollars, isn't it? And she said yes. And I said, would you, like, at his age?
The American veterinarians are the most criminal fuckers of all. Like,
but by the way,
I don't
Brendan,
know, pharmaceuticals I would put above them, but you know. Yeah.
But by the way, Brendan, I don't know if you're aware of this, but demographically or statistically, among occupations right now, contemporarily, veterinarians have the highest rate of suicide. Watch, Brendan's going to go, good!
Rightly so. Because, I mean, if that's the case...
Is Peter moving to a veterinarian person?
But the thing is, like, I could see why, because, like, imagine that kind of scenario. Like, it's like, you just... You're watching people. You're basically killing people's kids for a living. Like,
Well, I think it would be. That's what I would say. I think it would be too, like you said, you're killing them because there's a lot of them have to be put to sleep. But I think because you go.
I'm saying they have the ability to heal a lot of these animals, but no one has $10,000 cash.
And
like,
if they start giving it away, then everybody expects it. And I think it. Well, no, I think there's a better way they could do that, though.
It's not the case. I looked into this because I was so pissed off. In Japan. For the same, if not better, veterinary care, it's 1/10 of the cost of United States veterinary care. So there's no need for them to be juicing this kind of money, but they're in lockstep with all these the veterinary health companies, like
that's incredible. That's incredible considering Japan's economy. What Brendan is saying is astonishing.
And it's not subsidized. Like, it's not, people would say, oh, well, it's because they have, like, insurance. No.
They're paying not for pets.
They're paying cash in Japan, just like we do for vet coverage.
Well, I think there is one difference there. I mean, one difference. Some things could be it all could be fixed. But the other problem is kind of like just with regular human doctors as well, in our medical system, is how much it costs them to go to school, or like dentist. Right, the amount, like a dentist. I went to a dentist, and they were like, "Well, I've got to charge you." But that could be applied
to the Japanese scenario too. You know, it's like they're paying to go to vet school.
They're paying to go, but I'm interested. I don't know, like, because I honestly don't. I know certain places I have studied, like with dentists and things like that, they can go be a dentist and do just as well, right? Same schooling, but the cost comparison to their economy is so much lower for schooling than what we charge. These dentists come out with a $900,000 bill, or $500,000 bill for school, just out of the band. And then they want to open a practice or whatever. It's just like I think there is a need to look at why we're charging so much to be now a doctor, a dentist, or a vet. They
All
want to
that
make
stuff
more.
is definitely American related.
Americentric, yeah.
Americentric, because even in Japan, I mean, their economy, their yen is actually more powerful. If you want to if you distill it economically, it's actually really strong. And
yes.
The cost of going to school there is actually, equivalent. It's just that America is just like this, I don't know how else to put it, but it's like the epitome of money is the root of all evil.
It's corrupt. It's corrupted.
The corruption's so bad that it almost the monetary, the level, what would be the word? The actual currency is almost irrelevant. It could be 800,000 to go to vet school, but if it wasn't for all those evil companies, then the student loans and everything compounding, then people could break even theoretically, but it's just it's built.
I wonder though too, it could be that it's not 800,000 to go to school in Japan because of the same principle, like all the schools that are in on it and the companies.
I can explain a little bit of that, but before I forget.
Yeah, even Abe got in trouble for dealing with the vet guys out there. I mean, it's pretty corrupt still.
Right. What happened with Abe Shinzo and the veterinarians? What was his trip?
So one of those schools, his friends owned the business or something. Is someone from the church or something, and they allowed them to purchase government land to build the veterinary school in Tokyo, and so. That was one of the big scandals with Abe.
Okay, so just to put these
corruptions were coming out.
Okay, just to put this into perspective for Brooke and all our listeners, honey, Abe Shinzo is this very important person in Japanese modern history because he was.
Of course, I'm very familiar with Abe Shinzo. Yes, of course. Go ahead.
You're kidding,
Shinzo.
Right?
No.
What
would I do that?
What do you know about him? I mean, I don't mean to be in that. I don't mean to be.
I don't want to steal your thunder. I don't want to steal your thunder. It's easier to just pretend you're explaining. So you go ahead.
No way. I mean, no. I apologize.
I like to hear you talk. Just
no, I
It's
apologize if that came out the wrong way. I don't mean that to sound condescending.
I have no idea who the fucker is. You were right the first time. Okay?
Oh, thank you. I mean, that's such a relief. I mean. My entire world would be turned upside down if Brooke knew who Abe Shinzo was. Most Americans, of course, would not. But just so you know, darling, he's this very important person in modern Japanese history. He was basically the president of Japan, their prime minister. And basically what happened was he was not too long ago, but it's several years ago by now.
The article I'm referencing here is 2018.
Okay, so. Yeah. He was assassinated. So
he was assassinated recently, 2021.
Yeah, the Prime Minister of Japan was assassinated. I mean, it's like the equivalent of the President of the United States being assassinated. But get this shit. What happened was the guy who assassinated him, because guns are illegal in Japan, made his own gun. And he made this shotgun himself, put it all together with directions he found online.
With duct tape.
Yeah, duct tape with direction he found online.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And then he basically went up to Abe Shinzo.
I'm honestly surprised that all those the Second Amendment guys didn't pull that out of the pocket and start saying, "Look, gun control doesn't work." That's what I said. I was like, "Oh well, if you really want to kill someone, you can."
It's just it's bizarre no matter how you look at it. But then get this shit. Then the Japanese, of course, originally I went, I was transmitting at that time. That was, I guess, before you came on with us. And welcome, Acid Kick 96. I will introduce you to Brooke Form.
Your sexual history,
what?
You said you
were right. Yeah. That's cute. But before you came onto my transmissions, and we'll introduce you formally to Acid Kick. What's his name? Sid in a minute. But what I wanted to complete the thought of in that direction, and then go back to the schools. And welcome aboard, Nemo. Glad you could join us as well. And of course I'll introduce you formally to Sid, so-called Acid 96, shortly as well. But what was such a trip was that at first, when I went online and was telling people how important Abe Shinzo was geopolitically and how we had to keep up a lot of his agenda concerning foreign relations, the Japanese public sentiment, which was originally, of course, very sympathetic and aghast, appalled, astonished, shocked, it quickly went into sympathy for the assassin, because it turned out that the more they found out about why he killed Abe Shinzo, the more they began to hate Abe Shinzo. And it turned out Abe Shinzo was very deeply connected with the Korean cult of Reverend Moon. You remember the Moonies, right? Brooke?
Yeah.
Yeah, it turned out he was deeply bribed and connected and corrupted with the cult of Reverend Moon.
I thought you said the Goonies.
No, the Moonies. The Moonies. Reverend Moon. Son, do you remember that guy? Korean cult leader? Said he was God and shit.
Oh, yes, I do. Oh, I do know you're talking about.
Yeah.
Senior would promote him.
Yeah. And so, who would promote him, Emma?
Bush Senior.
Oh, Bush Senior.
George Bush's
Senior.
father.
Yes. Thank you. For a moment there, I didn't understand through the Australian. Yeah, but anyhow, so yeah, Bush Senior, in case you didn't know it, that's a whole different story, but just so you know, another part of the scandal, Bush Senior was really traumatically shocked by his experience in World War II, where he narrowly escaped being eaten by the Japanese, and then he, like, during the Korean War, was, I think, already a member of the CIA, and they sent him to collaborate with the Koreans during the Korean War, and they established KCIA, which is so fucking bizarre. It's like every other nation on Earth has their own intelligence unit with their own specific cultural name, but in Korea, it's just KCIA, Korean Central Intelligence Agency. Like they're a fucking American branch office. But what happened was, while he was there, he wound up falling under the influence of Reverend Moon. And George Bush Sr. converted to the Reverend Moon Church. And as a matter of fact, he was at the coronation of Reverend Moon saying, Reverend Moon is God. And he even went down to South America to open up this Mooney colony, like their version of Jonestown and shit. And what he was after was all the young Asian girls that would fuck him because, Reverend Moon would throw these young Asian girls at him to corrupt him and fuck him and shit. But if you went all over Asia, every Asian you would ask, it was general knowledge. They'd say, President Bush. Yeah, he's the Mooney president of America. The guy who really influences America is Reverend Moon. But if you went to America and told anybody this shit, they'd all say you're crazy, spit on you, say you hate America and all this shit, but it was true. So Bush Sr. was a Mooney. And so was, in a sense, Abe Shinzo. He wasn't like Bush, and he wasn't a believer, but he was corrupted. He was bought. And so that's why when he was killed, people became very sympathetic with the assassin. So I don't know what the ultimate fate of the assassin will be, but there you go with that. It's all bizarre. Isn't that bizarre? Isn't that the weirdest shit you've ever heard?
Mm-hmm. No, it's not the weirdest shit I've ever heard. Definitely not the weirdest shit I've ever heard.
Okay.
And then the details.
Some of
as
the
far as,
weirdest shit.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, details concerning what Shinzo did, Mr. Abe.
Yeah.
What he did with these different ministries. It says here, a document related to the influence peddling scandal connected to the opening of a veterinary school implicating Shinzo Abe has been found by a government ministry. This is a 2018
Why
article.
did the cult get involved with veterinary stuff?
This was his own personal friend.
Oh,
This
okay.
It was
Okay.
like his wife's in-law or his wife's friend or something. Let me see if I can find it
Wait,
here.
this is the same guy?
Yeah, the guy that
Yeah,
got
yeah.
killed. Yeah. Same
the
Japanese guy that got
documents
killed.
basically saying here, he had close ties, Abe had close ties with the school's operator, Kotokake, and suspicions have been circling that he used his influence to and the government to approve the newly opened department at Okayama University. The veterinary medicine department is Japan's first to be opened in over half a century in a specially deregulated zone in Ehime Prefecture, so not Tokyo. Excuse me, but he also, Yoshihide Suga stated that the government had not been aware of the existence of this document.
That's incredible. I mean, it's it is
a weird. Yeah, it is a weird story. I wasn't meaning to. I was just thinking of something else, weirder stories like yours, but.
Yeah, mine are all weird. So I'll tell you about the telephone pole later. Right now, I want to formally introduce.
I've actually seen the telephone poles. I guess that's what I was telling you.
Yes!
On Skype.
Yeah, thank you.
I took a picture in front of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell Brooke about it. Yeah, what you know. I mean,
y'all were talking about a telephone pole here, and I took a picture of it. We don't have a lot down here. I don't know if y'all see telephone poles.
he meant mine.
Even for San Francisco, yeah. So, I was visiting SF. This was when I was listening to Douglas way back,
Yeah.
like pre 2020, like before I had even talked to him.
Yeah.
But I had been visiting San Francisco, and we were on Green Street, and I was like we were driving, and I was like, I was like, oh, there's the telephone pole. I was like, stop. And my friends were like, what's going on? And I was like, this is the telephone pole. And then like we like looked at it, and you know, it was clearly like it looked like a robo pole. It was like completely metal shielded, and then it had a box on top.
Yes.
Very weird shape. It was like on this weird. And San Francisco's full of hills, so some of them look weird.
Yeah.
But this one was like extra weird. It was like freaking like a transform, like
Wait,
like-
you said, well, I just want to rephrase that, because you said this is prior 2020, but then you were like, you acted like you were about to say like this before I knew Douglas is what I thought you were going to finish.
It
that
was.
sentence.
It was
But before
talked
he
to him.
was on the
Right.
show, before he ever
Yeah.
appeared on
Okay,
the show.
so but you already knew about, so my question next was, so if I thought it was before Douglas, and then you're like, you're in
No,
San
I had
Francisco.
listened-
you don't
No,
know
he was
Douglas.
listening to me.
So where did you get this information? Is there a book out there? Tell me.
No, I
No,
listened-
he heard
Hey,
me
he's
bitching
been
about
in San
it. He
Francisco.
heard me bitching about it. He heard me bitching about it because there's several things on my street that were very bizarre, as you can imagine. One of them was this telephone pole that became a running story, and the other one was the light post across the
Yeah,
street.
there's a light post.
Yeah, that was just off for you, which, by the way, is against city regulations. City municipal law says that these light posts have to be maintained because it's a safety issue. Because things can happen in the dark, and but no one ever repaired that forever, and it took multiple complaints, but they would never repair that light post until they finally were forced to. But people were convinced it was because of me, because they were saying, you know, some spells work better in the dark, some spells work only in the dark, and it was very, very dark on the street at night at the time that they didn't repair that light post for years. And so it was, you know, that's nothing though compared to the
That's
telephone.
like another
pole.
thing
Yeah.
they show in Harry Potter, where they
Yeah.
have that device that can take the lights out.
Yes. Yes.
In the beginning of Harry Potter, yeah.
Yeah, no, well, remember, Harry Potter, for those who don't understand, Harry Potter was written by an Aquino acolyte. The woman who wrote that, J.K. Rowling's, is a Aquino cultist. And that's how she knows so much about magic. And she learned from the master himself. And she's really, speaking of Sethian magic, thelema, she's speaking of thelema magic, the kind used by Peter Levinda to fucking try and jinx Brendan all the time. And, before I forget, let's introduce Sid to Brooke and Nemo. Sid, this is Brooke Gibson and Nemo Albano in Australia. Brooke is in Dixieland, and so both of you, this is Sid, and Sid is someone who I'm probably gonna have to couch surf with in the near future eventually if things keep going the way they are. And
Does he live near you? I don't want to dox him.
we don't want to dox him, but it's like he's offered, along with who else offered me recently? Oh, Brendan said, fuck, you could stay over at my place in Sacramento, but you know the cost, the transportation, and the problem is we'll just see what happens in the near future.
People will be willing to help you, I'm sure.
By the time you get a taxi out here, it'll cost as much as a hotel.
I know. I'm gonna just go with a hotel
and my car's in disrepair at the moment. Otherwise.
Oh, understood. No, I appreciate the offer, but Sid is this like Brendan. They're both psychonauts, meaning that they experiment with consciousness expansion. In other words, they're basically a couple of druggies.
That's not my title. I mean, very presumptuous.
Yes.
Sid's happy to say that, I'm sure. I on the other hand, am not such.
Oh, come on now, Blue Lotus. I mean, Jesus Christ! When Brendan's on his Blue Lotus high, it's like, I'm portaling to other dimensions, man.
I don't think I said that. Did I say that?
Yeah.
I mean, basically, you portal us to all the other dimensions because we don't understand shit you're saying.
Do you take mushrooms as well, Zoga?
Yeah. So
Nice.
I have before many times. Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
yes.
Are
I
you
haven't
guys
tried
able
the
to get
Lotus
them?
out yet.
Are you guys able
Nah.
to get them in Australia?
Well, you can, but I don't trust drug dealers, and I'm not picking them myself.
Yeah,
Good. No, I mean, Jesus Christ, that's all we need.
I'll only take them if from someone who's highly experienced and trustworthy.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. I mean, you don't ever want to pick mushrooms yourself unless you're really knowledgeable.
Yep.
You know, God, you don't want to make some mistake.
My dad told me all of his stories of taking blue meanies, and that didn't end up well.
Oh,
yeah.
He's fucking lucky he's not on dialysis or dead, you know. That's like
those are psilocybin, but yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They just sound crazy.
No, right. So Sid, introduce yourself to
How's it going, Acid?
And Brooke.
He's commented on some of the videos I've uploaded on Odyssey.
Oh, good. Sid.
Yep, I love the Odyssey.
Thank you. Are you on speakerphone or something?
I don't think so.
Okay, much better now. Try saying a full sentence.
Well, I thought he was speaking a different language at first.
I was like thinking, is he tripping right now?
Are you half Mexican?
Oh, what kind? Is that how you approach girls in bars? Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, definitely half Mexican. Yeah.
You're kidding, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you're kidding, or not, or what?
I am kidding.
Oh,
all right.
That's like Brandon Young delivery. That's like Brandon Young.
You know, he sounds like a little bit like Real Tech, though.
Yeah, he does. I was just about to say.
I can't believe this fucker is older than me. This guy is
Acid's older than you?
I think. He alluded to that.
Young.
He sounds like he's 12.
Early 40s, man.
Oh, early 40s.
No,
younger than me. Okay, so he's younger than me, but he was like, oh my God. Anyhow, Sid.
He's expecting a formal that thing radio transmission. You guys are fumbling right now.
Well, you know, whoever comes to Douglas Dietrich expecting a formal radio transmission is out of their minds. Anyway, yeah, I remember one time there was this clown who I think actually was in Taiwan, because when I went to his stupid YouTube channel, there was a few Taiwanese videos on it. Like they look almost like home videos, like his parakeet, but his parakeet had like Taiwanese newspapers to shit on in the cage. So figured, well, the guy must really be Taiwanese. But the fucker, you know, he says, I am Taiwanese, and I have been listening for 15 minutes, and I have heard nothing relevant. And I'm like, fuck you!
In Peter Moon's channel?
Yeah, I ought to turn him on to that. Yeah, but at any rate, I was like, dude, that was just at the beginning of the show when I was telling people I have no potable water. And at that time, I was asking for money for water. And the guy should already know, Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore. This guy's living in San Francisco and he doesn't have potable water because there's cadavers in the fucking basement that polluted his pipes. And you're like waiting for something quote unquote relevant. I mean, this is like, you've already heard something that's relevant. This guy is not in your universe. Anyhow, people are nuts and they're stupid too. So
they're just spoiled. They've just never been poor.
It's true. You know, fuck Taiwan. What the fuck would he know? Everybody's rich there.
Look, Douglas just said
exactly.
people. What would you say? People are dumb and stupid. How'd you say that? People are dumb and stupid too.
Yeah, they're dumb and stupid too. Yeah, probably said something redundant.
And then as soon as he's done, but no, not any of the listeners. Please send me money. You are all smart. It's just the rest of the people.
I think the best part is he doesn't pander like that. I think that's the best part.
Thank you. I really don't. I'm probably like I said before.
Yeah, because when people do that shit, like who does that? It's like one of those people, like they're kind of like Alex Jones type people.
Yeah.
Trying to think of who this bastard is. But he'll be like, it's Rex Bear. He'll be like, that shit's crazy. You know, he'll say some theory, like shoot it down, but then he'll be like, my listeners are forward thinkers and really smart.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and like, you know, everyone in the what was his show called?
It was
Whatever shit.
the Leak Project.
Leak Project.
Leak
He's like,
Project.
all the people on the Leak Project are very smart and they know what's going on.
Oh, all I
that
could think of was a dribbling bladder. Every time I heard that stupid title, The Leak Project, all I thought of was a dribbling bladder. It's so stupid. And
I can't stand Rex Bear.
thank you. Well,
I don't know. Yeah, what was he exactly? What was he leaking?
yeah, he was leaking shit. It was like he was spewing that. He wasn't leaking anything. He was spewing shit. And
then they gave him like the Men in Black treatment where they like zapped his fucking memories.
Yeah.
Like last time I saw him, he was wearing like a fedora with like a pantsuit in the middle of a fucking desert on a motorcycle.
Thank you.
Like dude was
He
like
made him.
whacked out.
Yeah, thank you. That's what he's left with. Honey, in case you don't know who we're talking about, there's this poor son of a bitch named Rex Bear, and he just degenerated, and it's common among many kinds of people, but it's in his case, it was just, I grew alienated from him. He was originally very friendly, supportive, but I grew alienated as he became more and more whacked, and also he stupidly started saying, oh, I got to use Zoom. I will not use Skype. I'm going to use Zoom. And I said, Zoom is Chinese communist. And I remember when I was explaining this, say, for instance, to that idiot.
This was like pre-COVID.
Yeah. And who I'm reluctant to bring up her name. We're not going to dwell on her. But who's the idiot who claimed she was like a space astronaut?
Oh, God, like a quarter percent of 1% Jewish, so therefore.
Oh no, not that one. The other one.
They think
fat,
she's a
fat ugly chick.
Pilot.
Yeah, fat ugly chick who thinks she's
I forgot her name.
Yeah, Penny Bradley. So
Yeah, Penny Bradley.
Yeah, so Penny.
Oh, Penny Bradley, the one that's like she's fought aliens on Mars and stuff.
Yeah, God, she said on Mars there's intelligent colonies of flies. I mean, there's no end to her.
She's fought them. She's part of the secret space program.
She said she had
super soldier.
she
Yeah, she also can't walk at all or breathe.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Penny. Please don't burn me with your mind. By the way.
Thank you. And yes, that's right. She claims she's got the.
And if I end up burnt tomorrow, you get like some of the, you'll know Penny was real. Like actually, don't piss her off.
Oh, don't forget Michelle Carmela Saldana. Yeah, Michelle Carmela Saldana also says she's a pyrotechnic. A pyro. What do you call it? I'm so sorry. Pyro.
I mean, I'll be honest with her. I do believe energy is energy.
Kinetic.
Like people can move stuff with their mind. Like there's if you could really work on that stuff, anybody can do that. The pyros of as far as starting the fire with your mind, I've never seen a human I thought could do that. So she was definitely not the first human I would think. That woman can do that. But I don't, I always give benefit of the doubt, Penny, if you're listening, mainly because if you don't need more curses sent to me, please.
I wouldn't worry about her. At any rate,
if you want to manipulate fire, you're gonna have to need assistance from the spirits, hidden forces.
Well, that's very interesting because as Brendan
did he say possums? I swear I just heard possums.
You need possums to help you manipulate fire.
I love it.
No, I have to tell y'all. I have later story. Like, oh my God.
Yes.
Like it just happened. Okay, let me just go ahead and say it. I come home. It's at night. Okay. I have lived in the same house for 20 years. You see possums hitting the road every now and then. I've seen a little baby possum before, and I rescued a little baby possum 15 years ago because he had gotten hit like a little dog, but he was still alive, and I took him to a rescuer. But possums. One time my dog ran in from the backyard, small, and it was baby season, and they gotten a baby, by its neck. That's the extent of my possumness. Other than when I rescued that little possum 15 years ago, I did Facebook and I was like, I want a possum. Like they eat with their little hands. It was like, I love squirrels and I love possums. Like I love all animals, right? But as wildlife, I was like, I didn't think I'd ever get a pet squirrel, right? But I love squirrels. I always feed them, and people are like, I would buy bird feeders, and then I would see that pet bird food that would say, this is not for squirrels, or this is a bird feeder to keep the squirrels out. And I'm like, fuck you. I'm not even trying to feed the birds. This is all for the squirrels. If the birds get any, like, I'm kind of mad. Like, you can have little birds, but this is for squirrels. So that's my squirrel love. And then I'm so in love with possums. And I was like, if I ever don't have any dogs, I will have a possum. I would just love to have a possum. Although, let everybody know they're called heartbreakers. They are the only marsupial in the United States of America. And they're heartbreakers because they end up like the ones that are rescued as young babies and they can't go back to the wild for whatever reason. They're like babies, technically. They eat with their little hands and they're very just, they have a lot of like human traits as far as the way they eat and they'll be taught to potty in water is how they go. They're just cute, but they die in like 3 to 4 years. So you get like really attached like a dog or a child. But they, I wanted one. And I never thought I'd get one. And here's what happens. Like, so a squirrel crawled up my arm randomly, or my leg, when I was I come home, it was like 10 o'clock at night, and I had been to dinner, and was behind, a friend was behind me, and that's who was, and said, I'm going into the couch, just my couch, and there's just a little table next to it in my living room, and I'm going to get a dog. They're just laying on the couch. Dog's laying on the dog. I'm giving him his food. I'm like, get off the couch. I heard somebody else say, hey, the hell? Why do you have you got a possum in your living room? I was turning around to the person like, are you doing drugs again? What drugs are you doing? And then
was this Larry? Was this Larry?
Follow their face, and sure enough, right next to the couch on the table is all it would be described as, you would think it was a statue that I had bought of a possum, just like hunched down, staring straight at you. Back just a little bit of frail, like hair up, just a little bit. I thought maybe like frozen, and I had to be like,
scared it with
I'm like, I know I didn't buy that. I mean, it's really realistic, and I know I didn't buy one. And that is a possum, and he is sitting there. And also, why are none of the dogs doing anything? Because I've been gone for 3 hours. Okay, I don't know when in this 3 hours it happened, but only Ford was in his cage, was his Chihuahua. So there's 2 big dogs and Hunter, the old but Bunny. He's a rabbit dog. He's a hunting dog technically. So I have 2 hunting dogs, and then Roscoe, the one that killed the ducks and chickens, would be my biggest warrior. Roscoe's laying there. Roscoe is actually laying on the ground off the couch. The cage just looks like he's shaking, like he's scared. And I hadn't realized that because I just come in and was getting the food. And then the 2 hunting dogs are on the couch near where this possum is just looking. And I'm like, how's he even alive? How did any of this happen? And where did the fucking possum come from? Like, there was not an open door anywhere near there. I had no open doors, no open windows.
That's amazing.
So I was like, God is just loving me, and he's giving me a possum.
Yeah.
So now I have a possum in my bathroom right now.
There we are! Oh my God!
Chris, it's like you sound like one of those, like a freaking Pokemon trainer and shit. You got like one.
Yes!
Gotta catch them all.
She's catching them all.
But I wasn't trying that. Like, that's what I'm asking, though. Like, what the symbology of that is. Like I love those 2 things, and like I have one run up to me and like, oh my God, this little guy, I just am in love. I haven't decided. The possum is a little like, because it wasn't a little tiny baby. He was like a, like a little more than half grown to a full size possum. So he was very scared. Oh, and the person with me, I was like immediately like, oh my God, it's a possum! I was so excited, and I was going toward it. He's like, don't grab that! Oh my God! I was like, fucking you touch that thing, you're gonna die. I mean, first part we're going to go into rabies, which, by the way, just have to do an educational thing right here for possums. I'm sorry, it'll be boring.
They don't
Possums
have rabies.
can't carry rabies.
Yes.
Period. They cannot. Raccoons do.
Legend.
Their blood, their temperature of their blood, yes, too low.
Yeah.
So they will look scary. They'll frill up their little hair and show their little teeth.
They do
only 'cause
hiss,
they're
but
scared.
they're not like,
Hmm?
He says they do hiss, but they're not like,
Yeah. Yeah, it has seemed to show like they're scared. So I got, I was like, I'll take it, I'll throw it out. I was like, don't you dare. I was like, it's cold and raining, and I always wanted to pull the possum. I was fucking leaving out my house right now. I was so getting the possum. I was not going to let anybody stop me. So I got him and put him in his little cage, and he's a little like, I held him yesterday, and I'm gonna try to find his family, but I'm enjoying a day or two of it.
Yeah, you might as well just keep them. I mean, honestly, it was meant to be, and obviously this is supernatural on the positive sense. There seems to be the universe is balancing out for all the supernatural siege that you suffered because of me.
That's what I'm like. it's like God's blessing me or the universe or something like.
Yeah, to make up for all the damage Douglas Dietrich did. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. I don't know. I'm gonna need a couple $1 million sent over to universe. We can get that. If I can just come home to that big stack of cash in the kitchen or table.
So don't you think that it's symbolically occult that they're replacing the telephone pole and cutting off my power on your birthday? That's when they're doing this. So this is, by the way, just to complete the telephone pole story, so you get a
Are
better...
they trying to say I'm too mouthy? They're cutting me off?
Maybe
they think it's a gift for you. That you'll have 2 hours and you cannot hear, bro.
By the way, before I forget, can we talk privately in the morning? Like, what's the earliest I can call you in the morning?
You can call me anytime.
Okay.
Whether I will answer is a different story. Depends on how late I'm here.
Good point. Good point. But I'll try.
But yeah, if you just call me, we'll see. I mean, if I for some reason don't answer, I'll call you back.
Understood. I mean, it has nothing to do with details concerning the gifts, because I know what your address is. So
I can't believe you're sending me gifts. I don't even believe that. Like, and I still got to send you your other gifts, like your other Christmas gift.
Oh,
because it's
thank
like
you.
so funny. But it's just a funny prank gift.
Understood. No, that's fine. No pranks here, but obviously not going to spoil.
You know me. I'm not a good gift person. Plus, I'm trying to stay out of the serious realm for this year. Look, I've got Pluto coming out of Capricorn. Can everybody give me a freaking hell yeah for me? Like, I think that's also a gift from the universe. Like, you've been going through it for like since 2008, and when it was really on top of me, like I think that's what it taught me. That's when I really started believing in astrology. When I had learned all that, and then I'm like, oh my god, like death, it's so transformative. So you still not over it. So I'm like, at those ending points of it, it'll like you'll re-go over some lessons, which I have been. I've noticed how like just the last few months, the exact same lessons, even though they come in a different form, are there to teach you how you learned your lesson. Do you know where to, like for me, it was like, do you know where to draw boundaries? Can you learn to say no, not say yes and say no, and put yourself first, and know that you can love others, but you have to love yourself first, and things like that. And it's weird because at the end of it, the cycle, like a cycle that before took me 2 or 3 years, when it hit my sign now as it's coming out, it's like, okay, it's 2 to 3 months where I can step it up and be like, oh, okay, I need to, Pluto's give me one quick lesson. Like, are you sure you learned your lesson? All right, anyway.
You're saying you learned something?
Astrology.
Yes, she's saying she learned something, Brendan. She did, yes. Oh my God.
What did Brendan say? I didn't catch that.
He was like, you saying you learned something? Yeah, you saying you learned something? Like, he can't believe it.
I'm saying it's debatable.
I mean, Brendan's learned a little comedic skills here. I would like to look at what you're there, so you might be getting closer. Jupiter hitting it.
Yeah, well, one time, probably the only time Lena Shea / Crane was nice to Brendan was the time that he was in desperate need, really borderline homeless. And when he came on the show, I said, hey, you know those cards people send that have money inside of them? He said, yeah. I said, I went to Walgreens. I tried to look for one of those on the shelves that I could send you, but I couldn't find any.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. It actually took me a minute to process that, which is sad. I know.
Yeah, and then because of that, Lena Shea took $20 out of my PayPal and sent it to him. So he owes her that much.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah.
And Selena did send me some money.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I would have just sent you a bunch of like $100 gift cards to like restaurants like you like, and like stores and stuff.
Oh, there you go.
But I mean, for context, I did get hexed by one of Douglas's interviewees.
Yes, that's right. That's right. We don't even want to name her, but actually, I'll name her because the name is so funny. Nicole Froelich.
For context, just so my little last part doesn't get left out, and I was trying to be like I was rich, and I said 100. What I was saying, Douglas, is next time you need to make up somebody, I just go in Walmart like I did this Christmas and just got like I would just see like $25 it says on it, $100. I pick them up. Yeah. And then see they're not, and then I just don't check out with them because they're free. Really, you're not stealing. I just don't put any money on them, and then I just give them.
That's a good prank joke. I like that. Yeah.
I did that for my kids one year. Like, and they're like, I gave them gifts, and then I was like, because I didn't have any, like, I was broke, or I needed some more gifts, and I just didn't put money on them.
Yeah.
And I thought in my mind, I'll just do it later because my check was going in like a few days later, and then I forgot. And then my daughter was like, I was at the mall, and they said there's no money.
Damn, that's wrong.
I love it. Oh my
But if
god.
you think about it, if you don't live with the person, like I live with, like if I send it to you, right, and you get, and you're like, oh, thank you, Brooke, and then like I see you, by the time you spend that, then you're like, you see their name come up suddenly on your cell phone. It's like we're on a podcast together, so we see like, oh, Brendan's calling me, well, Uncle Brendan. I think I'm not going to take that. He's probably just discovered his gift card is not valid. So tell him next year. I can't believe that happened. I'll have to check my receipt. I probably don't have it anymore.
I told you that the Holly Kiefer, who's been a fan for a long time and has been helpful, she sent me a $200 check for my birthday, but she dated it 6 months back so that I couldn't cash it. So there you go.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Do you remember that was a couple months, like 2 months ago.
Yeah, October. Yeah, my birthday. Yes. So
Okay. I forgot. I didn't even hear the birthday part. But yeah, October 20th.
So George Knight
It's
is
October 20th, right? I want to make sure I remember.
No,
that
it is October 20th. Yeah, 10/20. Yeah, you got it.
Because I have to separate. You are the good person of October 20th, and then my ex-husband was October 28th. So.
Oh shit. Oh my god. No, very different. Very different. Yeah, I was born October 20th. Definitely. No.
Yeah, you're the
Yeah.
Is it you the Earth horse or am I the Earth horse?
I am a fire horse.
I want the fire.
So
That's
you're
what I was trying
an
to say you were.
Earth horse. You're an Earth horse.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I
so
wanted to be the fire horse.
you're 12 years younger than I am.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I'm 12 years older.
Are you really?
Mhm.
You're kidding, right?
Mm-mm. I just look really fucking hot for my age. I know. I'm 88. Actually, I'm a lot older. I'm 88, actually. My 88th birthday. So.
You're so full of shit. You're younger. You're fucking 12 years younger than I am. Cut the
I don't know. Would
crap.
it be better to be like, she is 88 and she looks like 25 years younger? Or you're like, she's 45 and she looks like, I was thinking more like she was in the nursing home.
Oh, please. At any rate, you're so cute. What was the other thing before I forgot?
Oh my god, you gave me a yawn and she's so cute. I'm gonna go now. That's when you know your jokes are bad.
George Knight is with us. So, George Knight, this is Sid. You know everyone else here. This is Sid, who's Acid Kick 96. Sid, do say hello to George Knight.
Hello, George.
Hello there, Sid. Hello, Sid. Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me on, Douglas.
Of course. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much for joining us. And there's so much gossip to catch you up on, but we can do that later. And I'm sure you've got a lot going on as well. Have things been changing very rapidly in your life, or?
Yeah, always. It's always. Yeah, okay. every day you take it as it comes, Douglas. Yeah, and we're getting really bad weather here in the UK at this moment as well. So yeah, lots going on. I was just going to share that, Douglas's birthday is on October 20th. Mine's on October 11th. He's 9 days after me, so we're both Libras. Both our fathers are Tauruses, and our mothers are Sagittariuses. So we share a lot.
Wow! Oh my God! That's so true. That's so true. And by my father being Taurus, he means Hitler. And yes, and
Wait,
Brent.
who's going off?
Brendan, it's Brendan. Say good night to everybody before you go off.
Brendan, I'm hanging out too. I really just want to come over for a little bit. I've got to sleep for a little while.
Whoa! I mean, I can understand Brooke needing to sleep, and she has squirrels and possums and stuff. But
Yeah, I gotta go right now because I gotta get the possum out. And
yes,
I don't know. I'm trying to see where he could have come from, and I'm wondering if he can. I don't know. Anyway, no, I won't go into that. But I've got to go right now.
So we love you.
If I'm up later, I'll call back.
Okay. Yeah. Love you. Okay.
All right. Love y'all. Bye.
And I'll call you.
Good night.
Okay.
Brendan.
Good night. And Brendan, so say good night to everyone. And why? Why are you going, Brendan? Where are you going?
It's enough. I'm going to. I have work tomorrow. The kids are back in session.
Oh shit!
Back to work.
What time are you going to work?
I have something to do in the morning.
I see.
I'm like I'm picking up secondary gigs and jobs to survive.
Oh God, you're kidding! It's gotten that bad, or
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And well, I definitely need to call you. It has something to do with the studio. So I want to talk to you about, after the recent strike and what they did. They have this stupid thing on the studio where it looks like an opportunity to make my links work again if I put them in the description, but they say, but we need to get verification. And I'm thinking this all might be just bullshit, and it might be just a trick to do something else. So I need to show that to you on share screen when we're alone, and you can help me figure that out, whether it's even worth trying. Okay?
Yeah, and I can preemptively check it out and see what's going on.
Yes, thank you. And, okay, all right, love you
Before you
dearly.
go, I wanted to ask you just quickly, what did you think of that funny interview of Alex Jones with brother Nathaniel that he deleted from his network?
Oh, I mean, other than what I said about it, it's just like, obviously he's been working for the Jews the whole time, and he's a Zionist. But he just, like, is a total pander party. Like, whoever pays the bills, he'll just work, say whatever.
He was just squirming and cringing the whole time Nathaniel was talking about that topic.
Yep.
I mean,
trip with,
go on.
with Elon, he went and, like, bowed down to Netanyahu and then said, I'm not a Zionist. I'm for, equality. So it's like, they just have these double standards. Like, it's just like, they have no backbone. It's just whatever makes them money.
Yes, it's disgraceful, and they're so they have no shame.
Shameless.
They're such chicken shit cowards, and
then speaking of that, I know we don't need to dwell on the those people too long, but Douglas, what's with all these Jewish people owning, like, they're all hooked up into the Chinese tea market? Like, there's someone in Santa Cruz, someone in LA, there's like a bunch of people on TikTok, and they're all Jewish, every single one.
I think it's like,
and they're all into Gung Fu tea, like,
it's
bizarre.
It's a new form of, like, British colonialism. It's like postmodern. It's postmodern Judeo-colonialism in the sense of cultural appropriation, where they just think it's cool. There was this one Jewish American princess, Deborah Ramez Wagner was her name. If you can imagine that, a German name, Wagner, like that. And Deborah Ramez Wagner opened up a tea shop in San Francisco. And
another one, right?
It was called Pure Tea. And this girl was just my type. I mean, I was madly in love with her. She couldn't think of anyone on earth more repulsive than myself. And but she tolerated my presence for years. But at any rate, she was someone who went to China and picked up the tea ceremony thing and tried to open up the shop to recreate the tea ceremony. But here's where the insanity stepped in. She basically wanted to redefine the beauty of the money for the dead. And she wallpapered the tea house with the money for the dead. And, of course, no Asian person would step into that tea house.
Right. Like the bills, the, like, $10 trillion bills?
Yes!
Yeah, okay.
Yes! And it's like... And
That's so dumb.
I of course,
they were probably black and white too, presumably.
All the different colors. She preferred actually the gold frill, what you'd call kind of like gold gilt, GILT.
Oh, I see.
GILT, yeah. And so she would prefer that. So it's money for the dead. And the moment Asian people would stick their heads in and see that, they would just eyes as wide as saucers, jaw drop to the floor,
of course,
turn around and run out. Like, this would be the equivalent of, like, something that said coffee shop, and an American goes in there and sees all these satanic sigils and human skulls and shit, and, with eyes crawling out of their sockets, snakes crawling out of the eye sockets and shit.
Yeah,
it's like it's like, whoa, and
it's just unnecessary. It's like totally crazy.
Yeah, and I would tried to talk to her. Look, I'm okay with this shit because my whole life's involved with death and destruction. I mean, I reek of death, but you know, you shouldn't do this. And it's like, well, trying to redefine the beauty. I mean, this is how the Jews think. It's like they don't want you to put up swastikas because that offends their sensibilities because they're traumatized and it's intergenerational trauma. But you, on the other hand, they can take your symbols and quote unquote redefine them any way they want. It's this idea, total impunity. Whereas you're supposed to honor and respect every sensibility that they have. It all goes in one direction. Whereas they can appropriate whatever they want and turn it into whatever they want. You get what I'm saying? The insanity of the...
Yeah, exactly.
This is the nature of Jewish culture.
That's what one of these guys is doing. He like lost his job. He was a comedian, Mandarin Chinese speaking comedian, Jewish guy in China, and then they kicked him out during COVID. Yeah. And instead of
they probably got tired of his cheap jokes, right? They got tired of his fucking cheap jokes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was so cheesy. I mean, he's really like, and he's like painfully Jewish. And I'm not against him doing business, but he's like you said, he's trying to redefine the tea ceremony as a way to make friends. That's for Americans. And it's like, that's not the point. The point was literati. You're supposed to get educated, but he doesn't have enough sophistication to understand what it was for.
Thank you.
He thinks it's like a coffee shop or like a cafe.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
Yeah.
No, it's something completely different.
No, he wants to turn it into a socialite event. Yeah.
So now he's selling subscription boxes for tea, like where you every 6 months or every month or 3 months you get like a new kit.
Oh God!
Yeah.
So cheesy. It's so I cringe. I'm just like, right, and how do I get in on a scam like that? I gotta start getting in on some scam. Yeah, where it's
we just gotta go to Taiwan. And the best teas are actually from the mountains of Taiwan.
Oh,
some of the most delectable.
No, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I'd love to get into something like that, but that again, it's just so far beyond me. These people are basically wealthy. See, they're already wealthy, and so they can do this. And
he's from where is this guy from? I don't mean to rag on him too much, but he's from like what's that place in the northwest, northeast?
They all deserve to be ragged on. Jesus Christ.
Boston.
Yeah,
Boston.
there you go.
He has plenty of money.
Yeah.
He was able to go to university in China, which is exceptional in and of itself.
Yes, of course.
And then, of course, when he loses his job in China, he has enough cushion from his parents that he can do whatever.
Well, he had no job in China. He was fucking around trying to get laid, just getting on the stage and making lame-ass jokes till people got tired and couldn't stomach any of his shit.
He was like, I wrote for the Chinese version of SNL.
Yeah.
Like, you can find this guy on TikTok.
It's like SNL. You mean like Saturday Night Live, right? The Chinese
it was
version.
like he claims it was.
What on earth is the communist Chinese version of Saturday Night Live? What would that even be?
What's it called?
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't speak Chinese. He was talking in Mandarin. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's the joke, right? It's basically.
He speaks fluent Mandarin, but then when people like he had some other American Chinese American actor, he was interviewing him, and the guy starts telling him, "You should go to Taiwan. This is where the real tea culture is." And then you can start seeing him like sweat a little bit.
Oh, of course. All his
he's
connections
like basically like a slave. Yeah, he's like a slave to Beijing.
There you go. There you go. I mean, I can't even begin to imagine what the communist Chinese version of Saturday Night Live would be. I mean, that sounds so
cheesy. It's just him on the stage just making jokes about Boston.
Yeah, there you go.
Trying to explain it to Chinese in Mandarin.
Yeah, there you go.
They're really bad jokes.
It's no doubt.
Even SNL is just filled with bad jokes.
So imagine the Chinese version.
The Chinese version of it has got to be so. I mean, if you think we have to stick to political correctness, you can imagine what it's like over there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't veer out of the lane at all. And what's interesting is even now they won't let any foreigners back in the country. Apparently.
Yeah.
It's like you can go there on like a tourist visa.
Yeah.
But but they literally they will not employ you. Like he's been trying to get back in to get employed because he hates living in the West because he's like, you know, not getting laid like you said.
Yeah, of course not.
Nothing's happening.
You know, because everybody in the West, all the white chicks can see right through him, and they just say, I don't want no part of that. He's just some spoiled Jewish fuck, and you know.
Yeah, and the more money he makes, the bigger his he like keeps growing out his hair. He looks like more Jewish every day.
Oh
like,
god. Oh god. Yeah, it's probably all.
Yeah, but I mean,
Black
good
Rick
for him.
Raven.
He's making a business. You know, he's doing good.
Yeah, well, that's what they do, right? I mean, yeah. So, so George.
But that's what inspired me to.
To what? To what? Inspired you to
like I was telling you last time, instead of buying from this guy or some of the, because I was trying to go online and find Chinese tea, and it was all Jewish.
Yeah,
like,
no,
literally
it's
one of them was
disgusting.
even Israeli. The prices were in Israeli news.
Shekels, yeah, that's right. They were in fucking.
I was like, what the fuck? So I just said fuck it, and I just started going to these Chinese places and buying their tea.
Thank you. Just buy directly from Chinatowns.
Yeah, but you know, they're a little more difficult to deal with, but at least I'm getting a little more cultured, and
please,
you know, they're like local businesses and stuff.
Absolutely. Don't go through these Jewish middlemen for any of that shit. It's it's disgusting. It's like postmodern colonialism. It's just neo-colonialism. They're just going over there to the communists. They cooperate with the Communist Party. Oh, what Victoria? You know Victoria, the chick who was guesting, trying to help detox. Miss fucking I'm Jewish Christina with her one strand of DNA.
I sent you that South Park one where they did that bit they did in 2012.
Yeah, yes.
Where they're like, I'm 10% victim.
Yeah.
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 That was her.
Anyhow, Victoria has this Jewish guy who, came up on her, and it was like they used to know each other back in the day. And this Jewish guy is now dealing in real estate in communist China. And he's married he's married some Chinese woman, but he's trying to put the hit on her. He's trying to put the hit on Victoria after he's married this Chinese woman, and he's and he's like I was explaining to her, you realize this guy's ties are with the Chinese Communist Party, and she says, how would I know that? And I said, of course, there's no way you could know that, but there's no other way he could deal in real estate in China. Yeah. He has to do so through the party, so he's got communist connections. At this point, he's
right. That begs the question with like all the tea sellers is like they must be able to, because not everyone can export like that.
Yeah, no, they're just bribing the Communist Party. But
so there must be something. They're able to do
but they're all ideologically connected because the Jews have been supporting communism forever. I mean, it all goes back to that.
Yeah. It has to be something like that.
Yeah, no. I mean, the Jewish support for Chinese communism as well as Soviet communism.
Because they're not selling Taiwanese tea. It's always
it's always mainland. It's always mainland.
Yeah, it's always mainland.
Yeah, and like you said, if somebody brings up Taiwanese tea to them, you see the sweat bead on their foreheads and shit.
Yeah, he literally was like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to, check that out."
Well, of course you can read it in his, you can see the thought bubble, right over his head saying, "Oh my fucking god, I hope this guy shuts up."
Yeah, he was like definitely trying to skirt around the whole thing, like.
Oh, of course, no. Yeah. Oh, disgusting.
But the thing is the Chinese, the real Gung Fu tea people, they know that the Taiwanese tea is up. It's called one of the 6 treasures.
Yes.
Of Chinese tea. It's actually like specifically from Taiwan.
Thank you.
The guanyin, oolong, and these things.
Yes.
Aren't you able to order tea directly from Taiwan?
It's if you like that type of tea. Like each region has its own style. Like pu'er is more dark. I mean, it's all good. It's all ancient techniques, but the Taiwanese one is considered the best. It's quite expensive though.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
You have to really be into tea.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. So George, how long are we gifted with your presence tonight? I mean, if Brendan's going to leave us, are you able to kind of hang for a little while? Yeah.
I've got a few minutes, Douglas, and the next transmission I'll be on for much longer.
Excellent.
So I'm looking forward to Wednesdays.
Excellent.
Sure,
Excellent. I definitely am looking forward to that too. And Brendan, stay as long as you feel comfortable staying. George, so you got a few minutes, and then what? You're going to work?
Yes, I've got work, unfortunately.
Right.
But extra careful. We've had flooding in the UK, massive flood warnings were issued last week, and many places in the UK are submerged underwater. So
oh my God.
thankfully my area is not affected so badly.
Okay.
But yeah, it's awful, absolutely awful out there.
Oh my God. And the driving, like you said, your area is not too affected so badly, but and driving's all right. And the politics at work, how are they? Are they tolerable?
Yes, I've been recognised, which is great. So
Excellent.
Literally, which is the best path to pursue, to stay out of the radar.
Yes.
just do what I'm supposed to do. Yes, and so no, it's going well, and I'll speak to you more privately about it, Douglas, in the future about work. But yeah, certainly Wednesday's transmission, I'll come on and I'm going to fart a little bit, speak about several subjects and several topics and individuals. So I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely. I look forward to
What-
you doing that. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, whilst Brendan's here, whilst Grace with his presence, he mentioned when the last time I was on with him, mentioned about Hitler's second book. And I just wanted to, I don't know if anything was ever, anything continued on that subject at all, but I reviewed one of your old transmissions, Douglas, or one of your previous interviews, and you elucidated onto that book subject of Hitler's second book, which was published in his lifetime, in excruciating detail. And so, because Brendan asked me a question about my views on it, and I actually reviewed that old interview on the old transmissions that was published by some other group, and so I just wanted to know if there was anything came of that anymore. But that was the last time I was on. This was going back several weeks ago.
No, nothing more was said of that I felt was particularly relevant.
It's interesting. Someone brought that up to me today.
What did they say?
They were this German lady that I know, she was asking me, do you know about Hitler's life? And then she was telling me, did you know Hitler's father was a bastard son of some guy, and then his dad was part Jewish, and he slammed the door in his face and kicked him out. And I was like trying to explain to her that was just like some wives' tale.
Yeah, thank you.
And then she's like, you're so arrogant. And I'm like, okay, whatever, that's fine. And she's like, you think you know everything. And I just didn't want to open the whole can of worms, like I know Hitler's son and all that
Thank you.
So I was like, oh wow, yeah, that's crazy.
You'll come across some old media, radio shows that try to tie Hitler into being of Jewish bloodline and all that bullshit to destroy his reputation.
He was distantly, but not the way they make it seem like.
Yeah, not the way
he
they
hated the Jews because his adoptive father slammed the door in his face.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just stupid.
He clearly had logical reasons.
No. The worst are.
I told her about the Hitler's second book. That's all. That's why.
What's the name of the second book, by the way? Sorry, Doug.
That's the name.
It's incredibly creatively originally named Hitler's second book. That's how you can find it. Yes, seriously.
Yeah.
You just look up Hitler's second book. It's you have no idea first off, it's basically just all this boring geopolitical shit that I prefer it to Mein Kampf, which actually George Knight has pointed out, of course, the importance of Mein Kampf, and really the importance of Mein Kampf that George Knight has realized by actually reading it is that Hitler is basically saying his struggle is against Satanism. In the end, it's
the Edomites, Freemasonry and Satanic Jews.
Yes. It's basically he's fighting the forces of the anti-gods, and he's articulating that in a language that he felt the public could understand. And so it's actually more important, which is why it's more remembered in that sense. But at the same time, just the far more intellectually engaging stuff for me is in the second book, but it's all geopolitics. And it was basically, he was simply saying Germany's position geopolitically and why they needed to try and make an ally of Britain, and also why, of course, Italy needed to be cultivated, etc. So, and why Russia would provide living space. So there we go. It was just entered by Sid. Sid just entered it in the text box there. Hitler's second book. And there you go with that. But other than that, there's nothing that is like anything that is really secret or anything that's surprising. So,
Yes.
but people always try and market it like it's this big mystery, like it was somehow discovered like years after his lifetime or something. But basically, it's stuff that was called out that they just didn't think the public would find that interesting. It wasn't even like conspiratorial.
There were some people that were saying, "Oh, that's where the word New World Order was coined."
That's
or
it.
something.
Thank you, Brendan. Yeah. Everything
that
Douglas has just said, that's what he said years ago.
Yeah.
Everything Douglas has just said is exactly what he said years ago. And they couldn't sell the book because it wasn't some form of, it wasn't clickbait, so they made it a conspiratorial thing. But there's nothing in its context that implies that it was conspiratorial at all. And that's where, as you said, the term was supposedly coined to New World Order. But
right, but it was not, because that was,
Yes.
as we've explained before, that was actually used by, first off, the founding fathers, who put it on your goddamn dollar bill, where it says, Novo Ordo Seclorum, a new order for the ages. It's a fucking American concept.
Yes.
And then Woodrow Wilson used it as New World Order. That was actually a Woodrow Wilson term when he used it in the straight American English. And then, so Hitler's use of it was simply a new order for Europe. Just like the Japanese were saying a Monroe Doctrine for Asia. The Japanese thought we need a Monroe Doctrine for Asia, just like the Americans say the Western Hemisphere is all ours. The Japanese are saying we need a Monroe Asia for the Asians. And and Hitler was just saying a new order for Europe. So people keep, it's amazing the crap that people say in their ignorance. But so go on, George. Pretty much as you found out. It's funny. Brendan had to say what he did to this old German lady, but it goes to show how separated the Germans themselves are ignorant of their own history.
Yeah, her aunt is 90 years old and was talking to her about it, and she was like impressed. She was like, "Oh, I didn't know my aunt knew all this stuff," and I was like, and I tried to tell her some things, but apparently that was I had this arrogance about me or something.
Wow, that's fucking incredible. That's fucking incredible to me. It's so cheesy. It's how people
cheesy.
People shut
It's
down.
usually effort in vain trying to teach the elderly about these things, especially.
No. But how old was this lady that you were talking to, Brendan?
Was she old or young?
Okay, so the lady was like, she's about 60, right? Something
60.
like that.
Okay.
60-ish.
Not that
Maybe
old. Not that old.
Not that old, middle-aged.
Yeah.
But then her aunt was like in her 90s, so she lived through many things, of course.
Yeah.
But she was explaining to her about whatever happened during that time, and she was mentioning all of that stuff about Hitler's life. She was saying she read Mein Kampf and she learned about all this stuff about Hitler's life, and I was telling her, I was like, none of that was in there.
Thank you.
That stuff about him getting the door slammed in his face
thank
by the Jewish
you.
guy, and
Thank
I was like,
you.
no, that's not. And she's like, how would you know? Like, she basically said I was just ignorant. She's like, you don't know
God,
anything.
talk about the
And
one
I
who's
just-
ignorant. Yeah, she's the one.
I didn't want to sit there and be like, I'm on,
Let me tell
I'm
you
on
guys.
speaking terms with the son
Isn't
of
there
Hitler or
different
something.
versions of Mein Kampf where some of them are biased against him, like the interpretations?
There may have been some revisions that were done by propagandists, but
Yeah.
at this point they don't even bother. The thing I'll tell you,
It basically turns into like a wide, what is it called? Like a
urban
wide
legend.
scale
It
or-
becomes an urban legend that just
I
keeps.
used that word. Yeah, I said it's an urban legend, and she's like, and she got pissed.
Yeah, I mean, just before George leaves, because he's probably got to take off for work soon, I want to give you guys just the most egregious example of this kind of bullshit. And I'm trying to remember the fucker's name, and I think I can look it up. But he's the author of Zubrin. His name is Zubrin. Zubrin, Book on Mars. Book on Mars. And so the guy's name is Robert Zubrin. And Robert Zubrin, this Jewish piece of shit, he got on Coast to Coast AM, and he referred to Japanese as Japs. So this motherfucker gets on Coast to Coast AM, is not at all corrected by George Noy when he uses the term Japs. I mean, you can imagine what would be said to me if I was on radio and start using the term kikes.
They were using that. I remember in the early days they were using that when I was little.
Yeah.
Listening to that shit.
Yeah. But the point that I'm making about this fucker was he's talking about Adolf Hitler and his hatred for Jews, and he said, the doctor who took care of Adolf Hitler's mother was Jewish, and his mother died in his care, and that's why he hates all Jews and wants to kill all the Jews.
But it's actually the opposite.
And I said, this fucker is just perverting history when Adolf Hitler respected and adored this doctor who helped care for his mother in her dying days and made certain that he was put under SS guard. His whole family was protected. They were not allowed to be molested. And when the Americans started firebombing, he made certain to call the Americans and say, will you take this emigre family of Jews in? And the Americans said yes, because they said, we'll use him for propaganda purposes. Edward Bloch and his family, the Jewish doctor and shit. And so they accepted them in the middle of wartime, accepted this family out of Germany. They had been living in Austria under Hitler's direct protection, but he made certain they were able to escape to America because Hitler was that concerned about them. I mean, so it goes to show that this was a total fabrication, everything that Robert Zubrin was saying. So these people are...
And it's clear this guy wrote the book, The Case for Mars, The Plan to Settle the Red Planet. And who's number one pusher of that shit?
Yeah.
Fucking Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, yes.
Occupy Mars. So
and you know what the Jews are
link.
saying? It's Lebensraum. It's what the Nazis called living space.
Okay, they can go to Mars then, fine.
Yeah, well, that's where Roosevelt wanted to send them, yes, as well as he was thinking either that or Alpha Centauri, yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, yes, oh my God, yes, send Robert Zubrin there first, and Elon Musk. Yes, by all means.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, oh my God. Yes, so George, any other...
What are they saying? They're saying the explanation I'm getting here is they're saying it's a non-fiction sci-fi book. What does that even mean? It's just it's whatever they. That's like a oxymoron.
Of course. It's
a non-fiction, but then it's in the term science fiction.
Yeah,
like,
thank you.
What are you fucking talking about?
Thank you. Anyhow, if they had any brains, they'd call it a prospectus. They'd say this is a prospectus. But no, they got it. It's just because they're hoping to lure dumb people who think it's a novel. So dumb people will buy it saying, I thought this was a novel. And anyhow, it's just all shit. So George, did anyone approach you recently about more Elon Musk shit? About how they love Elon and can't understand why you hate him? And
Thankfully, they haven't, Douglas. I think they know my stance on Elon Musk. So yeah, they refrain from speaking of him in front of my presence.
Good. Oh my God.
Just preposterous, yeah, absolutely ridiculous. There was, another ridiculous concept that was when I was reviewing your old interview, Douglas, and I don't know who they are, this other platform, this other group that interviewed you, but they recorded themselves in a studio, like on the high street, and had like the American flag behind them. So I can't remember, I don't know who they are, but it's on YouTube. And the other thing that you mentioned in that interview was nuclear flight, which is another ridiculous concept that they keep regurgitating, they keep bringing up over and over again on Facebook and social media. Is they want to promote nuclear flight, where there is they have an aircraft which never has to land, but it has to constantly be resupplied. And that was something that you mentioned in the interview with Eisenhower.
Right.
They approached him and they suggested that we propose nuclear flight where we can then just drop the atomic bomb continuously. Yeah. And he goes, but the problem with that is you have to resupply the aircraft with atomic bombs. And they said, yeah, it'll cost millions and millions of dollars. And who's going to pay for it? The taxpayer. Yeah. And that's just ridiculous. But that's another concept that keeps constantly being perpetually and flagelliously keeps on being promoted out there on social media, that they're going to do nuclear flight, which is a ridiculous concept, ridiculous idea. But that was something I wanted to bring up, Douglas, because if you ever look at it, they keep mentioning about Eisenhower's carrier, his aircraft carrier, which is nuclear powered.
Right.
And that's all you get on Google search engine. That's all you can find about it. So it's just another thing. Ridiculous. Yeah,
that's very important. No, I appreciate you bringing that up. And just so people understand, our listeners, who, and I'll make this as quick as possible, is that the Navy in submarines and ships can use nuclear power because in an aqueous medium, then the ocean itself serves as the coolant for the reactors. If you were to try and use this in the air or on the land, in both cases, you have no environmental coolant to constantly you cool the engine, and what happens is that you're radiating permanently everything that you're flying over or rolling over. So if you were trying to, if your strategy was a strategic area denial for eternity, and you're trying to deprive everyone of ever going near this land again, then you run a nuclear-powered tank over it, and the tank would be the size, of course, of a skyscraper on its side. You know, basically the size of a miniature carrier or some kind of battle or a warship at least, and it would be like radiating everything around it permanently. So it would be just a weapon of strategic destruction on a apocalyptic scale. The same with the plane. These are not things that are other than conceptual, and why people keep bringing them back is beyond me. They're not even practical, but you know, they're a fascinating concept, but that's all they are. And so it's just, you know, this is people's ignorance. They're ignorant and they don't know how to think or process or even do research. If somebody were to, you know, but then again, they're not trained to understand
no
this.
critical thinking whatsoever.
But even if they did do research on it, all they're going to find is more and more crap. It's an impossible situation, and we need to start from the bottom. I mean, in the end, it's just going to require a restructuring of society, which will be coming soon enough.
Dirigibles first.
Yes, thank you. I mean, yes, no, definitely. Dirigibles are where it's at, and we need to, you know,
it would be cheaper and use less fuel if everyone's concerned about.
Yeah.
Thank you. And, they're environmentally friendly. Everything else. I mean, we could go on forever, but
just fly through the air currents to get around.
Yes. Yeah.
I would take a slower flight, you know, over days if it meant being cheap.
Well, not only that, but it's much more luxurious. That was the whole point. So it's luxurious. It's you know, it's obviously was why they sabotaged the Hindenburg, was to try and destroy the German economy. Just another attempt at destroying the German economy, and it was sabotaged.
Germanophobia has apparently been happening since Prussia, since like, you know.
Oh, ever since since there were Germans. Yes, of course, everybody feared them and loathed them, and that's the real persecuted race, among others. Yeah. Yes. Nemo says, I can't hear any of you?
I got this, I don't know, just the audio completely cut it out. Now I can hear you.
Okay, well that's good.
I thought your Skype just nearly crashed or something.
Weird. Okay.
Are we still transmitting?
I think so. Let's take a look. Good question. Legitimate question. Says excellent connection. Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
so, Troubadour says, what's going on here? Troubadour says, are you still talking? And he says, all the best, Douglas. Welcome back, Troubadour. It's been years since I've seen you. And Ghost C says, hello, Dougie. Hope you guys are good. Thank you. Yeah, so I guess everybody can hear us. Yeah. And by all means, before you two take off, George, do say
yes,
whatever you wish, whatever comes to mind, whatever else you feel we should be paying attention to, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Douglas. Yeah, one more thing. Nemo or Brandon, have you seen or reviewed this video on YouTube circulating about Alex Jones, Elon Musk, and Morpheus all conducting like a online interview with each other? I mean Andrew Tate, not Morpheus.
Yeah. I got what you're saying. No, did that actually happen, or they're saying they want it to happen?
Yes, no, it has. I reviewed only the first 5 minutes.
Great.
I had to click off it. Yeah.
I can't stand Alex Jones, and I could only watch that episode with Brother Nathaniel. That's all.
Yes, it was basically Alex Jones and
so Tate's
basically
Tate's at the lowest level he's ever been.
They were just basically hailing, praising, and just basically worshiping Elon Musk. That's the first few minutes.
I thought Tate was Muslim. What happened? Now he's gonna go Zionist. It's like he's trying to fence sit now. Like, too late, bro.
And yeah, he's a masochist. He took a right beating by Piers Morgan. So yeah, he refused to condemn him as a terrorist
On his
organization.
on his channel, he's saying it's a win. You know, he defeated the Matrix.
Yeah, Morpheus. Yeah, Morpheus.
Talk about getting high on your own fumes.
Oh my God.
It's awful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pathetic. So, in terms of, let me see now, Nemo and Sid should be able to hold a conversation with Aristides when both of you take off, because I will be refreshing myself for a number of minutes. When I return, I might meander towards a monologue. I did promise I'd speak about Christmas, the Christmas spirit, various things associated with that tonight. So I'll get into that zone. And Victoria, of course, said she would invite people to listen because she does love that Christian topic. And I will, try and live up to that for her. But by all means, I'm going to try and hang on till George and Brendan check out, and then leave Aristides and Sid and Nemo to speak. While I basically make myself a sandwich, then kind of gnaw on that to power up for the rest of the night. Brendan, George, how many more minutes do you think you gentlemen can hang, or this about it?
Oh, probably about 5 more minutes, Douglas.
Okay.
Probably about 5 more minutes. Yes. And what date is the Byzantine Orthodox Church of the East, the Church of the East, celebrate Christmas? It's by the Julian calendar, isn't it? So it's coming up, isn't it, Douglas? Is it?
Oh well,
it's passed.
It just passed. It was just this weekend. It was
Just passed.
Yeah, but New Year's is coming. The New Year's is coming, and so, yeah, and but thank you for asking. I mean, just so people understand, it was the Saturday was the Christmas day for the Byzantine Orthodox Church, and what will happen is the Saturday the 13th will be New Year's, and so everyone will be celebrating that on Sunday night when we return, because that'll be the actual New Year's. The New Year's Eve day is Saturday the 13th. And the actual New Year's will be Sunday the 14th. And so I just got a notification about, another launch of a rocket. I mean, everybody's throwing up rockets into the air these days. And, I didn't even know, what the fuck are they doing? It's like, it just doesn't seem to make any sense.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
And they keep reporting on this like we're going somewhere with it. It's like so masturbatory. It really is. It's and of course we've got some. But by the way, so you are aware, George, that basically they're going to that infamous telephone pole across the street. They are going to replace the entire goddamn thing with a new telephone pole, so they're cutting my power off on Brooke Gibson's and Peter Moon's birthday. And I don't know if you knew this, but Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson have the same fucking birthday. Yeah. Yeah. And so it's the 15th, and so it's on the 15th. They're going to cut my power off for the night. So I'm going to be basically checking into a hotel for that night, and but it doesn't interfere with the transmission. When I come back, I'm sure I'll need Brendan. That's when I'll need your help, because we're probably going to have to ping to get the internet started again. We're probably going to have to ping it. I'll call Comcast, get that done, and probably that's when I'll ask you to help me with the studio, or like you said, you'll check into it by then and see what you can find. Basically, it's like when you try to load anything up in the summary description, they say, that's a link. Then they'll say verification, like we have to do a verification, which maybe that would enable me to get back, or maybe the verification will say, now we know that you can never do it again, which should be right back where we started. But I'm concerned it might lead to something worse, like something stupid. So I'd have to do that with you. So check into that when you have a bit of time. And Aristides is noticing what Nemo said earlier, so that's interesting. And Acid said he'll be back in a minute. So other than that, George, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, Douglas. I was going to say, so when they replace that pole, they're cutting off 2 of your utility services. So you won't have any communication or any power. So that's obviously a joint user pole with the electric board, I'm assuming. So that supplies both power and telecoms communications, and which supply your internet as well. So that's cutting off all services.
That's right. Yeah.
That's a massive job. And that's not something that could be done very lightly either. So they're doing that in the middle of the night as well.
On a holiday, on a federal holiday. It's Martin Luther King Jr. fucking day, no less.
Jeez.
Yeah. And they're doing it overnight, 9 p.m. Monday night till 6 a.m. Tuesday morning, and in the middle of winter. Yeah,
that's anomalous. Let's say anomalous.
Yeah, and guess what? So they send me a letter saying this will affect 1242 Green Street. My address specifically, which is part of a house that upstairs, of course, when I asked them, did you get a letter like this? No. And I said to my neighbor, did you get a letter like this? No. It doesn't say it will cut off in the neighborhood. It says it will cut off only to 1242 Green Street to replace this goddamn telephone pole.
That's sauce.
Which means that the whole telephone pole is dedicated to my residence alone, to my physical mailing address alone.
That is ridiculous. I'm flabbergasted with that. So you would expect other people to be affected by that.
Yeah. We'll find out, but they didn't get now. As I said, there's an astronomical amount of mail that circulates in California. It's conceivable that their letters got lost in the mail, but that's not likely. Basically, one of them should have gotten it. I haven't had a chance to talk to my other neighbor, and may never get a chance to talk to them because we have such different hours and they go in and out so sporadically. It said, normally a letter like that says open immediately, impending power outage, open immediately. Normally a letter like that would say this impacts.
Their website's funny. It says, if you have life support devices, consider the following: install a power supply.
Yeah, you like that, huh?
Power supply.
That's ridiculous.
Obtain portable oxygen tanks as a backup. Find alternative shelter.
Yeah, portable oxygen. Can you imagine somebody that they're stuck going to a scuba gear shop? They're going to a scuba gear shop.
First of all, they're on welfare in their homes on an oxygen tank, barely alive, and they're like, just go buy a backup battery.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah, like it's that easy. Yeah, cool.
That's ridiculous. Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, just before I go, just to explain, because I work for the largest British telecom supplier in the UK. Yeah. And we are not allowed
can't do that.
to work. If anyone has a telecare line or care line, we're not allowed. We have to refuse to work because we're not allowed to cut them off.
Interesting. Thank you. Go on.
Yes, that's how it is in the UK. Well, that's how. That's our regulation anyway. We're refusing, and that was implemented just before Christmas. This passing Christmas just gone. So we have to. We refuse any work because we can't cut them off. Because there was unfortunately a fatality. Someone resulted in death because their care line was taken out.
It's funny you mentioned that. So to put this in context for you, George, I want you to know that the company that's doing this is PG&E, which is Pacific Gas and Electric. They're like the monopoly of Northern California. And colloquially here, they're referenced as Murder Incorporated. And basically what happened is they have legally been held responsible for 117 deaths in the last few years. And literally they've been criminally charged with 117 deaths. And but they can't cut off their service because they're quote unquote, we have no choice. It's their way or the highway. So they still keep contracting with this felonious, murderous company, literally murderous company. And it's beyond all that. They, of course, the most horrific example of what they did was there was a woman investigating for the California Public Utilities Commission their gas lines, and her name was Jacqueline Grieg. She was 44 years old, and this was about it was back in what year was it? 2013, 2014,
2011, 2010ish.
Yeah, thank you. About a decade ago. And what happened was it was 2010, and they blew up her home and killed 8 people. They killed her daughter, herself.
2010.
Yeah,
September
I mean,
9th.
get this. I mean, she's investigating their aging pipelines, and then they blew up her gas pipeline and killed 8 people in her neighborhood, along with her and her daughter. And then the police said, "Hey, forensics says that this was tampered with. That somebody blew this gas pipeline intentionally, and PG&E was charged, but it's not like..."
I like this thing. It says PG&E receives maximum sentence for 2010. Like, what does that mean? No one's going to jail for that.
No one went to jail.
They just had to pay a couple million to repair the street. That was it.
Yeah.
3 million.
Yeah. 8 deaths.
Her husband, her 17-year-old son, her mother-in-law, and her dog were all burned to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like, there you go. So that's what it's like in America. We've got these companies that are not just too big to fail; they're literally mafias. And
this isn't the lady you're talking about. This is just some other person that got caught up in it.
Yeah. But George, I mean, that's outrageous. You can share that with your British friends, and they can realize how lucky they are to be British, how lucky they are to be part of a civilized kingdom.
PG&E got a $3 million fine and a 5-year probation period, which is already expired by now.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
10,000 hours of community service. Who the fuck? How does a corporation serve that? How
does a corporation serve community service? Yeah, that's one thing they could do.
Cutting off power.
How about they pay for my fucking hotel? How about they pay for my fucking hotel? Or provide some of these people with fucking oxygen tanks?
Wait, speaking of Douglas, I forwarded you their number that you can call their planned outage specialist coordinator.
Thank you.
Maybe if you bitch enough, they'll give you something.
Yeah, okay.
Douglas, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, thank you. We'd love you dearly.
Have a good one, George.
Hugs.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Lovely speaking to you all, and I'll speak to you on Wednesday.
Yes, we look forward to that. Share our love with your family.
Yeah. Take care, Douglas. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye for now. Thank you. Yeah. And so there we are. Portrait. What is this from The Guardian from Sid? Portrait of a corporate what? Portrait of a corporate murderer? Corporate murderer. Yeah. Corporate psychopath. I love it. Yes. There we are. I love it. Right. Oh fuck! I love it. This is says it all. It's just what Sid he talked about it. It's or Sid's article. The article he found is just I love it. It just basically describes corporations as psychotic personalities. And
yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and and I like this. Robert Zubrin, The Case for Nukes: How to Beat Global Warming and Create a Free, Open, and Magnificent Future. A free, open, and magnificent future by Nuke the Planet. Nuke the Planet. So fucking...
So what's his name? So Musk is definitely an ideologue of his because he wants to nuke the ice caps on Mars and create a planet.
There we are.
So there's a connection with these
There is connection between these guys. Yes, it's the Jewish guys jacked this guy.
Nuke
Musk's
the planet for what? How is that going to solve anything? I mean, that's just insane.
Well, you kill all the people. It's up Jews, of course. That's the idea, I guess.
Of course.
Then they can inherit the earth. Yeah. It's like holy fucking shit. And they're brazen and gormless about it. Can you imagine? If some other person said that, they'd be called genocidal. But Jewish person says it, they're an environmentalist.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can't do no wrong.
Yeah, that's right. Even though that's all they do. That's a bit unfair, but you get my point. It's So 2010, 38 homes blew up. Jesus Christ. It's amazing only 8 people died.
The other lady where people died, it was like her whole family got blown up.
Oh, Jesus.
And the dog. Imagine coming home and your house is gone. Everyone's dead.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, PG&E. Yeah, that's... Oh shit.
And then the court's like, you know, 3 million is the best we can do.
Yeah, that's bullshit. God damn, that's bullshit.
And by the time all the lawyers skim through it and everything, that lady probably got like 10 grand.
I know, really, seriously. It is so offensive, just so fucking offensive. I'm at a loss for words. What words can somebody use to describe that? At any rate, so what happened was, yeah, there we are, Nuke Mars t-shirt. Yeah, that's, thank you, Sid. Oh my god, he comes up with these things brilliantly. He does find them. I was trying to bring him on in the opening hour, but they fucked with his, Skype. So that he couldn't call in, and it was saying that my calls were blocked. I mean, they definitely do shit with the Skype to people. And I told Amanda Ute to come on. She said, "Oh, I'll be listening in." You know, honestly, she should just come on. Let me see. There's a photo here from Brendan. Nemo was saying it's like saying "nuke the god of war" when they say "nuke Mars." Here we are. Thank you. So this is the people I can try and call. I'll try and call these people, Brendan, right?
Yeah,
these.
I don't know what did they call them? The specialist planned outage.
Yeah, I call it planned outrage. Planned outrage coordinator identifier. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck is that? Planned outage
maintenance. Planned outage coordinator.
Yeah, identifier. Planned outage. Coordinator. Yes, that's like. What an idiot.
So they're just going to tell you, yeah, just buy a backup battery and stock a bunch of water, but we're not going to give you a dime.
Yeah, more than likely. More than likely. Honestly, if I... You know, V was so naive. She was like, let's see what V said about this. I mean, she was incredibly naive. It's like, there, I got the phone on. I can actually access it. And it's like, what did she say to me here? Let's see. She said, here we are. She said, call your social worker, and if she, poor dear, she can't spell, and if her message, you need room for this emergency and you have no money. Give her a message. You need room for this emergency and you have no money. PG&E should also have a fund. Yeah, well, they should, but you know they don't.
It's one of those things where they'll be like, we'll reimburse you, and then it'll be like years down the road.
Good. Yeah, good luck. And then I said to her, don't be so naive, honey. Honestly, there's times when you seem to live in a dream world. And then she said, well, when I worked at the church, they had a fund for that. Lots of charities do, and they connect with social services.
These fuckers aren't charity.
Yeah. But the first thing I thought was, when the fuck did you ever work for a church? And what the hell church was this? That's the first time. What the hell? What church did you ever affiliate with? That was shocking to me. And of course, the joke comes to my mind, Church of Satan, right? Or something like that. But we know it's not that, but it's like still bizarre. I never knew her to be religious. So that's, she's New Age spirituality, but I've never heard of New Age charities. I don't think there's... Now that's a funny concept, New Age charity. So anyhow, our man Brendan sounds about ready to check out. But I'll go make my sandwich. So are you willing to hang for a few minutes, or are you just gonna drop off, dear Brendan?
Wait, who else is here? Is there anyone else here?
Yeah.
Me, Acid, and Aristides.
Yeah. Let's see if Acid's really here. Sid, you're here, right? He did say, well, he must be here.
He said he'd be back or something.
Stop doing Acid.
Yeah, he's yes, it's the
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about my latest adventures into Chinese tea or something.
Aristides, yes, join us. Good man. Yeah. Tell us about them chihuahuas eating you up alive and shit. I'm gonna make a sandwich. and Acid Kick doesn't seem to be with us. And he's like, Sid, are you there? I know you're back, because he came back.
You guys have a good night.
He's talking. Have a good one, Brendan.
Can you hear me? No, we can't fucking hear you. We love you, Brendan. Hugs. And yes, let me stay here till we get Acid Head back on. He says, what the
You're on mute. There's a mute button on your thing.
Yes. Okay, now talk. But he didn't seem to be getting through when the mute was off either. He keeps pushing the mute. He keeps pushing the mute. Stop pushing the mute. Sid, say hello.
Restart your Skype or check your default settings, sound settings.
Okay, so hang up and call back. Acid Kick. Hang up and jump back on the call. Leave the call and return.
Yeah, just hang up and return.
Yeah, hang up and return. Oh my god. And there we are. There we are.
Now we can hear you.
Now we can hear you. Okay. So, Aristides. Yes, we hear you.
Okay, cool.
Wonderful. Okay, so Aristides, Nemo, and Sid, these gentlemen will hold a conversation. I will make a sandwich and refresh myself. Honestly, it's an adventure. Every episode is an adventure. And
what are you gonna have on your sandwich?
Okay, so here's what I do. I get these small loaves of bread, or like pairs of bread. It's pairs of bread is what I would call them, wrapped in plastic from Meals on Wheels. And there's some kind of wheat bread. I have no idea what they're consistent of, other than the fact that it's obviously not white bread, thank God. I mean, I used to like white bread when I was growing up because I was raised by a white trash dad, and he grew up addicted to that shit, and finally had to be indoctrinated out of it. And so I take those two small or comparatively small pieces of bread, but what I pack on them more than compensates for the size. Basically, I take the pate. In this case, I still have some of the duck organ pate that's combined with some of the pork, and the duck liver pate combined with the pork, and I spread that on it on one side. Then on top of that, I put the black lumpfish caviar, the black lumpfish eggs. I spread over that. Then I take half an avocado and put that over that. And then on the other side of the bread, the other piece of bread that I haven't used yet, I scrape all raw coconut. So all the raw coconut is put on that side, about the equivalent of a tablespoon, hopefully, is what I try to even out at. And then I put it all together and compress it. And that's the sandwich. So that delivers an enormous amount of power and
energy, very nutritious.
Yes, throughout the night. And
I've never heard of that combination before.
Yeah, it was something dreamed up between Amy Como, myself, and Brendan Zogit. Amy Como, Brendan Zogit, and Selena Khan. Poor dear. Is that
like a French style sandwich?
I call it just basically an Amy Dietrich Zogit Khan or something. Yeah, it's
an avocado's got to be pretty healthy, huh?
Yes. It's poor Selena Khan, she practically lived off nothing but rice and tuna and avocado, and so that was something that helped her immensely, poor dear. And then with Amy, it's a poverty thing. She's actually buying expensive items, the pate and the caviar, but that's what delivers a lot of nutrition. It's worth the price because you're getting so much nutrition for something that keeps delivering. So, like I said, this is what's endangered by the... fortunately, I saved the insulated package that the caviar came in, along with the dry ice packs that I kept in the refrigerator. So I just repack it back into that when they turn the power off. I've gone through... It's a $100 worth of caviar, but I've gone through half of it, so it's about $25 worth of caviar that I'm trying to protect. Probably be a little less than that, by the time they turn the power off. But, I mean, the fact that they do this, it's like, think of, the refrigerator can hold things well for, overnight like that for
If-
9
If
hours.
you stuff a bunch of ice blocks and packs, it should maintain the coolness.
There's no need to even do that. It should hold, but my concern is, will it come back on when they turn the power back on? Because it's an older fridge, and hopefully it does. But these things, they're, what they're doing is, like George Knight said, that's insane.
It's like they're just fucking with you.
Of course, it's simply harassment, but it's obviously something that is, especially when you consider the company involved. Okay, Emporium Black, Sacred Plant Medicine and Gourmet, cool, yeah, wow, fucking skulls on cupcakes and shit. Yeah, that's gourmet chocolate truffles. There you go. That would be like how the Chinese thought their tea was being served when they went to that Jewess's place, Pure Tea, and it had all the dead people's money lining the walls. And
Just to quickly ask you before you go to make sandwich, so you need to go to a hotel because you need electricity to keep you warm?
there's that factor. I considered, for instance, the just gutting it out, seeing V first, because she's purchased a lot of clothing for me in terms of keeping it, fleece clothing to keep me warm. So conceivably, I could see V first and just stay overnight and gut it out. But all I could do is sleep. I couldn't cruise the internet. What am I gonna do? Flashlight read all night? You can't. So I would have to drink myself to sleep, and then really just bundle up and have blankets over me, and worse yet, find my way to the bathroom to piss or shit in the dark. I mean, flashlight. It's fuck this shit. I mean, I might as well just
like your neighbors. So they wouldn't have any generators to line you.
No.
You needed it.
Oh God, no. Of course not.
Okay.
Of course not. Yeah, but
hotels have Wi-Fi and shit, so you should be entertained.
Oh well, I doubt that I'll bring a laptop. I don't have a functional laptop, so I think that it's I just would not be using that. I'd just be offline for the time that I'm at the hotel. More than likely, all I'm going to do is honestly just sit in a hot tub and
hot tub.
Yeah, and I'll sit in the hot bath water that they have. The one thing I know is that they've got hot bath water, so I would be filling that up there, soaking myself, and probably do it twice, and then come back. It'll be like a spa day, really, like a spa night.
Right.
But so Sid is presenting us with something that's pretty. Aristides, would you try this shit? Belladonna alkaloid truffles datura have a white light moment like Bill M. Bill M. You mean like
Bill Murray? No.
Yeah. You mean like
the Alcoholics Anonymous guy who did the belladonna treatment. That's where the white light moment came from.
Interesting. See, this is drug shit I would not even know. Holy fucking shit. Narco history.
Are there like different? Is there like a selection here?
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of different combinations of nightshades. Different combinations of nightshades in the different truffles. Like there's some of them have amanita, most of them have belladonna, datura, henbane, brugmansia.
What if somebody eats more than one and dies?
It's not recommended. Don't eat more.
Yeah, but what if someone didn't know that and they just still kept eating?
Yeah, they have to read the instructions.
Holy shit!
Like someone's kid gets access to it.
What happens when what happens if I pass that out at Halloween?
You shouldn't do that.
Holy fucking shit! Holy fucking shit! That's so dangerous. That is so dangerous. That's like taking rat poison and they flavor it. And
no, it's very good. I've tried the.
No, you can use a malicious person could use that to hand it out to kids.
Right, but they'd have to make certain they weren't traced. They'd have to make certain it wasn't traced back to them. So you're not
kid would end up in the hospital, and they would do a blood test, and that person would be found out. I imagine.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You'd have to do it in such a way, like lay it out. You'd have to lay it out on display at some public area, like at a buffet. But we shouldn't be giving people ideas. But this is like, So scary. What can be done with that? That is so scary. What can be done with that?
Well, look, that stuff grows everywhere. So if somebody wanted to do something malicious with it, I mean, they don't need that.
No. I understand what you're saying. Certainly, what you say is appreciated, but that's a lot different because this is pre-prepared and presented in such a manner that there's no average person that could cook this shit up. I mean, this stuff is like, it's made to look good. It looks good.
It is good. It is good.
Yeah,
Very yummy.
Yeah, I bet. That's what's scary about it. And it looks good, tastes good. Yeah. Ooh.
Well, the point of them is to kind of deepen the experience of other hallucinogenic plants.
Damn.
So they're meant to be taken in preparation for like acid or mushrooms or whatever.
Holy fucking shit! True psychonaut stuff. This is true psychonautic stuff. And very seductive. That's what I would call it. Seductive. It is. You see, there's no average person that could take the average ingredients from out in the wild and come up with this. This takes a whole process of expertise in food preparation and presentation your average person does not have. So for someone to be able to buy this, your average person hopefully would follow the logic of, I've spent so much money on this, I'm not going to waste it on killing some poor kid. But this makes that urban legend of the poison candy actually feasible. This makes it feasible. And
they're really not meant to be strong enough to, have the kind of experience that you would have if you were to make like a tea from tree datura or something like that. Okay. They're meant to be. It's along the lines of like microdosing belladonna alkaloids.
Yeah. It's basically an appetizer for your main course.
They are for sure.
Yeah. Holy shit.
It's touching that they have skulls on them.
Yeah. Yes, of course. But that just makes it more attractive to a child at Halloween. Or to your average adult to tell the truth. I mean, it's just intriguing.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, some people are up in arms because marijuana candies can look like fun for.
Oh fuck yeah! They make them like gummies and shit. No, it's true. People should be up in arms about that. But yeah, it's all seductive. It's incredible.
Just make them look like dog toads.
Yeah. I'd hate that. Yeah, that would be. Okay, so you gentlemen have got this, right? I can go mute now. Okay, you've all got this. Good. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you. Love you all.
Love you,
What's
Dad.
the strongest hallucinogenic have you tried recently?
Tried? Well, I've been doing psilocybin with Syrian rue. So that's basically a tryptamine MAOI combo, kind of like Psychotria viridis with Banisteriopsis caapi, ayahuasca.
Are you consuming these for like a spiritual experience purpose or medicinal or just to kill the boredom?
Oh no, they do help with that, but they're for medicinal purposes. They're for PTSD and depression and things like that.
Where do you get this the Syrian rue? Like, where is this? Is this just something you can get?
You can look around online. Yeah, that's out there.
All right.
It's not a hard one to find.
All right.
But I just sell them on eBay and shit.
You try to find some kind of a decent one. But like Brendan was talking about microdosing ibogaine tincture. And I think that would be pretty interesting. And as I understand, ibogaine is a tryptamine, so that would be a good one to combine with an MAOI.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you experienced encountering spirits, unseen forces while you're hallucinating strongly?
On datura, definitely.
What do they do and say?
They come and interact with you, and they know you very well.
You remember what they convey to you or
I mean, it's
communicate to you?
very personal, you know.
Right.
But they know you, and they will approach you and interact with you. And definitely they're shape-shifting entities.
What do they commonly look like and morph into?
Well, you know, they started showing up as people I recognized, and this is apparently a pretty common effect with this is
Yeah, they'll
like,
do that.
in my case, I thought like certain family members were showing up to visit me that I hadn't seen for a while, and I didn't really feel like I was tripping or anything. So the hallucinations are like that. They're like completely convincing, like daytime hallucinations. They're nothing like acid or anything. So yeah, so and so would show up at the door, and I'd be like, "Oh, haven't seen you in a while. Come on in." And they'd be sitting at the kitchen counter with me, and like these entities do, and I didn't know how prevalent this is in people's experiences, but they'll give you something to smoke. Like if you smoke pot, like I do, they'd give me some weed, and I would roll it up, and that would be like any other day. And like there's the ritual, and we're smoking a joint, and I would like look away for a second. I'd look back, the joint's gone, and the person is gone, and I'm like, what the hell happened? That was a really strange move. Like, did they just take off? Like, guys, I'm out. But I was so you know, I absolutely believed they were there. So I walked around the house. I was looking around. I called my mom at work. I was like, do you know about this one? Like, maybe having come over to visit or something? And she's like, no, that one's over here and that one's over there. And so then I was calling them. And I was like, so yeah, were you like here a minute ago, or are you in fact at work off wherever? And yeah, so it took me a while to figure out I actually was hallucinating. And
some of these relatives that they shapeshift into, are they like alive or dead?
They were
passed
alive.
away?
They were alive.
Like still alive relatives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, you know, then for a minute that's scary, right? Because like they could really fuck with me, but you know, so like make friends with them. And
I think they get a kick off fucking with humans like that. They take the form of loved ones to play with you.
You gotta call them out on it. You gotta say, hey, you know, that's a neat trick, but
just show your true self.
Yeah. And then, you know, they became less defined at that point and more like kind of translucent, not like shadow figures, but a little bit more like when people describe the Terminator, or not the Terminator, but the whatever, the Predator effect.
All right.
You know?
Yeah.
And then there were just many of them, and then we were having fun, and like they would be talking to me through paintings on the walls. So this went on for like 3-4 straight days, and I would sit and talk to paintings, and I mean, it was just.
You were tripping for 4 consecutive days?
Yeah. Yeah.
So but they don't stick. You don't see them once you're worn off. The effects are worn off. Like, do they come into your dreams even if it's worn off?
Possibly.
That's what they usually like to do, at least for me. Like, that come in my dreams and take the form of people that are close to me, I know, and just to fuck with me.
Do you have that feeling that they mostly just want to fuck with you?
Yeah, because they get off on it, and like sometimes it'll be a horrible experience so they can feed on the fear, and sometimes it's just to get a laugh out of it.
Could be.
Recently, you know, the sleep paralysis demon experience that a lot of people get.
Mm-hmm.
Like what they feel, they can feel an evil presence when they're being binded and held still when they're internally greatly struggling. They snap out. I had a lot of them, but recently, a few days ago, I had that experience, and it usually happens when I have the lights off. I usually have the lights on when I go to sleep. But yeah, in the dark, I was getting that same experience, but this time I was able to, because I recently bought the four-headed dragon swastika pendant, and it's supposed to be a very powerful symbol. And I was wearing that in my sleep, and I was able to actually fully sit up in my dream, experience this binding, and in the dark I could see right in front of me this like the silhouette part of this entity that's trying to hold me down, and I was able to roar at it in full rage, saying certain words I won't say, and it disappeared, and it ended, scared it away, and ended that experience. That's the only time I was able to actually get rid of the paralysis experience with my own will and power, ironically, while wearing that powerful symbol.
That's good to know.
I recommend people buying the four-headed dragon swastika pendant as a necklace or whatever.
Do you have
It's
like
not very popular. Like, I can't find it on most online stores. I had to order it from fucking Turkey because I don't sell it in Australia from what I looked at.
Oh, I wonder, let me look.
From it was handmade by a jeweler, local jeweler in Turkey. It was like fucking over $80 for delivery fees on express delivery. I only bought it because it was on sale. There is this, I got the silver version, like I wanted the silver version, like made out of silver. Like on Amazon, you can find a stainless steel version of it, but I couldn't find the silver version. I just found it on another site.
Here's one. Check this out.
Yeah, if you can afford it, I highly recommend getting one. Along with, like, also getting the swastika. Just stick with getting the Buddhist or Hindu version, because if you try to order the Third Reich version, especially when you're in a country where it's condemned as a hate crime having it, then you'll probably get put on a terrorist watch list if you have it ordered over. Unless you're obviously in a country like Japan or Taiwan, then they won't care if you're ordering and wearing that shit.
It says, what is this? Okay, it doesn't have much on it here. Yeah, Wikipedia, I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
I can send you a link to it a bunch.
Here's
when I find
Worth Point, Roman bronze swastika, fibula, 4 dragon head. Huh. Roman bronze.
Are you? Do you have any jewelry, spiritual woods, Aristides?
No, not so much in the jewelry department. I'm not one to usually wear much jewelry. Maybe I should look for something, but
yeah, you can find the Buddhist versions pretty easily on Amazon and other sites. You can also run the risk of getting the Third Reich versions. They're so fucking cool, but, you know.
I think.
What?
I think I've seen some of those online at times. That would be fun to have.
What, the dragon one or the Third Reich swastikas?
The Third Reich one.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
you're willing to,
yeah. I've got some of the coins, like the
nice.
five mark coins, you know. They've got it on there.
Yeah, if you can get some banners to hang up in your room, that'd be cool too. Flags and banners. They sell them in America in like World War, historical stores, the World War II paraphernalia, you'd be able to buy them, wouldn't you? I don't know
Probably
if it's certain
in the
states.
States. In the States, you could probably just buy them online, like
Probably.
anywhere.
Yeah, if you
But
can, go for it. If you can afford it, get the shit.
yeah, it's good to always have a swastika somewhere on your body, right?
I don't know if you just have to wear it or just have it near, but yeah, I usually wear it or just have it by my side. Either way.
To protect from the anti-gods.
Or just, any diabolical force, evil, like overall in general, evil forces. Like the first on the night I went to bed on the day that I received my swastika jewelry, the spirits put up a fucking good fight because they did not like it. So they were just giving me this strange dream where I'd wake up in my room and just everything just going crazy, like my computer monitors sticking underneath my desk and fucking the mirror slide door sliding around and just everything going crazy. And I'd wake up and then immediately go back to bed and the same experience happens again. I'd slightly wake up again and the same experience happen again. This crazy shit going on in my room and home. Yeah, but yeah, that was just so funny that I was getting that intense experience in my dreams after receiving jewelry. It was like they were putting up a big fight before being expelled. One last big fight.
That is cool. You know what? I don't know. I wonder if I'm imagining this or if Douglas would remember it, but a long time ago, he was talking about a cannabis company in, I want to say San Francisco, but it was a Guild Cannabis Concentrates. And if I remember correctly, they had a lot of swastikas displayed in their labs to kind of protect the cannabis from nefarious spirits.
Yeah.
That might fuck with stoners' heads or whatever, But those boxes actually are constructed in a way that they have a really obvious swastika built into the box, like so it folds together,
All right.
in the shape of a swastika. I wonder if you would remember that, or if I'm just imagining that somehow.
I've never seen it.
I thought I remember hearing Doug say that they will not let anyone into their labs to for interviews or different kind of little vice pieces or whatever people like to do on places like that because they have the real prominent swastikas.
Right. Yeah.
Because for the spiritual well-being of their clientele, customers.
Yeah, it's just a powerful symbol which has been utilized universally around the world by just about every culture except the Semitic Arab cultures for thousands of years, over 10,000 years. How fucking old it is. And yet they want the human cattle of modern civilization to be programmed and indoctrinated to hate it and think it's a symbol of hate. Just everything that your satanic rulers want you to think. They want you to believe what they want you to believe. They program you since childhood to believe everything that they want you to believe.
Yes, they do.
So eventually more and more people will wake up and realize this. Just got to keep spreading informative, educational content about these things and topics. Hopefully it'll spread like wildfire when more people catch on to it. Share it with other people all over social media and with their friends and family, whatnot.
Definitely. Yeah, you know,
functional.
they told me about that, like from the time I was a little kid in school. Actually, the swastika.
Yeah.
You know, somehow I lucked out, and I had like grown-ups in my world from very early on who were hip to that stuff, and they emphasized that, like in my very early education. It was surprising, but I've always known about it since like some like kindergarten, like crazy early. But that was something they talked about.
Did your parents tell you about this or someone else?
Teachers.
Oh, teachers, sorry.
Yeah. And then yeah, never hardly heard it anywhere else until
Yep.
Douglas. But yep, totally dig it. The
Yeah, it was,
spiral galaxy, right?
well, it's symbolic of the massive black hole in the middle of our galaxy.
Yeah. Can you
What
tell me
more,
more?
what more powerful object to have a symbol of a giant black hole? Fucking,
Is that
and it's also like symbolic of the dipper in the sky, Thor's wagon, and all that's just a lot of symbology of it.
well, I love learning about this. If you want to speak more about it, you can teach me.
Yeah, I'll have to invite you to my Discord server because I just got a shitload of information about it I posted.
That's cool. Yeah. That would
Do
be
you
fun.
have a Discord account?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I'll send you an invite to my server.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll pass my info along through Douglas, and that would be cool. Yeah, I check out your Odyssey page once in a while. I love what you put up there. It's a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I got 3 channels on Odyssey, like 2 Douglas Dietrich archive channels and mine.
Right. Yeah, I've sent them around. I love to
Share them
mention.
with your friends or just people you know or like-minded.
I love to mention Douglas Dietrich to people in the psychedelic community. I really fucks with their heads.
Nice.
Yeah, it's fun because a lot of them are Zionists too. You know, a lot of Zionist psychedelic therapists out there.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, they're horrible people.
That's sad.
Yeah, you just got to send them irrefutable, informative content about the Israelis and about them being of non-Jewish ancient Davidic bloodline. They're all imposters, fake Jews.
Right, that it's really a genocidal white settler regime.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, Turkic Caucasians, right?
Yeah.
Jews.
Originally from Turkey, migrated to the Eastern European countries and bred with the Eastern European white people, then remigrated to Israel, state of Israel. And they're just taking over Palestinian land, Muslim land, killing off the Muslims.
Didn't they even invert that word chattel? Don't they attribute that to Muslims when in fact the origins are Jewish? Or do I have that right? The word chattel?
I haven't heard of that word, sorry.
No? Oh, okay.
What is it supposed to mean?
It's kind of like another word for the goyim.
Oh, I never heard of it. That
Like
term.
like cattle, you know, chattel.
Oh, cattle.
Yeah, but yeah, like pronounced chattel.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, I think they present it as an anti-Semitic slang in some popular TV show or something. And I think like Robin Quivers was quoting this shit on the Howard Stern show at one point. She was bashing the Muslims and saying, "Oh, and they have that word chattel, you know," and
Well, was she saying that was a Muslim word when it's really?
yeah, she was quoting it from some TV show she'd watched where they presented it in that way.
She's just a token, black token for Howard Stern. That's all. That's her purpose for him.
Yeah, good.
So when, say, people try to accuse him of being racist and sexist, he can just say, "I have a black woman as a co-host. I'm not racist or sexist." Typical cunning, conniving, Khazarian scum tactic.
Have you ever heard of a show called Quite Frankly?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, it's called Quite Frankly, a show about Howard Stern, and it the whole show it treats Howard Stern as a case study in Jewish narcissism.
All right.
And it does a deep dive into his career and behind the scenes and how he operates and how
It's
he
sounding familiar. Might have heard of something like that in the past. Go on.
You know what? I may have even mentioned it to you at one point.
Right.
Yeah.
Feel free to send a link about it when you can.
I will. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing a video pointing out his hypocrisy regarding of him being racist because he was on The View a while ago and the women were addressing the fact that he was incredibly intolerant and racist towards like blacks, saying the N-word casually in the 90s, because back in the 90s it was very edgy and controversial on his stupid show. And when they were holding his feet to the fire and confronting him about saying the N-word casually back then, he went and said, "I've never said the N-word, I'm not racist." I'm like, dude, I've seen so many of your shows and you've said it so many times, you fucking lying scumbag.
Oh yeah, he said blackface and all that, you know.
Yeah, but then they immediately, the person that uploaded that video, it cuts into a segment of one of his older episodes where he's in blackface and he's with another person, I think that's in blackface, as Whoopi Goldberg, playing Whoopi Goldberg, and he's just being the typical like fucking 18th century slave accent. Uncle Tom fucking house slave. Oh lordy.
Yeah,
Give
yeah.
me a kiss, mommy. Stuff like that.
Right. You
Like
know,
that's what he was, yeah. He'd just casually do that and he got called out on it. He just denies it and lies typically.
you know what's creepier than that is and they put this in one of those episodes of Quite Frankly, there's someone taped him in between filming on the set of that America's Got Talent at one point, and he was actually so I never watched that show, okay, but like they would have the people kind of like do these stupid little dance routines like in between, I don't know, blocks of the show or whatever. And anyway, here's Howard Stern. Picture this, okay? There's a little kid on the stage, very, very tiny young kid, and somehow the kid is like on his back for a minute. Howard Stern squats over the kid's face and starts like doing like a stripper dance with his ass right in this little tiny kid's face.
Wow.
It's pretty fucking freakish. And like Howie Mandel like keeps trying to pull him away. Like they keep trying to redirect his attention away from this little kid, and he keeps going back. He keeps going back to like borderline molester this little kid on AGT.
Holy shit. What year was this? When was he the judge on the judge panel on that show?
Oh, I'm not sure. That went on for a while, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that clip is out there.
I'm gonna have to find that just for the lulz. Fucking not surprising.
Yeah, like they're always talking about they're waiting for him to come up on one of these crazy lists. You know, they suspect that he's been among the
on Epstein's flight log, probably.
Right, exactly.
And the people that do get exposed on it, they never get in fucking trouble. So
Nah, they won't get in trouble.
like I was listening to, I don't know if you heard of Cumtown, like this comedic podcast that used to exist. Nick Mullen, Adam Friedland, and that.
What is it
And
called?
Cumtown. There's a lot of that content on it. It's fucking hilarious, but you got to have a sixth sense of humor to appreciate it. But it's real good. But Nick Mullen, the primary comedian of that show, he's like the leader. He created it, and he's just got two co-hosts. He's the primary host, and he's just doing a little bit on Dave Mustaine on the flat. He's trying to do Ronnie James Dio singing a song "Holy Diver," but the lyrics is about Dave Mustaine's being on the flight logs 27 times and around over 20 times. It's so fucking funny. Why was Dave Mustaine on the flight log 26 times? That's Dio, Ronnie James Dio. He does a lot of like voice. He does a lot of impersonations and celebrity voices and all that shit, and ethnic accents. It's worth checking out if you like comedy like that.
I do. I love misanthropic, sick comedy. Absolutely.
Yeah, Nick Mullen, he's just fucking very talented. He's got a natural talent. He just developed a real good skill for it. And they stopped doing Cumtown podcast, and because one of the co-hosts, Hallie, I can't even pronounce his last name. He wanted to do a stand-up comedy career, so he had to leave the podcast, and now it's just called The Adam Friedland Show. Nick Mullen and Adam Friedland, still funny, just a bit different. But they get like celebrity guests on the podcast and shit, and they just fuck with them. They recently had Steve-O on there, and Nick Mullen's just constantly interjecting in the interview just about stupid shit to try and throw Steve-O off edge and trigger him. It's funny as hell. I'll have to send you a link to that too.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm looking at on Reddit, the Adam Friedland Show podcast. Okay. Steve.
Yeah, I download all the episodes that are available.
Right on. Yeah, I'll check that out.
Fucking.
So what else is going on?
Not a whole lot. I've just been looking into a bunch of documentaries I haven't seen before. I recently was watching a documentary, just a small one, and there's a larger documentary I got to go watch that's over 4 hours about Adolf Hitler exterminating the Freemasons and destroying all their fucking books and scrolls and their doctrines and shit when he was invading the other European countries, especially France, because Freemasonry was heavily involved in France. Because in the old media, a lot of these anti-national socialists who keep saying, "Oh, America's controlled by Nazis," when it's complete opposite. And they say, "Oh, Adolf was a Freemason," and it's like there's a lot of evidence proving that he was anti-Freemason. It's just
right. He's
yeah,
more classic Illuminati, right?
Yeah, Bavarian, affiliated with the Bavarian Illuminati, which was an anti-Freemason establishment, and the disinformation agents keep trying to tie that in as the Illuminati is controlling the world and America and all that, when it's the opposite. It's the Freemasons and their
Zionists.
Yeah, Zionist masters. This Freemasonry was ultimately created by those. You know what?
Was it? I don't know the histories. Please.
Yeah. It's like watered down Kabbalah mysticism and Freemasonry teachings. And they utilize all the symbols from all the other religions and ancient secret societies just for their own selfish purposes to gain more power for themselves.
So it's kind of like a little bit like what Genesis Porridge is talking about with like chaos magic.
I
Kind of
guess I haven't looked into what you just said
Oh,
about
okay.
that.
Yeah,
I know,
it's- yeah, he's in that you know, the kind of the satanic underground world. He's part of that, like the Boyd Rice era.
yeah.
And yeah, he connects in with the Dream Machine story regarding Kurt Cobain, which I was asking Douglas about last time we spoke.
What was that about? The Dream Machine story?
So
Okay, then.
this has to do with Kurt and Courtney having been targeted by Aquino's crowd and them having made a manner of blood ritual of Kurt. And
That's not surprising.
right, and part of this was something called a dream machine, which Kurt talked about in one of his last interviews. And he got this machine, I believe, maybe from Genesis P.O. Ridge. I might not, you know, I'm not sure if I'm remembering that 100% correctly, but he got that machine, and this connects somehow. And I hope that Douglas will fill in the blanks, because this is one of the stories that he's told that kind of stuck with me. And it had to do with, you know, like mind fucking youth on a massive scale, right?
Yeah. His music and the grunge music was, well, just like most music, is just used as a psyops to program each new generation, like each new type of generational new music that's brought out, to program the youth and even the adults and whatnot. Bombard their subconscious with subliminal messages, and the music videos are filled with subliminal images. It's all to fuck with their brain. And music is like spell casting with the lyrics they use. Like a lot of rock musicians back in the 60s, 70s, they all studied Aleister Crowley's teachings and Satanic Bible and all that, and they all learn reverse speeches and all this shit. And they studied a lot of witchcraft and use like.
I just gotta go.
Yeah. And that, a lot of the lyrics is just spellcasting that have an effect on the listener.
Oh,
their mind.
Okay, I'm back, and let's take a look at the numbers. And I can't believe you guys held numbers. That's incredible. How did you guys manage to do that? What did you talk about? What did you talk about?
A bunch of various drugs, fucking Howard Stern, Freemasons.
Oh, cool, just everything under the sun. Okay.
Music. Yeah.
Wonderful. Keep doing that for a few more minutes. I'm right here, but unable to speak for a few minutes. Go back to. Has Aristides been participating?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still there.
Good. Excellent. Continue to do so.
What are your thoughts on the like music industry being used to indoctrinate and program the mass public as a psyops?
Yeah, tell him, Aristides. Tell him.
Yeah.
Tell him about all the crimes you committed while playing that heavy metal rap.
No, I can't talk about that. I believe they do that. I mean, you look at some of these big, entertainment figures they put up there. Some of these, some of this weird ritualistic symbology around them. Some of the weird shit that happens at their concerts. It's fucking creepy, man.
Yeah, like I don't know if I already said this, or one of Britney Spears' famous songs. It might have been "Hit Me, Baby, One More Time." That song, or just one of others in the early 2000s. I think it was in the chorus or just one of the verses. The reverse message was, "Sleep with me, I'm not too young." Now you imagine a bunch of little girls listening to that, and those reverse messages invading their subconscious mind, and you wonder why the mass amount of girls that are 9, 10 years old become hypersexualized from listening to all that shit.
Well, it's all that fast food as well. Those lovely hormones and
Well, that factors in, yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of subliminal messages trying to corrupt the mind of the youth to make them become hypersexualized.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's something Doug's talked about, and I keep wanting to go back to it, but it has to do with getting kids to commit suicide on that scale. Are you back, Doug?
Yeah, there's been a few songs accused of being responsible. Like, some people accuse these kids that murdered themselves, like listening to Suicide Solution by Ozzy Osbourne or Better By You, Better Than Me by Judas Priest, shit like that. There was that massive court case, but obviously they weren't charged with any crime and they weren't found guilty. And
Yeah, I'm talking about in the UK.
oh yeah,
Yeah, the UK. Genesis P. Orridge. The hell was it called? Temple of Psychic Youth or something like that.
Sonic? No way. Are you talking about a band?
Nah, not Sonic Youth. The Temple of Psychic Youth was like, no, it's an actual organization. That guy.
Oh, an organization.
Yeah, that Genesis Porridge. But yeah, I'll ask Douglas about that. But
okay,
yeah,
I'm back, so I can speak a little bit to that. I'm still shaving the coconut for the sandwich. I brought the so basically this is organic raw coconut in a jar. And I shave it as if it were the inside of a real coconut to get it onto the to the bread. While I'm doing that, I could conceivably speak to what our friend is talking about, of course, and try and do it justice. I'm, not sure how much I could come up with from memory at this period of time, but basically what I would say is that from my case, the way that I would recollect it best would be through my reference of the Vox Varcus Arche, the occult equivalent of the nuclear football. So that people understand that from an Aquino-esque perspective, the way that he was approaching the problem, so to speak, or the subject, basically the cultivation of potential powers of personality as locked in the minds of a few latent meta-humans, what Marvel Comics would call mutants, that can be released through music, resonating at 3 to 7 cycles per second. This is asserted via the various disciplines. I'm shaving my coconut while that sounds a bit obscene. It's not like I'm peeling back my foreskin or something, though some people may imagine that. Instead, while I'm doing that, if you hear any odd sounds, that's what it's affiliated with. But basically, the Temple of Seth and their founder were experimenting quite heavily with this. Resonance. For those of you who don't know, but may recall, Laura Lee Solomon, who was working with myself for a time, probably assigned as a handler. Certainly Judith Agard suspected she was brainwashed while she was in the Air Force, and I find none of that unbelievable. All of that is more and more likely so the more I reflect upon everything that happened. And in terms of Laura Lee Solomon's behavior, she was also fascinated with this kind of resonance and apparently had been subjected to it, and was able to recognize it when it was being used by certain cult-like organizations. The Blue Avian organization of that individual whom Peter Moon finds particularly repulsive. Corey Good, I believe. At any rate, this school of thought, derivative of Colonel Dr. Michael Aquino, psychological warfare expert and specialist in psychotronics, was well within the context of the contemporary HPM, the Human Potential Movement. At the time when the movie titled The Brain Machine was released, circa 1977, the same year as Star Wars. Probably you can find that film on YouTube, The Brain Machine. All of this was being mass marketed as a tool for attaining hypnotic, other altered states of consciousness as well, through pulsed light and sound stimulation. And there's a book. So the book's title is The Chapel of Extreme Experience. And its subtitle is, I think it was A Short History of Stroboscopic Light and the Dream Machine. So that was published around 2003. Now, I think Sid just probably found the film. I think that's what you linked into the text box, right? Is that the film on YouTube, perhaps? And so at any rate, thank you. Thank you so much. And put that into the chat room as well, please. So that book that I've just titled, Chapel of Extreme Experience, subtitled Short History of Stroboscopic Light and the Dream Machine, that was published around 2003 by John Geiger. Geiger, no relation to H.R. Geiger, who's spelled differently. For those of you who don't know, H.R. Geiger was a pathological Swiss artist who was brilliant, but at the same time a criminal. He convinced all of his girlfriends to will, literally in writing, will their bodies over to him for art. And all of his girlfriends were young and physically well endowed, and they all died. So he was obviously a murderer, and I think the Swiss authorities must either be completely corrupt or idiots to have let that guy loose on the streets, but he was killing girlfriends left and right and using their body parts in his art after convincing them to will their bodies over. It's like... probably the Swiss would argue, well, they were volunteers and they knew what they were getting into, and if there's no charges filed by any relations, I can understand, but still. At any rate, back to this Geiger, who's a different Geiger, spelled differently, or maybe he changed the spelling of his last name so that people wouldn't think he was related to H.R. Geiger. He traces the history of how a visual phenomenon, first described 1,200 years ago by the Czech, Österreichisch, the Czech of Austrian nationality from the days of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the anatomist and physiologist Jan Evangelista Perkine, or in his Czech language or Germanic, it would be more like Johannes Evangelist Perkine. That would be more the Czech, which is Slavic. But the Perkine would be more German, or Perkine. At any rate, this guy was one of the best known scientists of his day. He was so famous that when people from outside of Europe wrote letters to him, all they needed to put as the address was his last name, the Germanicized spelling, Perkyne, P-U-R-K-Y-N-E, comma, Europe. And it would reach him. I mean, imagine that. Different world back then. But all of that has since become the basis of further scientific studies into how the visual brain works and how repercussions of investigation of an obscure phenomenon, stroboscopic light, have spread widely into contemporary artistic and musical culture. Now, in terms of the Chapel of Extreme Experience, our dear friend Sid has put the PDF link into our text box. Please put that into the chat as well. And I'm going to assume that you're doing that from this point forward, whenever it's relevant. Oh, excellent! You did that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Aristides. So sorry. So sorry. I'm shaving coconut. I'm looking only occasionally at the screen. So I was just didn't catch who did what. But at any rate, you've got this examination through that book of the intersection between art and science and the exploration of consciousness, with specific reference to the pioneering work of Ian Somerville. That's Sommerville. He was this electronics technician and computer programmer, primarily known for his association, or through his association, with William S. Burroughs' circle of Beat Generation figures. And he lived at Paris' so-called Beat Hotel by 1960, when they were regulars there, becoming Burroughs' gay lover, his sodomite bunk or rump ranger, and systems advisor. And Brian Gysin, surname spelled Gysin, and he was a painter, a writer, what they called a sound poet, a performance artist, and the inventor of experimental devices. I think he was born in Buckinghamshire in England. Taplow, the city of Taplow. He's best known for his use of cut-up technique, alongside his close friend, the novelist William S. Burroughs. And Peter Moon can go to fucking town on cut-up technique, which is a way to just use free association, write it on your fucking stickum pads, and take the post-it notes and start putting them up on the wall, and a pattern will begin to form that you make a story out of. All of this is working with higher consciousness, so to speak. Now, when I think of the band Genesis Porridge, which is spelled Genesis and then a P, and I think it was a hyphen, then an O-R or double R, I-D-G-E, po or P-Orage, Genesis Porridge would be one way of saying it, but I think everybody just said Genesis Porridge. I think of a term that Aquino would use, the wreckers of civilizations. But then I also think of the dream machines, the cut-ups. Now, Genesis Porridge was a guy's name. I don't think he was born with that name, but that's what he legally changed his name to, as I understand it. So he was this artist, musician, singer-songwriter with the groups. Throbbing Gristle was the name. Can't forget that. And Psychic TV. That was the name of a band. It's not an actual channel. Now, in many ways, Genesis Porridge carried in the tradition of experimentation of 60s psychedelia. Now, the band Jay was affiliated with, Throbbing Gristle, is especially considered one of the innovators of industrial music and other electronic genres. The group had evolved from a performance art collective known as, I think it was COUM. It was all uppercase, so I would presume it was an acronym. I have no fucking idea what that acronym stood for. COUM, and I have no idea how they preferred to pronounce it. I think of COUM. Probably some obscene, suggestive shit going on there. But COUM transmissions. Let me see with Mark H. He thinks he's not on the call. Well, let's bring him on the call. Okay. Let me press the add button here. And if somebody can look up COUM and find out what that acronym is for, or if it was an acronym, COUM transmissions, yeah, I'd appreciate it. So we're joined now by Mark H., I presume. And by the way, people might notice that I use the gender-neutral affectation, J, for...
COUM Transmission Wire Music and Performance Art Collective, who operated in the United Kingdom from 1969 through to 1976, influenced by the Dada artistic movement. COUM were openly confrontational and subversive, challenging aspects of conventional British society.
Okay. So there's no, it doesn't stand for anything.
No, that's all I could find about it, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I'll keep looking if I can find it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And Genesis P-Orridge had a very androgynous presentation, like David Bowie or myself. And so I use the gender-neutral affectation when I reference them. Hey, Mark, I just tried adding you, but it says you're not available. Maybe they're pulling the same shit with you that they did with Sid, with Acid Kick over here. Call me and I'll merge you into the call. Brendan Zoget has rejoined us, and maybe he has some information about all of this. Brendan, what's on your mind? I'm going to write Mark here. Gentlemen, feel free to take up the conversation for a few moments. When, whatever else you can think of concerning this subject matter for a minute.
So, what do you know about this acid kick? That's funny.
He's probably gotten on mute again, or they fucked with his... anyhow, so let me keep talking. If Brendan, since you're on the call, go ahead and say something if you wish. He's probably asleep, and somehow he probably butt dialed. Aristides, was there something on your mind?
Lots of things potentially. What are we talking about?
See how you went.
No worries.
What the heck is that?
Yeah, no worries. It's we have no idea what it stands for, but it's some kind of artsy fartsy stuff. And what I'll do is basically they gained a lot of notoriety in Great Britain, as was said by our friend Mr. Nemo Albano. They were influenced by the Dada artistic movement. So everybody look up DADA. I'm not going to go into the history of Dada other than to say that it was a surrealist movement, and that at the point in time in which Dada manifested, people were seriously concerned that it was going to become the source of terrorism, because they were truly anarchistic. They were anarchists, and they were definitely not conventional in their thought process, and people thought that it would be very easy for people who were true anarchists to basically start becoming, just start blowing things up for the sake of blowing things up. They appeared very nihilist, and
yeah, that's what it says about them.
Okay,
nihilistic and anti-theistic.
Anti-theistic.
Anti-theist.
In other words, true anti-god worshippers of the anti-gods. Just so people understand, the term atheist, of course, everyone's familiar with that, and it means you do not believe that there is a god. An anti-theist means that you are against God, that you are anti-God. So there's a true difference between an atheist who can be quite neutral, follow a moral code, and not necessarily be a malignant or malevolent person. Obviously, the primary atheistic movements that we're familiar with, such as communism, were extraordinarily malevolent. But these days, the majority of atheists are not necessarily communists, and are can be fairly neutral and even positive figures.
Sorry, it was anti-aesthetic.
Okay, anti-aesthetic.
But yes.
But go on with whatever else you've.
But just them being nihilistic, of course, they'll be anti-God.
Thank you. Nihilism is pure raw evil, and just so people understand. There's another evil ideology that I've neglected to speak much about, but I will speak more about it in the future, that merges into all of this. And you have to forgive me, because sometimes while I'm shaving this coconut, some of it will fall or trickle out, and then I'll put it in my mouth, and it's just dry enough where it just makes me want to choke. It doesn't become tolerable until I compress the sandwich together.
Dada, I think it was short for Dadaism, the art movement.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, that much is. Hopefully I communicated that, but it's always good to reinforce these things. So the Dada artistic movement is something people look up, and they'll find out more about everything we're talking about. but I do remember that COUM was, or they were openly confrontational and subversive, challenging aspects of conventional British society, of course, as our man Nemo Albano has said. Their art was received with interest by some, with hostility by others, understandably, in the British establishment, with Peerage and the group being labeled as Wreckers of Civilization in British Parliament. So the poster that I remember for the COUM transmissions in their final art exhibit, I remember a multimedia art show that featured the band members posing for pornographic magazines. Needless to say, the show caused a large controversy in Britain, and it was meant to. It was an assault on the sensibilities, an assault on the senses. And this would not be the last time that Peerage would receive accusations as part of an art projects that Xi had involved with. Again, I'm using the gender neutral because Xi has always been gender neutral in presentation. I myself am non-binary, pretty much, but I present as one or the other. Well, some people would argue that. Or argue against that. I told Mark to call, and I would merge him with the call. It doesn't seem to be happening. Hopefully he's okay. And will join us.
The closest thing I could find about the meaning of the COUM acronym was Central Ohio Unorganized Militia. That's it has nothing to do with it, but that's all I could find.
Holy shit! Central what? Or what would be the O before?
Central Ohio Unorganized Militia.
Holy shit! Why don't they just call them Central Unorganized Militia so they can call themselves CUM? Yeah, that's a. At any rate, quite famously, in 1992, the TV station Channel 4 accused Peerage of partaking in satanic rituals that involved the abuse of others. Now, as it later turned out, that was part of an experimental movie that Channel 4 itself had partly sponsored. The station later apologized, but the harm had been done, and what the Satanists themselves would call mass hysteria, are rather public concern that I think is justified and righteous. All of this resulted in how would I say it? It resulted in evil rituals, quote unquote, being reported throughout Great Britain. Peerage at that time began to fear for your life and opted to leave the Greater British Empire and the Commonwealth of English-speaking nations completely to emigrate, seeking asylum, essentially, in the United States of America. Now, even more ironically, at the time of the news report being broadcast, the wrecker of civilization himself was doing what he, or Xi, said was famine relief work in Thailand. Now, I have my own suspicions about this, and understand this is parcel my own background. So, with the kind of scum I've been dealing with all my life, I gotta ask, all right? Peerage is what people would consider at least a transvestite. Certainly transgendered or transsexed to a degree. In those days, we did not really have all of the classifications or categories that we do today. So we don't really know what Peerage was or is. We might now, maybe Xi's come out as something specific, but obviously, Xi was not presenting conventionally. And she's not presenting herself conventionally. And obviously, I'm not going to say there's anything wrong with that. That's something that I myself do. But the difference is, I'm not performing weird experimental art. Well, I guess some people would argue I am. But it's, I don't go around saying I'm doing something charitable in a nation that's infamous for child prostitution. Like, famine relief work in Thailand sounds highly suspicious to me. And what I think that's an obvious cover for is basically Peorage was fucking young kids in Thailand. That would be my own assumption. It's not necessarily fair or even right, but, you know, how many people do you know that go to Thailand for anything else? And it's not exactly famous for famine. It's not necessarily the wealthiest nation on earth. And there might have been some natural disaster at the time, an earthquake or something. Maybe something was going on that was impeding with the normal supply chains, but I'm very suspect. And I would presume myself that Peorage was over there fucking kids. Regardless, Genesis Peorage is a fascinating character and shines especially in interviews and recorded conversation. The topics of discussion tend to drift from 60s psychedelic music to human morality and laws in modern society, occult philosophy, or the master musicians of Jujuka. And that would be spelled with a Joujuka. Now, I'm deaf in my right ear, and I'm hardly a musicologist, and I'll ask these gentlemen to look up Jujuka to give people a better summary of what that's all about than I ever could.
How do you spell that?
Joujuka. Jujuka. You know, so whatever you find on that will be fascinating. I remember the phenomena. I remember the music. I, of course, do not retain much musically because I'm deaf, half deaf. But it certainly, I remember the discussions he had on it, Xi had on it. And it sounded really intriguing, but I never followed up. At any rate, Peorage is known for using a lot of artistic techniques as part of their works. One of the techniques used most is the so-called cut-up technique, used by the Surrealists and later by the artist Brion, whose name would be spelled B-R-I-O-N, Brion Gysin, G-Y-S-I-N, and the famous Beat Generation writer William S. Burroughs, whom, like I said, Peter Moon could talk about that for hours. Now, Peorage befriended Gysin and Burroughs and collaborated with both. Burroughs is especially known for using the technique involving cutting up pieces of text and rearranging them to find different meanings in seminal works like Naked Lunch and his work titled The Soft Machine. Now, the group Throbbing Gristle also released on the record label. They were managing a spoken word piece by Burroughs called The Last Words of Hassan Sabah. And the text makes use of cut-up. A lot of cut-up. Now, speaking of Peorage's friends, Gysin is responsible, together with Ian Somerville, for inventing the Dream Machine. This is a stroboscopic flicker device that produces visual stimuli. Now, you could probably look that shit up on Wikipedia these days. I, of course, try using any other source on Earth other than Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is, I cannot overemphasize this enough, the bathroom wall of information intercourse.
filled
And-
with disinformation and misinformation.
Thank you. And a major contributor who we have photographed in our books, the screenshots, which have since been salted from the fucking internet, completely scrubbed, of Michael Aquino requesting that Wikipedia never speak ill of him. So nothing is ever said of Michael Aquino that is negative on Wikipedia, because he gave orders that they cannot say anything negative about it. I mean, if you can't call that biased, I don't know what the fuck you can call it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so basically, Michael Aquino was one of the originators of Wikipedia, which is why he had such total control over their content. And that alone should tell you, you shouldn't be using this as an information source at all. Consume wisely. Stop consuming blindly. But then again, that's why you're here, is to find out what not to consume, as well as what to look into at all. Now,
Douglas, excuse me. Wikipedia wiki was I'm sorry. Aquino's idea is what everybody would say. What I know is, etc. Is that right? Like I could come from somewhere, or just never mind.
now I see that you put a quote inside of the text box. Let me take a look at it. I haven't had a chance to take a look at it.
You know what? That last one was a glitch.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
never mind.
All right. So I'm looking at Boyd Rice. Interesting.
Yeah, he's mentioned Genesis P.O. Ridge occasionally on his Facebook and whatnot.
And if this is a real, what we call a photo pentimento, this looks like a real photograph that's been painted over of Boyd Rice and Peorage. Now, this could be just some composite that's created, or they could truly have been together, side by side. Then always remember, or never forget, Boyd Rice is very much a neo-Nazi. And so his tolerance of Boyd Rice, the tolerance between Boyd Rice and Peorage for each other, shows that they're allowing their art to bridge what otherwise might be multiple factors that would alienate the twain of them. So that's pretty fucking impressive right then and there. Aside from that, we've got The Guardian wrote a article on the Dream Machine, apparently. Okay, thank you for those links, and I'm going to take another look at the chat, and I see you put them up in the chat. That's good. All that being said, the numbers have dropped rather precipitously, so I think a lot of people are alienated by the topic. That's all right, fuck it. That's the nature of the
I think
beast.
it's common knowledge on that topic, yeah.
So when it came to the way the Dream Machine works, is that the subject stands in front of it with their eyes closed. The machine flickers rhythmically, with the frequency corresponding to alpha waves. Alpha brain waves are said to help with relaxation of body and mind, and to help induce a state that will relax the mind and induce creativity. There's even designs online to allow you to manufacture your own working dream machine, or you can even try and purchase an already built one. But the internet also offers an alternative in the form of websites that experiment with the basic principles of the flickers of a dream machine. I think there's one I remember, No Labs, or No-Labs, no-labs.com, demos, dream machines. Anyhow, be warned, of course, that caution must be used, as it has been reported that it may induce seizures to a small fraction of people using one. For others, binaural beat tracks to be listened to over headphones are also readily available online. Then, of course, Genesis Peorage is also perhaps most known for the involvement in Throbbing Gristle, TG. So for some, TG was the definitive industrial band, coining the term and practically rewriting the rulebook, ironically by throwing out all re-existing rules. Now the Nine Inch Nails band leader, Trent Reznor, while never entirely comfortable with the label of industrial, has made references to Throbbing Gristle and may or may not have taken some inspiration on their song Discipline, a song sharing the name with a TG, or Throbbing Gristle song. Now, I think probably what I would be best for, and excuse me while I make sure I do this right, I'm putting the two parts of the sandwich together, and of course we don't want all these fucking ingredients to spill, because they're all expensive as hell. Dumb. So I'm going to concentrate completely on putting my sandwich slabs together right now for a moment. Ah, there we are. Okay, managed to do that. Now I can press them together, and there we are. I can feel secure now that all the ingredients aren't going to flip out. Rather than talking about the cultural aspect for a moment, I'd probably be more comfortable talking about the technical aspect, the study of stroboscopic light, which began as a purely scientific study. Now, there's an acronym I remember that was in use, MAQ. Mach. MAQ, from Michael Aquino. And he was engrossed with flicker potentials, a visual phenomenon which became the basis of scientific studies into how the visual brain works. In the 1960s, the Dream Machine was developed to reproduce this phenomenon, emitting pulses of light and projecting patterns that produced kaleidoscopic images and even hallucinations. The interest in flicker, from its scientific underpinnings to its role in the countercultural art scene, Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set, the Satanists of the deep state, as manifest in your Department of Defense and the entire military intelligence occult complex, all played a very heavy sponsorship role in the entire music scene. But in this instance, they dominated the technology. So, the Dream Machine and its influence on major cultural figures like William S. Burroughs, Aldous Huxley, the Pharmatopian, meaning the utopian who thought that an ideal world could be created through immersion of the masses into narco-recreational substance. Aldous Huxley was the proponent of drugging everybody. Pharmacopoeia on Earth. And Allen Ginsberg, the fag man, if you will, the biggest fag bag of them all. They all experienced and wrote about the flicker effect. And all of this, these people are all fucking suspect. They are sus as fuck. William S. Burroughs killed his own wife and got away with it scot-free. Aldous Huxley's just a piece of shit. Allen Ginsberg, you're talking about a guy bumming around the country fucking young boys. History begins...
William Burroughs also an assassin for the CIA? And he had like a massive weapon collection and homosexuality, drug addictions and all that.
He certainly had the massive weapon collection, and he was obviously homosexual. Doesn't even do it justice. We're talking about an orgiastic sex fiend who basically participated in sex in a wanton basis. Now, I may come off sounding like a prude. That's hardly the case. Everybody knows that I'm as perverted as it comes. I'm
Who isn't these days?
Yeah, I'm a sexaholic, a pornoholic. But these guys, you're talking about, these guys are creeps, man. I mean, these are just dudes who are sleazy.
He would have been programmed to become like that since he was a child, like groomed into that lifestyle.
I think that you almost are providing an excuse. Oh,
I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah,
typically it happens to these
I think
people.
these people are natural assholes, and they wind up being sponsored by the government almost indirectly. Somebody like William Burroughs, I wouldn't dignify him with the name assassin. That implies a level of professionalism and a kind of conduct that would be almost admirable, at least in terms of discipline.
Apparently, when he was 15, he was sent to a Masonic Los Alamos training camp.
It's I don't doubt that. It's believable. But it's something that I don't even care to investigate. The man's just... The William Burroughs we all know was a human piece of shit.
Yeah, he was close friends with Kurt Cobain too, like before his death. Some suspect that he probably was the one that fucking killed him, like, because there's no fingerprints on the shotgun. Obviously, someone shot him wearing a fucking glove.
Well,
shotgun.
I'll get to what I remember about that. At any rate, the history begins at this point. It goes on to study the transition to the art world that was pioneered by Brian Gysin, William S. Burroughs, Genesis P-Orridge, and Allen Ginsberg. So, while the examination of the intersection between art and science that I remember from reading the book Chapel of Extreme Experience and other scientific articles at the Department of Defense, while all these people were examining the intersection between art and science, I also found all of these to be conducive to a study of major currents in Western culture by way of an investigation of an obscure phenomenon. Because not only was Flickr central to the artistic exploitations or artistic explorations of the aforementioned by Geiger, the book, Chapel of Extreme Experience, also finds intersections with the lives and deaths of people as various as Brian Jones, Kurt Cobain, Keith Haring, Ned Rorem, if I remember, Paul McCartney, Derek Jarman, Paul Bowles, or Boles, and David Bowie. You see, when the 16-year-old Brian Gysin hopped a train from Edmonton, the capital city of the Canadian province of Alberta, in 1932, it was with the intention of leaving the bourgeois burgs forever, the suburbs of England, to, or we could call them the exurbs, way out in bumfuck. Or maybe we'd best consider them simply Rust Belts, the Bergs. He wanted the better to become a traveler, poet, painter, and all-around student of ecstasy. And in every one of these goals, he succeeded. By 1958, this sky-eyed hipster had become a key member of a small group of avant-garde writers, among them William Burroughs, Gregory Corso, and Allen Ginsberg, living and working in the peerlessly arty Beat Hotel in Paris. And I'm not saying that as a generic term for the hotel. That was the fucking name, was Beat Hotel. And their mission was to refute the sterile, flaccid world of American post-war values by pursuing amped-up, holy consciousness to escape into better worlds by any means necessary. Drugs were good, but then, mindful of Burroughs' dictum that anything that can be done chemically can be done in other ways, Geisen became interested in the possibilities of a machine that could stimulate higher consciousness through flickering light. So, working from a portable prototype for such a machine, and remembering an instant of disorientation years previously, when the setting sun behind a line of trees had produced a transcendental storm of color visions, which you can get the same effect if you drive a car at a kind of median pace through a copse of trees along a road, where the trees line either side, or at least one side, and the sun shining through the trees. You get that stroboscopic effect when you're driving down that road alongside all those trees, and the light of the sun is just snapping through each break in the tree line.
As if all the trees are a colonnade, like a bunch of pillars.
Yeah.
The light between each one.
Yeah. Kind of like the effect you get from the old celluloid film moving at a pace. Geisen constructed a perforated cylinder, what he called a cyclinder at times, mounted it on a revolving base, fixed a light source in the center. He discovered that prolonged exposure to the spinning cylinder produced not only a brainstorm of overwhelming colors and patterns, but a tremendous sense of the infinite. Geisen's dream machine remains the best known, but not the only, chapter in the story of the stroboscope. Now, if I remember my other introduction to the subject, it was by Lila Hadley. Lila was spelled L-E-I-L-A. Hadley, her surname was spelled H-A-D-L-E-Y. Lila Hadley was an American travel writer and a socialite. Her books include one titled Give Me the World, and another one titled A Journey with Elsa Cloud, who became not Elsa Cloud, but Lila Hadley. She became an advocate of the commercial potential of the Dream Machine after viewing it at a small gallery in Tangier in 1964. That Moroccan connection would bring Peter Moon back. Anyhow, Geisen demonstrated an early version to Allen Ginsberg at the Beat Hotel in April of 1961, who immediately wrote approvingly to Timothy Leary, "Amazing! It works!" and stated that he intended to try and help Geisen locate a manufacturer for it. Now, there was this Frenchman whose name I will probably butcher. I wish Amy Como was with us so that she could help me say it right. But his name was spelled G-A-I-T, and the I had an umlaut over it, Diuresis, or it's pronounced the same way, I think, as the medical term. But anyhow, I think that would be Geit, or J. Surname was spelled F-R-O-G-E with the accent. It's so tempting because he's French to just say frog, but Geit Froget, and Geit Froget's Librairie Anglaise, the English library. That was the literary center of the left. Many Americans and Britons had their mail sent there because they practically fucking lived there. And it was basically a bookstore, not a library. And she exhibited one of these dream machines in her bookshop window. And Helena Rubinstein, she was this Polish-American businesswoman, obviously Jewish or married to a Jew. Art collector, philanthropist, a cosmetics entrepreneur. She was the founderess and eponeme of Helena Rubinstein Incorporated Cosmetics Company, which made her one of the world's richest women. Geisen had known her since before the war. And she saw it displayed in the window, or rather, he saw it in turn displayed in the window of her beauty salon following its unofficial, or rather official, unveiling at the exhibition in Paris in March of 1962. But not a single product was sold. Nobody bought one. Gysin had by then himself applied for a patent, but when Philips sent an executive to Paris to investigate, Gysin's hopes were dashed when no deal was forthcoming. An outcome Gysin blamed, in some accounts, on the businessman slipping on dog shit in the Beat Hotel's hallway. Oh well, like, fucking clean up after yourself, clean up after your dogs, and maybe your business will conduct a little smoother. It's, what can I say? That's the Beat lifestyle. It fucks itself. Now, science, as a separate issue, has long explored brain-eye-light interplay, but by mid-century, scientists had run into various investigative backwaters. Then, in the late 1950s, the tantalizing, if unquantifiable results of flicker research moved from laboratories into the hands of filmmakers, pop musicians, and, in Timothy Leary's phrase, the cosmonauts of inner space. Whereupon the 1960s happened, and suddenly variations on the light show were everywhere. Gysin failed to fully anticipate psychedelic culture, and he had mixed feelings about the advent of stroboscopic Friday night thrills down at the local hippie pit. For Gysin's generation, transcendence was essentially a private, almost studious experience. The idea was that trippin' would increase human potential, one head at a time. One of the most engrossing aspects of the book titled Chapel of Extreme Experience, the title itself referring to an art exhibit of Brian Gysin's, is the fact that Gysin always intended the dream machine for normal, workaday people. Geiger's book, I would say, it's short, sweet, to the point, it's readable, it's authoritative, it's a beautifully designed pocket history. I remember that, and I appreciate that as a graphic illustrator myself. It does us all this great favor by reminding readers of what's wondrous in life. There's also the what-if factor. What if this people's psych machine had, in fact, actually ever taken off? What if everyone could access worlds otherwise denied us? So, the Chapel of Extreme Experience is full of such down-the-rabbit-hole stuff, considering how small it is, or thin. Most notably, the fact that Edmonton gets a walk-on part in one of the most un-Edmonton-like cultural chapters of modern times, which is a way of, like, bringing Smallville or, what was it Archie lived in? Riverdale. It's like Smallville or Riverdale suddenly being brought up in the middle of Woodstock. At any rate, I know that there was an organization that claimed this dream machine caused Cobain's and PFAF's, the PFAFF's, suicides. I think there was a report from the New Musical Express that the Seattle organization that called itself Friends Understanding Kurt, which was haunting to me because basically everything I knew about mercenary work I learned from a pathological pedophile serial child rapist named Kurt. K-U-R-T. So the very organization with the name Friends Understanding Kurt already strikes me as sus. Sketchy as hell. But in their own private investigation, they concluded the deaths of the Nirvana singer and the Hole, that was another group, H-O-L-E, the Hole bassist, the bassist, Christine Pfaff, P-F-A-F-F, were suicides linked to the use of dream machines, which are these, in case you haven't been following, trance-inducing devices invented by William Burroughs collaborator Brian Gysin. Now, according to the NME report I remember reading, the New Musical Express report, Courtney Love and the other members of Nirvana were involved, which is something denied by all parties, but they were supposedly involved in publicizing the dangers of these dream machines, or maybe proselytizing the dream machines without publicizing the dangers. So that brings us back to the dream machine itself. No living American writer has influenced rock and roll songwriters more than William Burroughs. Of the stars who have paid homage to Burroughs, none made as strong an impression on him as Kurt Cobain. It therefore came as a surprise to myself when on December 17th of 1994, High Times magazine, which is like the Bible magazine of stoners, received a facsimile, a fax, which you kids out there don't even fucking remember or know what the fuck that is, but it's basically like receiving a letter through a photocopy machine. And they got a facsimile, a fax from a Seattle-based group, Friends Understanding Kurt, laying partial blame for Cobain's suicide on the master himself, Bill Burroughs. Now, the essence of this charge was that in the last months of his life, Cobain acquired a device called the Dream Machine, which had been created by Burroughs' friend and collaborator and butt rump buddy, Brian Gysin, and popularized by his sodomite lover, Will Burroughs. The Dream Machine, as Friends of Kurt wrote, is a dangerous, trance-inducing contraption, and there has been a string of suicides associated with the machine since the 60s. And furthermore, they expounded that it was, in fact, the catalyst in Kurt Cobain's unbelievably tragic, untimely death. Now, to this day, Courtney ponders whether the Dream Machine is really responsible for Kurt's death. If Kurt had not come into contact with its manufacturer, that he would be with us today. Now, the Dream Machine itself, again, to reiterate, for those who have not been following, because I've noticed fluctuations in the numbers, it consists of a cardboard cylinder with holes in it attached to a record player turntable, in the middle of which sits a 100-watt light bulb. When the machine is turned on, the cylinder spins at 78 rounds per minute, RPM. Subjects sit in front of the cylinder and close their eyes, and the light reflects through the holes in the spinning cylinder on the eyelids. The resulting flashes of light may, if the subjects are susceptible, create a mild sensation akin to the effect of the simplest light show. Now, aided by the inhalation of good pot and the sound of hot rock, this device might create at best a mild dreamlike sensation, or at worst, unless you're prone to epileptic seizures, an even milder headache. Now, it's an adaptation of flicker technology, first seen with strobe lights and now packaged as brain machines. Now, Burroughs once said about the Dream Machine, "Subjects report dazzling lights and unearthly brilliance and color, elaborate geometric constructions of incredible intricacy build up from multi-dimensional mosaic into living fireballs, like the mandalas of Eastern mysticism, or resolve momentarily into apparently individual images and powerfully dramatic scenes, like brightly colored dreams. I mean, talk about ballyhoo. Now, following up the same facsimile, SOMA, that is an acronym for South of Market. South of Market Street in San Francisco's where all the funky shit takes place. SOMA is the name of the San Francisco Journal of Left Coast Culture, where you get articles like how to find your own lipstick lesbian girlfriend, which I'm totally fucking cool with. But they found Steve Newman, a representative of Friends Understanding Kurt, who claimed Cobain had used the Dream Machine for up to 72 hours at a time. Now, Newman said the core of FUK, that's actually what the Friends of Kurt forms the acronym of, is FUK, Friends of Kurt, or how they presented themselves. They called themselves fuck, or they should be fuck, but they always called themselves fuck. FUK with all uppercase letters. I remember that much. But he said the core of fuck, the group, Friends of Kurt, was himself, Love, as in Courtney Love, Love's attorney, Celeste Mitchell, other friends of Cobain's, as well as various peripheral members. And he explained that Love played more of a low-key role. So maybe she was simply affiliated with it, like giving her blessings to it, kind of like signing off on it, while the rest took all the action. Now, High Times magazines, they took all the efforts to contact fuck, and then all of the efforts proved unsuccessful. The interview requests that they issued made through Love's record company, Geffen, if I remember, Geffen, and the publicity agent, which if I remember that was PMK. Anything that they put forth, queried about the subject, nothing was ever answered. There was an attempt to acquire photos taken during Cobain's visit to Burroughs' home in Lawrence, Kansas in 1993. The photos that had been given to Rosemary Carroll, that was Courtney Love's principal attorney, at the time at least, or perhaps in perpetuity. None of that ever merited a return call. But I think they did finally locate David Woodard. WOODARD. That was a San Francisco businessman who manufactures and sells replicas of Geffen and Burroughs' Dream Machine for $145 each. In an interview conducted by Victor Boukris for High Times magazine, Woodard contended that Cobain called him as many as 20 times over a period of half a year, 6 months, during 1993 and 1994 to talk about his life and the Dream Machine. He was quoted as saying something like, "I got the sense that he was using it for long periods, but 72 hours? That's ludicrous," meaning laughably ridiculous. Now, Woodard had met Cobain at a party in Seattle in the summer of 1993. He preferred not to detail any specifics of how and why Kurt purchased his machine. But according to that facsimile, Woodard honorably complied with Kurt's very sincere wish, promptly and professionally shipping a freshly minted machine to Madrone, Seattle. The state of California does not prohibit the sale of this fancy death machine to desperate young millionaires. That's quoting directly from that facsimile. Now, surprisingly, Woodard admitted that the dream machine may have compounded Cobain's problems. Kind of like a confession of guilt. He said, if anything, the dream machine helped him to see that he was beginning to fall apart as a cultural figure. He felt like Andy Warhol, Wagner, and Satan all rolled up into one. He was in a very special place which invited timely suicide. It seemed like it was the perfect decision. It's almost like this guy's trying to implicate himself. So, was Woodard conceding that the device he sold to Cobain contributed to his death? Well, what he had to say was something like, I pictured the suicide as being informed by an inner voice, which was made audible through his experiences with the dream machine. Yes, the dream machine played a part. I mean, this is pretty fucking damning when you think about it. When you really kind of fall back on how these people interact with each other, you get the feeling of a death cult. A cult of death. The nihilism. Perhaps Cobain knew what he was doing. So Woodard himself leaves us with this image of his 27-year-old disciple. Kurt's in a full-scale dream machine-induced trance, his body hurtling from the glittering Manhattan skyline to a panorama of snow-capped Himalayas, his turquoise eyes wide open, above the clouds now, contemplating the next stop on his magic carpet ride. Suddenly he blasts off into deep blue space. The controversy over what effect a psychedelic light machine had on Kurt Cobain during the last days of his life may be a smokescreen that plays into the hands of those who would have us believe he took his life those many years ago. Tom Grant calls the facsimile, a confusion tactic and a futile effort to throw a blanket of deception over the truth. He clearly believes that the friends understanding Kurt, the F-U-K, the fuck, is simply Courtney Love behind a facade, the woman behind the curtain, if you will. Hopefully, this articulation will stimulate discussion, lead to more revelations from those who really know what happened to Kurt Cobain, why he's no longer with us. But of such developments was born Domini Appellationum, the Master's Call, the program under control of the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, servicing as an umbrella for the U.S. MOC's, the United States Military Occult Complex's experiments in the aural manipulation of humans. You had these scientists in contractual obligation to the arsenal of democracy who hypothesized that the human race was once a servitor species of the giants born of fallen angels, that members of our species are possessed of inborn traits which force us to serve the fel angelic. But it was presumed said traits had atrophied due disuse. What they discovered was that humanity possessed no said traits. In other words, all men are born in freedom of will, but surrender under duress of environmental influences. So we consciously choose whom or what we serve. To subvert such freedom of will in service of the military-industrial occult intelligence complex, the deep state, the DIA developed a theoretical ultra-suggestive language that could be employed in communication with, well, through a wide range of subaudioal commands. Furthermore, refining their techniques of deploying such en masse. And then Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Michael Aquino, made this theoretical language voluble, but not without paying a price. It was 1986 when Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Aquino made his breakthrough. He had just tightened the last screw in his new creation, the Vox Vocis Arca-RK, a device originally intended to someday surgically replace his own inadequate jaws, tongue, and larynx, so he could speak the impossibly stomach-churning gutturals of Vincolingua, the master's tongue. One night he attached the Vox Arca to his face and neck, then tightened the straps behind his head, felt the tendrils extrude from the mouth shield, and drill themselves into his jaw and through his tongue. He began to chant, and for the first time in aeons, Vincolingua was heard in this world, and he continued to chant, a second inhuman voice joining his own in chorus. Aquino told me that it was around that moment, hearing the second voice, he turned around, and over him towered a blackness in mockery of the shape of a man. And somehow that anthropomorphic, that man-shaped blackness spracketh the same language as he. Then all the genetic memories came flooding back. Just glimpses into an ages-olden past, long forgotten by mankind, but enough to break his baseline sanity. Aquino knew his ancestors' role back then. The ancient antecedent behind him had been a Shigets, a man who had betrayed his own kind to serve as an overseer for the fallen. At that moment, Aquino knew more than any human could know. He knew what man was not meant to know. Herewith was that which could ultimately be altered to call forth the kings of Edom, the extracosmic entities of entropic desecration of the divinity's creation and sundering of universes, manufactured and destroyed before God was satisfied with ours, manufactured because they had to be. People would ask, oh, God is perfect, why doesn't he create perfection on the first try? It's something where the physics of the other universes before ours enabled the physics of this universe, his prime creation. Now, half a decade of modifications after that night remodeled the Vox Arca that would instantaneously unleash all the Edomic, chaosist American high command had bound the entropic entities, the antimatter bombs, if you will, entities that would sunder the very fabric of space and time, bound by electrothermal mechanisms over ley lines across the globe through a similar source point. One single agent of automassive destructive resolve could unleash them all via the Vox Arca. And now it's mine. I stole it and its duplicate prototype. It's my dead man switch. Of course, I have to run diagnostics on it sporadically, and I pay a price for that. But with that, I'll take a short break. Let me, we've got our numbers back up. Who's with us right now?
Man.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Both of you gentlemen do me a favor and hold the stage for, a good 10 minutes I'm going to put some things away, grab something to refresh myself with, and I'll be back. All right?
Yep.
Okay.
Interestingly, William Burroughs was offered to participate in a music video of Kurt Cobain called Heart-Shaped Box, a song from the album In Utero. And on that album cover, you see like an angel, a fallen angel, like seen through its body, like its fucking internal organs and shit. But
Right.
yeah, he was offered to appear in that music video. Cobain wrote in his journal that he wanted Burroughs to simulate a sexual assault on him. The plan was to depict Burroughs raping Cobain from behind and dying on top of him and orgasming his life energy into Cobain like some Kundalini shit. And complete with medical footage of semen flowing through the interior of a penis. Burroughs declined the offer, though. Cobain considered Burroughs as a sort of protege, a fellow bisexual heroin addict writer. Yeah, it was weird that he wanted to participate. He wanted him to participate in that music video. That's a strange music video in itself. If you look at all the symbolism, like you can see him laying dead. You can see him laying down as if he's dead in the field of the red opioid-like flowers.
Yep.
Symbolic of heroin addiction. He's just laying there like he's fucking dead.
Yep.
And you see this massive fucking tree. What was it? Had hanging fetuses or babies? I can't remember. With that giant fat angel, fallen angel underneath the tree.
Right. It reminds me of what we talked about last week. The artist who did the paintings of the eviscerated physical forms, like remember what I'm talking about? It's getting late.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Fine.
God, I wish I could pull up that link.
Yeah, but about that sex rape thing in his music video, it sounds like Cobain was attempting to involve Burroughs in the simulation of some sort of sex magic ritual. Ancient tribes have been known to perform rituals with the dying elders submitting to be ritually killed and eaten so that their life force may be passed on and live on in those who carry on afterward. It has been said that Cobain was in the occult. He studied the occult. Cobain likely had knowledge of all real-life sex magic or Enochian rituals. Burroughs is a noted occultist involved with the OTO.
Wow.
You've heard of that? Something people should look into.
Yeah, that's very scary.
William Burroughs was one of the authors of the Book of Lies, the Disinformation Guide to Magic, and the Occult. Interestingly, you can see some names on the cover of the book. See William S. Burroughs, Aleister Crowley, Anton LaVey, Timothy Leary, Terrence. It's like holiday. I can't pronounce it. Terrence McKenna.
McKenna.
Kenna.
Yeah. What are you looking at?
Oh, just this video I have on information about Kurt Cobain.
Oh.
About his death and his occult ties.
Could you send me a link for that one?
I got to upload it because, strangely enough, these videos were scrubbed off the internet. You can probably find it in maybe Internet Archive. I've tried looking. It's got to be somewhere maybe, but I had it uploaded on my old YouTube account, but that YouTube account got fucking terminated. It's part of all these wake up videos that were created by the All Seeing Eye production and Destroyer production, something like that. Did you ever hear of that years ago? It was
No.
available on YouTube. Like,
No.
they provided some decent information, like some gem knowledge, but they seem like outsiders, like trying to put the bigger picture together. But ultimately, when outsiders try to put the big picture together, it's always a fragmented picture, so it's not always 100% correct or, full on truth. Like, there's some misinformation in it because of their interpretations and perspectives. Because some of them are like Christian fanatics and shit, so they interpret anything occult wise or anything related to Kabbalah, satanic. They can,
Right.
But there is some decent information in those videos.
Cool. So
In the video, you see that little blonde haired girl in the heart-shaped box wearing the occult outfit, that white hat and robe, similar to what the Ku Klux Klan wear, except the face isn't covered up.
I'm looking at symbols and heart-shaped box video.
And anyone know about the Ku Klux Klan was founded by a Freemason, 33rd degree Freemason. And KKK, that equates to 33 numerology, because K is the 11th letter of the alphabet. So when you add 11, 11, 11, you get 33. Albert Pike was the founder of the Ku Klux Klan, high-rank Freemason.
Wow. This is like news to me.
Yeah, people should learn about this.
Yeah. Tell me more.
He's just spreading teachings and doctrines of the Babylonian Talmudic ancient knowledge and all that shit. Like a foundation of modern Judaism and stuff like that.
Down through the KKK.
Pardon?
Sorry, what was the... So the guy who founded the KKK is a Freemason.
Yeah, he's the 33rd degree Freemason, Albert Pike.
Albert Pike, okay.
He's like a Santa Claus looking motherfucker.
So that's all tied up with this white identitarianism, is all the Kabbalah based shit from Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Too weird, man.
Yeah, in that music video, you see like the fetus, like babies. I think they're just fetuses hanging from a tree. When the little girl in the occult outfit, Ku Klux Klan outfit, reaching for the fetuses, as well as the angel, fallen angel.
Right.
They're interpreting that angel as Lucifer for some reason.
Yeah, I gotta go back and watch this video again. I'm looking at some of the images.
Yeah, I think there's a censored version and an uncensored version of the video. I can't remember what was censored out though in the censored version.
God, this stuff was so, like, just kind of fun, but also very disturbing and depressing.
Yeah. Like at the start of the video, of that music video, you see them in a fucking hospital room with an old man laying on the bed, and he's got a fucking, needle and tube hooked to his arm, and it's connected to a fucking glass container of blood and a fetus. And just right below the gurney, the hospital bed, there's an inverted cross, and you see the three members sitting on a chair just across the room watching him. And you got the curtains narrowly closed up, and the light primarily shines on Kurt Cobain. Goes past the other members and right on Kurt Cobain's head. There's a lot of symbolism just in that first part of the video. In the first sequence. They keep saying, oh, the old man represents Lucifer in the hospital bed.
Is I just got back. Is our man still with us, Sid?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I'm spacing out a little. I'm listening. Yeah, that was a hell of a
I was
talk.
just telling him about stuff regarding Kurt Cobain and wanting to involve William Burroughs in his music video, Heart-Shaped Box. And there's a lot of symbolism in that music video.
Thank
a lot
you.
of cult symbolism, subliminal images, and a lot of, yeah, just strange things. Like, you've seen the album cover In Utero, right, Doug? Where that song's from? It's like an angel, a fallen angel, but people try to interpret it as loose. What do you think about that?
I'm chewing the sandwich.
Well, the angel on the cover is also like the invisible man type of, you know, image with the organs and everything.
Yeah. It's a female angel.
Reminds me of the artist that you mentioned last time around. Do you remember, Douglas?
Why does everyone ask me questions whenever I'm chewing my sandwich?
There's this, you know, the artist with the gory cadaver paintings.
God, there's so many of those. Which one?
Oh goodness, it was but it was like a medical textbook stuff. Like,
fuck,
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
You're not talking about Phoebe Glockner, are you?
Possibly. We talked. It was someone we talked about last week, but yeah, definitely.
Well, Phoebe Glockner was a young Jewess who was drawing medical illustrations, and so she's fascinating in her own right. Then you've got various other illustrators who specialize in gore, more like Gorno, like gore porn. And you have people like H.R. Geiger, like I said, who's literally working with female bodies.
What do you think about H.R. Geiger?
When I was young, I certainly admired his work, and certainly it inspired me only in the sense that it was profoundly satanic. That was obvious. And it was his original works, such as his book published as the Necronomicon, and this was a collection of his satanic art, was inspiring to me only in the sense of the most morbid of landscapes, that this would be a vision of what hell would be like, or landscapes extremely blighted by evil. So it was something that I thought he was brilliant in his own regard, and certainly obviously appreciated his inspiration for the film Alien, which is quite visible even in his early works. But as I got older and found out more about basically his getting his girlfriends to sign their bodies over to him while they're alive, and then they're all winding up dead somehow just by coincidence so that he could use their bodies. At that point, you just begin to realize this guy's like truly twisted, and it would be one thing if he was made to pay for his crimes, but he got away with it because of several convergent factors. Like I said, he's preying on young women who are completely severed from their families, and these are basically, in a sense, like some guy exploiting runaways almost. So he's a predator, and well, he's dead now, but he was what he was, and he got away with what he did. He's so it would be like somebody like Ed Gein, who's like literally wearing women's skins, and the ultimate transvestite. Instead of wearing women's clothes, he's wearing their skins. It's kind of like H.R. Geiger is almost at that level. Only it's kind of worse because he's putting it on public display and getting away with it. So there you go. It's one of these other things. Sid's also providing links for that. So let me get back to gnawing at the sandwich. Continue.
Yeah, in the more onto that first sequence of that music video where you see the fetus in that container connected to the old man. It's like term of death and rebirth is the essence of the meaning behind the video in utero. Here we see quote unquote Lucifer on a hospital bed waiting for death as a baby or a fetus in a saline drip bag that symbolizes the Antichrist connected to the old man in the gurney bed, like the blood and the fetus going into his body.
Oh, okay. So this is all starting to follow with what you were saying before about. So it was Kurt who envisioned the whole scenario with Burroughs for the video, or was
just that getting raped for the ritual magic part, sex ritual magic part. I don't know if he did all this whole fucking music video, if he came up with the idea of this entire music video. If he did, that's,
but I'm
fucked up and creepy and impressive at the same time. What are you saying?
Right. Yeah. Dude, have you ever heard of was this artist? Oh, for God's sake, Steven Johnson Liba.
No.
Oh, you should check that guy out. He was like good friends with William Burroughs, and he's in the Church of Satan.
Yeah.
I actually went to the release party of his documentary years and years ago. I saw his live show.
Yeah.
And it was quite something. There's a lot of self-mutilation, and he's reading his poetry while his girlfriends are cutting swastikas on him, pissing on him. Another girlfriend came on and did a whole dance where she pulled like a chain of American flags tied together, like out of her vagina, right? Like a clown car type of thing, like how's that happening, right? It just keeps coming out. And then
like a stripper trick where they're pulling out just a long ass cloth tied with a bunch of cloths out of their pussy.
Yeah, and so she danced around, and then she kind of like put the flags in a little circle on the ground, and she lit them on fire, and they kind of all melted into this fucked up, like melted American flag Burger King crown, and she wore it around for the rest of the night. It was quite cute.
They did this at a party?
Yeah, at the release party for his documentary.
And you were there?
Unspeakable, yes.
You witnessed that? Why were they carving swastikas in this person?
He incorporates that into his thing. He's part Native American, and that's like part of his art. He incorporates
it's an art thing. Oh, fucking weirdo.
And swastikas, and it's very strange. Yeah.
Is that like trying to paint the symbol because he's having blood being poured out of his body being carved with it? I don't know. I don't know much about that shit.
It's all his own, like, self-stylized, art / ritual, whatever.
Purely devil influence. Just sick.
It was pretty over the top. I think he was banned from performing in San Francisco for putting a curse on the 49ers.
Isn't that a football?
Yeah, football.
NFL team.
Yeah, that's the Bay Area football team, the San Francisco. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, so apparently Cobain did do, like, I think most of the artwork for the video Heart-Shaped Box. He also did the artwork for both for the CD sleeve of the In Utero album.
You know, he
So
tried to
he
get
knew what he was doing.
he wanted Anton LaVey to perform on that album.
No surprise.
Yeah, he tried to get a hold of him to play I Forget which, you know, instrument that he was supposed to have played, oboe or something.
You can see him doing one symbolism in the music video too, mocking the Eye of Horus. Like when Set took his eye and now he's just saying, oh, I got your eye now, and I'm asserting my dominance as being all seeing.
That's what the one eye symbol is about, huh?
Yeah, to mock the Eye of Horus. It's a mockery of the sun god.
Oh, okay.
Because people just say, oh, it's the Eye of Lucifer. They keep tying it to Lucifer. Everything is always about Lucifer to these people. It's like they don't know what they're talking about sometimes. Because they also like to say Lucifer's Satan as well. And like, they're supposed to be separate entities, different entities. These researchers, like, they really like to think they have all this tied up and fully understood, but they only know very little. They just end up spreading misinformation and confusion on these topics.
Yes, yes. And we're holding numbers well. I congratulate both of you for that. Please continue for several minutes while I finish gnawing on the sandwich, listening to both of you while I get my thoughts together for monologue, where I'll live up to my promise of talking a bit about the Magi, because it's Christmas weekend from the perspective of the Orthodox, of course. And oh my God, let me put some heartfelt acknowledgments for Victoria, who left all kinds of comments underneath my video. I hope she did not remove them. Okay, there we are, thank goodness. So she says she's off the ZQuil or Benadryl for sleep. She says all my favorite people are spicy. She says she feels a little bit better. She got sad for a while because she really wants to start a family. Oh my fucking God. Oh shit.
How's she having trouble finding a good man to marry?
She's out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, off the grid. You know,
on her Facebook page, you see a lot of men simping for her.
Oh fuck yeah! I mean, well, she's running. It's like a girl who's the daughter of the man who owns the brewery, and her mother runs the pizza parlor. It's basically everything a man could want. She's the manageress of the local CBD dispensary. So she's basically their source of drugs, and so if they get her and the drugs, they've got it all. So she's fighting him off with a baseball bat, and like I said, that Jewish guy who is married to the Chinese woman who was running the all of those. She gave me the company, unfortunately, probably for all of us. I forgot the name of it. But he was in communist China and then came over and was hitting on her. It was
like a hotel franchise, wasn't it? Or something else?
Yeah. I can't remember what it was, but it was a hotel. No, it was a... Oh. Yeah, it was a hotel franchise. Yeah. So I told you this before then, I guess. Did I?
No, I was in voice chat when she talked about him. And you were saying, okay, he was probably going to use you as a ritual sacrifice.
Now, granted, I was being somewhat facetious or sarcastic, but nevertheless, how are you going to trust someone who's involved with the Communist Party and is cheating on his own wife? It's obviously not a man to be trusted. So, but he's... so he was putting the make on her, and so she's holding herself for the right man. Oh my God! Well, I can certainly give her kids, but I can't give her a family. I'm totally incompetent to be any kind of father. But okay, that for another time. Obviously, I hope to have a talk with her sometime soon. And
Yeah.
in the interim, both you gentlemen continue. I'm going to finish gnawing on the sandwich and get my thoughts together. Like I said, probably I'll start off with the, in short amount of time, probably at the top of the hour. We're headed towards 8 hours. Right now, we've been on for about we've got about 4 hours and 10 minutes left, so I'll probably take over in about approximately 10 minutes. But both of you gentlemen continue. You're doing great, and I appreciate both of you profoundly. Thank you.
More
Thank
into
you.
the music video with the symbolism and shit, where you see the old man crucified on the cross with the like Pope hat, as if he's like Jesus Christ. There's 3 crows sitting on that cross, and the 3
What
is the first sacred number, the first perfect number. 3 represents the pagan trinity, like the Triquetra or the Triforce, the Holy Trinity.
yeah.
It is represented geometrically in the triangle and spiritually as the third eye, like your pineal gland, third
Right.
eye, aligned with that.
Which produces both DMT and melatonin. I love that.
Right. Number 3, numerology. Occultists will multiply and add 3 to other sacred numbers to create new numbers. However, they also group 3s in 2s and 3s because they believe in the principle of intensification. The greater power is achieved when a sacred number is grouped.
Is that what that has to do with the power of 9? Right. I think Aquino put out like a book towards the end of his life that was at like
I haven't
Barnes
read that book.
and whatnot. It was a whole thing about all the symbolism of number 9,
Right.
which
Isn't
is
that Yoko Ono bitch saying number 9 in that fucking, what was that, a song or some recorded bullshit?
oh God, I don't know. I can't
Was that
call it.
number, saying number 8 or number 9? And in reverse speech, saying something else.
I can imagine.
Turn me on,
Oh my
Gateman.
God, I
Or
can
something like that.
only imagine what kind of subliminal messages Yoko Ono has been slipping us all these years. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, she's a demonic bitch.
You think did she have anything to do with John Lennon's assassination?
Probably. She probably knew it was going to happen. I don't know if she was responsible for having him assassinated, but I wouldn't put it past her having the knowledge of it about to occur, because she inherited a bunch of his wealth and shit and fucked his firstborn out of inheriting what was supposed to go to him.
Oh, is that the story?
Something like that. He like full on abandoned his firstborn and only cared about his secondborn, some shit like that.
Yeah, I know that story a bit. Like Sean Lennon's the son with all the notoriety, tours with Primus and shit, and seems to have all the fun. And then there's the other son of John Lennon who we never hear about. So Yoko like went out of her way to screw him out of any inheritance.
Yeah. Like that, there was a big court case about it, I think.
Oh wow.
Just a greedy, evil cunt, and John Lennon was a piece of shit. So fuck them both. Yeah,
What?
about the number 3s and the intensification. In the case of 3, greater intensification is achieved when it is shown as 33 or 333, 333. 333 plus 333 equals 666. Cultists have used 333 as a hidden symbol by which they present the more offensive number of 666. and the details of an event are so arranged as to contain certain sacred numbers.
I'm looking for this book.
Occult numbers or numeric combinations. This is literally an occult signature on the event. Mathematically, 666 can be created when 3 pairs of 3s are added. Thus, 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 666. Eliminates the parenthesis and the plus sign, and you have the 33 space, 33 space, 33 representing the number 666. I'm just quoting what it's being conveyed in this video. Take it with a grain of salt.
This
but
is
in that
the,
famous Unplugged MTV live performance Nirvana done, I
yeah.
think he was wearing a shirt that symbolized the 9/11 event.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm looking that up. Kurt Cobain, what, Nirvana Unplugged,
MTV Unplugged,
shirt. Okay.
New York. Well, his first shirt, he's wearing the all-seeing eye symbol. Oh no, it was in a picture, sorry. Not the performance. In one of the pictures he was taking with his band, he's wearing a shirt that was, it's like predictive programming of 9/11. It was symbolic of the 9/11 occurrence. But in that concert, he's wearing the all-seeing eyes shirt.
Where is the one that's supposed to predict 9/11?
You just have to find the Google image
Okay. Kurt Cobain,
picture of him.
T-shirt 9/11. I always liked that Unplugged show. Shit.
Yeah, it was a good performance.
Yeah.
He just naturally had a good voice.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here it is. Gematria Effect News. Kurt Cobain's T-shirt and 9/11. Okay, that's Nirvana. And notice Kurt Cobain has the shirt that looks a lot like 9/11.
I think it says, like I don't have a full image of the word, but you see 2 L's and a cross that symbolizes a plane above one of the L's. So the 2 L's are the towers. Might be Philip. I don't know if that.
Well, yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's.
Oh yeah, no. When you have it in reverse, you see 9/11, and the cross symbolizes the plane above one of the 11s or the L's.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the picture.
I'll snapshot it. I'll cut it and share an image.
I'll put. Here's what we're looking at. Let me just put that.
I posted it in the Skype chat.
All right, there we are. People should be able to hear me. Yes, I see it. You
9/11.
Yeah.
Above one of the 11's tower, symbolizing the tower. The 2 towers, the 11.
This is the Gematria Effect.news. No, that's Acid Kicks.
That's what I just posted an image of what I was saying about the 9/11.
Oh, you're talking about
prediction.
in the text box. The text box.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
There we are. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I put it in there so people know what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. And I got it. There we are. Okay, and this is Peorage, right? The dude in front?
No, that's Kurt Cobain.
Oh, Kurt Cobain. That's right. Yes. They had a kind of similar look at times. It's at any rate, alien harboring the remains of Lee Tobler. That's right. That's the one that was put in there by Sid. And okay, so both of you gentlemen have done great. It's time for me to start earning my pay, but both of you, please stay on.
I was I'm gonna head off and eat and go to bed because I was up at 2 a.m. this morning.
Okay. And
So I'll say goodbye to the listeners.
okay. Thank you.
Before you go, can I just tell you one thing real quick? Just if you like, check out Alex Gray, September 11th attacks foretold in the 1989 painting. That's a trip.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to be able to remember that, Nemo, or look that
Yeah, I'm
up?
typing it in the search, so
Okay.
I'll save it in my taskbar shit browser.
Great. And,
Oh yeah, send me the link to that other fucking channel about Howard Stern, doing videos about Howard Stern being a hypocrite.
Oh yeah,
And
for
I
sure.
and I sent you a link to my Discord server, so accept it because it's only a temporary link. It doesn't last long.
Okay. You
I
sent
sent it to you in Skype, yeah.
Okay, cool. I will. Thanks, man.
I'll just say goodbye to good morning, good day, good night to the listeners. Please support Douglas Dietrich any way you can. Send him donations via PayPal. Click the yellow button top right corner of his webpage and buy his books on Amazon. Everybody take care. Nice chatting with you. Have a good one, Doug and Aristides and Acid.
Yes. Bless you, Nemo Albano. Stay safe and be well, and maintain yourself in good health, okay? And hopefully you'll be able to join us Wednesday night, all right?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, good. It's always better when you're with us, believe me.
All right.
Okay.
Goodbye. Take care.
Take care. Have a blessed day. And now, Acid, I'm sorry, Sid. So, Sid, do me a favor. Stay with me as long as you can stand it till the end of the program, if possible. Maintain yourself in the background, but you are welcome, of course, to interject if you feel you have something that you absolutely cannot refrain yourself from saying. If you feel you have something constructive to add to what I'm saying, to reinforce or validate it or whatever, if you feel that, or even if you have a pressing, burning question that simply cannot be repressed, then, go ahead and vocalize it, interject yourself. Otherwise, let me try and make certain that my breathing will be okay, in the sense that how would I say it, contracted a minor cold that I am still combating, and it's minor enough where it shouldn't be bothering me throughout the night, but these little things, they always do, especially when you start talking in monologue. Then everything seems to hit at once. The need to sneeze, nasal drip or post-nasal drip into the back of down my throat, interfering with my ability to speak coherently. This happens every once in a while. So give me a second here. Make certain that my nose is clear, so to speak. Of course, if Brendan were here, he would remind us all that this is the byproduct of cocaine overuse, but such is life, and he's just fucking jealous. And aside from all of that, yeah, come off mute if you would for a few moments.
Me?
There's no one else, Sid. Aristides is dead to the world right now. So no, it's just you and me till around the end of the show, really.
Oh, hi, Douglas.
I'm sorry, what?
I said hi, Douglas.
Okay, that's cute. And why greetings or a salutation? Do you think of this as like a second start or something, or?
Nah,
just confirming that we can hear you, right? I think. Yes, the reason I have you coming on is because I'm busy, like I said, taking care of my nose prior to starting to talk for a long period of time, because I don't want a runny nose to be bothering me throughout my monologue.
sounds like
It's one of the most annoying things in the world.
well, not the runny nose part,
Yeah, the runny nose part sucks ass. Okay,
Everything else.
Nice GIF left by our dear friend. There's a GIF left by our dear friend Brendan Zoget. It was like It's very cute. I'll describe it later. It was like anyhow. You have to see it to understand. I'll show it to you later, perhaps. All right then, let's get started. Our friend Sid will remain here. He's going to be generally on mute now. I think I can afford to cut loose without worrying too much about drowning in my own mucus. And our numbers are back up. Not that they were ever way down. Both these guys held numbers quite well. I'm proud of them both. And we'll start by talking about the spirit of Christmas. So for everybody who's wondering why now, once again, just so everybody knows, Saturday was the Eastern Byzantine Orthodox Julian calendrical Christmas day. And basically today, when we started the program on Sunday night, it was supranational Serbo-Armenian Christmas Remembrance Holy Day. And some people might consider that just the day after Hangover Day. And of course, we are now entering Japanese Coming of Age Day. And as well on Saturday, it wasn't just Byzantine Orthodox Christmas. It was also the Western Gregorian calendrical Epiphania. The Epiphania is Epiphany, literally revelation. It's also known as Theophany in Eastern Christian tradition, a Christian feast day commemorating the visit of the Magi, the baptism of Jesus, and the wedding at Cana. And as well, it was the SRPSKI, or Serbian Orthodox first day of baptism, the baptism of the Lord. It's notable because it marks the beginning of Christ's ministry and confirms his identity as the Son of God. Okay then, well, that being said, going back to live stream, checking the numbers are going back up, and maybe dear Victoria has brought her friends, as she said she would. Either way, you're all welcome, and I'll try and continue to check the text. And I want to give credit where credit is due to people who have contributed. Just a wonderful individual who I'm not personally familiar with sent 100 United States dollars, John Kulik, accompanied by Yeshua, keep you safe. God bless you, sir. God bless you and keep you in turn, my dear brother. We had, of course, Nolani Bouchard from Hawaii, sent 30 United States dollars. The wonderful Ukrainian lady, Diana Fraser, sent 20 United States dollars. So altogether, that's $150. And of course, we're trying to reach half 1,000. And that'll require another $350. So everybody, please contribute, and I'll do my best to earn my pay, as always. And with that being said, diving into the task at hand, there is a book that is required reading. It is titled The Revelation of the Magi, and it is subtitled The Lost Tale of the Wise Men's Journey into Bethlehem. And it's the first translation in the English language of a forgotten ancient manuscript by Professor Brent Landau. And our dear man has asked me for the communications link. I will type it out for him, and feel free to share this into the chat room. And here we are, paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. And this is where, theoretically, you can contribute without them taking their pound of flesh, without them extracting some kind of payment for it. I guess it's www.paypal. It shouldn't be. I don't understand why it's not lighting up or linking. You'll have to cut and paste that, I guess. Let me take a look at it and see if we can find a link that works here. And it's certainly on the screen. Okay. PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. And let me go over there and see if there is something that's kind of a upfront about it. By that I mean whether or not there's some kind of prefix.
Let me see.
Okay. And PayPal login. And let me see now. I guess people put a www in front of it. www.paypal. And it should work.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, or cut and paste it. Yeah, make it work so that it links people directly as a hyperlink. Thank you. Appreciate that. And with that being said, I'm distracted now by this other weird thing coming up, which is a nice little article on... okay, I'll check into that later. All right, with this, we enter into the spirit of Christmas. Professor Brent Landau was literally working in the Vatican when he uncovered a forgotten manuscript, a hidden manuscript, and began to translate it from the ancient Syriac, which was the language he specializes in. And it turned out that this was written within the century after Christ, which is pretty much the day after his life in historic terms. And what it exposed about, or what it exposed to him, was the fact that there were 12 kings that visited Christ, at least, or 13. The Star Child was what led them through the desert, and ultimately what they spoke of was a universal religion. All of this is profound, and it is ultimately reflective of the true spirit of Christmas. Thank you. Our dear man, Sid, has actually placed, I think, the working link. So if people connect onto that, it doesn't seem to take me anywhere. Is that what you found should work?
No, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm looking for the actual link.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So if I just go on PayPal, okay, I'm just gonna.
Let me try this PayPal, and see if I can find it for you. So this should lead to a link, and I think you just need to do the whole thing. See, it's like this. Here, I'll put here this for you, and you have to cut and paste this. When it comes to anything involving Skype or the chat room, it has to be like that. The whole goddamn link with everything, every single letter. It's nothing less will work. So we will now put this into the chat room, and that way people can contribute. Thank you. Our man Sid is going to take care of that. I want to thank everybody for their patience, and this is like part of the dangers, of course, of just trying to work it all in this horribly hostile environment that is YouTube. And there's no other word for it. It's completely hostile. So here we are, removing that comment you had left earlier, and see if I can remove this comment. Now all I'm doing is giving fucking affirmations. Okay, so here we are. See if I can remove that from here. Okay, remove that. Now it's can you remove your last comment?
Yes.
And so
Give me a...
okay, meanwhile I'll stick this in here, and hopefully people will okay, and this is the working link, so
That's okay.
So that way now I can remove your comment. Okay, here we are, remove, and the mislink. And with that, everybody understand that my need for your help is great, and we're counting on you to get me through the month, because I've got to spend $1,000 on a hotel room, which is the price you pay in San Francisco for a single night. Now, it's really only $312.76 plus a $100 deposit, but obviously with other costs being factored in, including the cost of sending the birthday gifts to both Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson, and a little Asian Lunar New Year gift to our dear friend Amy Como. Basically, I'm going to eviscerate my finances because the cost of just mailing comparatively large items, they're not even very large, but they're large enough, in a flat kind of envelope, just to make certain it gets there in time for the birthdays, which is the 15th, which will be the day that I'm effectively kicked out of my own home for the night. We are going to be expending well over $5,000 so altogether. So that's what I need to compensate so I can make rent at the end of the month will be a like amount. So everybody pitch in, please, and pitch in with as much as you can afford. Okay, that having been said, back to live stream with good numbers. All right, so there is what's called an apocryphon. If something should have been in the Bible but is not in the Bible, we know that as apocrypha. When you're dealing with a single aspect of the range of apocrypha, such as this translated Revelation of the Magi, it is called an apocryphon. And this particular apocryphon of the sage kings of China and the star child, what led them, it's an introduction to the Revelation of the Magi, which is an ancient Christian deuterocanon. Deuterocanon. That would be the term. Like Deuteronomy. But it's canonical. Deuterocanon or apocryphon. So forget the Christmas Carol by John Henry Hopkins. That whole we three kings of Orient are bullshit. And think instead, ponder, reflect upon the fact that this genuine historical text identifies 12 magi, not 3, while other parts of the text confirm that a group the size of a small army traveled to Bethlehem. That's because all these mage kings had their servants, their supply train, their security. This was literally an expeditionary force. It was basically a Chinese invasion of Israel. So this was something the Romans were powerless to stop, and they came there to consecrate the Christ. And all most Westerners know of, because of the fact that this was not integrated into the Bible as it should have been, all Westerners tend to think about are 3 wise men named Gaspar, Melchior, and Balthazar. There's other names for the Magi. The Magi, in other words, people would assume they were given other names, but no, it's because there were a dozen of them, or a baker's dozen, with the 13th at it, that they also had other names as well, of course. Apelles, Amaris, and Damasius come to my mind, what I remember. But these were simply westernized or Romanized variants of their original Chinese names. So, some of these names were used in Peter Comestor's Medieval Historia Scholastica. And you can find out about them in a book by Bruce Metzger on church history. Well, it's an article, really. Church History is the magazine. Volume 45, the March edition of 1976. And I think the title of his article was A Lexicon of Christian Iconography. Now, in the original Revelation of the Magi, translated by Dr. Landau, the Brent Landau relates in the English that the Revelation definitively says there were 12 wise men, and their home was the distant, legendary land of Shir, S-H-I-R. The early part of the story describes their study and training in the mysteries, the prophecy of a star, and the journey unto Bethlehem. When they arrive and they encounter the star child, he tells them of God's plan to redeem the entire world. Now the Magi meet Mary and Joseph, and it might be curious to some that the child is never identified by name as Jesus, or Jesus, or Christos, the Christ. It seems strange, but as explained in the translation, there is an intentional reason for this omission. The Magi are utilizing the first-person narrative, and they come to the end of the story without ever using the name. Jesus Christos, Jesus Christ, implying that they have had an experience of Christ sans knowing the Savior figure as Christ. The case of the Magi, then, raises the reality, or at least the possibility, that Christ has appeared to many people and yet not revealed himself as Jesus Christ. So this is something that is actually alluded to. Brent Landau, the man who translated this ancient work, himself concludes that it's become more intellectually challenging to insist on the obvious and exclusive truth of one's religion when one lives and works in close proximity to other people who cherish their own religious tradition just as much. And he asked the question, which I believe elements of his questions are presented in the introduction, or at least the aftermath, the afterword, where Landau is asking, are those who do not share our religious beliefs foolishly misguided? According to the revelation of the Magi, the answer of Christ to the Magi is an obvious no. Or certainly an answer that could only be construed as such. Now, the text presents itself as personal testimony, and therefore was written by the Magi themselves, and in Syriac, the word Magi means to pray in silence. It has no relationship to magicians or astrologers, which is cited in all of the misinformed stories you hear today and have heard forever. The early Christian fathers, being a bunch of local bigots and racists, were also baseline human. And because the Magi were the vampire kings of China, the Christian fathers were suspicious of the wise men. And our dear man, Sid, has entered something into text and then said, never mind. Perhaps he found a link that was not necessarily the relevant link. I'm not quite sure.
No, it's a good.
Okay, good, excellent. Now I'm trying to find the link that I put in. It's still up, isn't it? Or how did it disappear? The link that I put in, I'm not seeing it. There it goes. Okay, so it appeared on one area. Why doesn't it appear on the other? It should be appearing on the live stream itself, but I'm not seeing it. Why is that?
It's in the chat. That's the one the last one you put in, right?
Yeah, I don't see it in the chat. It's so weird. I see it in the chat on the one screen, but I don't see it in the other one. That's so fucking weird. But it, not gonna dwell on it. Let me refresh the page, reset it, and see if it shows up. It does. Okay, it does. When I had to reset the page for it to do that. Electronics, computer system, the internet, it's all, it's all what it is. And so when it comes to the early Christian fathers, their suspicions, the fact that these were foreign priests and something other than human, the fact that they were considered sorceress. In other words, even though the term magi really has nothing to do with magician or magician, it is certainly confused with such. And the fact that these men were well versed in astrology, which is how they knew the stars, none of this sat well with the early church fathers. Furthermore, even though the Magi worshipped the Christ child, there would be the insistence on the part of the church fathers that there was no biblical evidence that they became believers. And understand that ever since, they've perverted the history so that the early church fathers have misrepresented the Magi so that people would misconclude or misconstrue that the wise men were Zoroastrian priests from Iran, to whom the word magoi, M-A-G-O-I, would most appropriately refer. By the way, don't take the short story Gift of the Magi and put that in the chat. It really has no relevance to the... but that's cute. It's cute. It's not that it's a bad story, but it's a fable that has no relevance to what we're discussing. But if you were to independently, no worries, if you were to independently look up the word magi in the dictionary, and you would learn that it is indeed a plurality for magus, meaning A, member of a hereditary priestly class among the ancient Medes and Persians, B, capitalized as one of the traditionally 3 wise men from the East paying homage to the infant, that they are called magi from the Latinized form of the Greek word magoi, translated from the Persian for a select sect of priests. Our very word magic comes from the same root. So magi, M-A-G-I, from the old Persian language would be Latinized as M-A-J-U-S-I-A-N. M-A-J-U-S-I-A-N. Magian. A priest of Zarathustra, or Zoroaster. Now, to the Western misrepresentation, it has been for all too many centuries, too many millennia, 2,000 years, misinterpreted that the 3 magi, the number's already wrong, so we're already getting off on the wrong foot, must have been Iranian, as magi must be the same as Mog, or Mo, M-O-G-H, in Persian, meaning Zoroastrian priests. Now, this brings us, of course, to the priesthood of the Medes. The ancient Magi were a hereditary priesthood of the Medes, credited with profound and extraordinary religious knowledge, after some magi who had been attached to the Median court, as in the Medes, the culture and ethnos thereof, M-E-D-E-S, Medes, or like in Mediterranean, but the Medes, the Medians is how you would refer to them as a people, M-E-D-I-A-N. So, some magi had been attached to the Median court. They proved to be expert in the interpretation of dreams. That's when Darius, or Darius, as mispronounced in Anglicization. But basically, okay, we'll go with Darius, just for sake of reference. Darius the Great established the Magi over the state religion of Persia. It was in this dual capacity where civil and political consul was invested with religious authority. That's when the Magi became the supreme priestly caste of the Persian Empire and continued to be prominent during the subsequent Seleucid or Parthian, the Sasanian periods. Our English word magician comes from the same root. But these wise men, they were not magicians in the modern sense of legerdemain or sleight of hand performers. Now, all of this is revisionism, because the designation magi refers to a Persian religious caste. But when the gospel of the revelation of the Magi was writ, that term was loosely used for astrologers, seers, fortune tellers. The book of Matthew does not call them kings. That title was used later in the legends. They may have been royal astronomers, advisors to kings, would be the conclusion if all you went by was the Bible. But the revelation of the Magi was left out of the Bible, so your Bible is incomplete. As for the strengths of the sage kings, these wise men were men belonging to various educated classes. They were of noble birth, educated, wealthy, influential, philosophers, the counselors of rulers, learned in all the wisdom of the ancient East. The wise men who came seeking the Christ child were not idolaters. They were upright men of highest integrity. The kings were among the wisest men of their time. Discovering that the Messiah was to be born, they organized an expedition to find him, following a star that led them to Bethlehem. Despite their culture and religion in a foreign land, they accepted Jesus as their Savior. That much is fact. So the early church fathers were liars and frauds who were full of shit. The Magi, vis-a-vis this Deuterocanon, something which is not in the canon but should be, and must be if you are to have a complete Bible. This Apocryphon that was hidden in the Vatican, not because the Vatican of the Roman Catholic Church was intentionally hiding it, because instead it was because it was truly lost and forgotten, exposes that the Magi are described as coming from a land called Shir, S-H-I-R, located in the extreme east of the world, at the shore of the Great Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, which covers the majority of our planet Earth. In other ancient texts, Shir is referred to as a place where silk comes from. Obviously, all references to China. A further reference to Shir as a place where silk comes from has led scholars to conclude definitively that the country of Shir was China, where Buddhist and Taoist monks meditated in silence. These monks usually appealed to personal deities. Landau is closer to the truth. The translator of the Revelation of the Magi is closer to the truth when he points out that Syrian Christian monks have used silence as a means for inducing ecstasy. The fact that the Magi are described as standing for days at a time on top of a sacred mountain, visiting a purifying spring, seeing visions after eating certain foods, proves this was a way for a community to talk about itself and give it some authority by, well, via the mouths of the Magi, so to speak. It's definitely, as Brent Landau says, understatedly, some kind of religious community of Christian mystics. And why would he say that? How can you call them Christians? Because the authors of the Revelation of the Magi provide evidence, amazingly enough, that the Chinese were Christians even before the disciples were. They were also orthodox on every major Christian doctrine: the virgin birth, the deity of Christ, the Trinity, blood redemption, and the second coming. Only the reference to children without the stain of sin is unorthodox by church standards. So they had evidently studied the Hebrew scriptures and found there a clear transcript of truth. In particular, the messianic prophecies of the Old Testament must have claimed their attention. And among these, they found the words of Balaam, Balaam, the book of Numbers, chapter 24, verse 17. That's in your New King James Version, so that you can actually assess it conveniently. A star shall come out of Jacob, a scepter shall rise out of Israel. They were certainly acquainted with the prophecy of Micah, which, if I remember, is in the book of Micah, chapter 5, verse 2, the New King James Version. Also, book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 5 and 6. But you, Bethlehem, Ephratah, though you are little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of you shall come forth to me the one to be ruler in Israel. They also knew and understood the time prophecy of Daniel regarding the appearance of the Messiah from the book of Daniel, chapter 9, verses 25 and 26, and came to the conclusion that his coming was near. Now, what are we supposed to think of when someone claims he's getting important life-changing news in a dream or from an angel? Of course, we're conditioned, indoctrinated in this day and age to think that, well, our reaction via this indoctrination of socialization would be get the straitjacket ready. Now, others will turn to someone like Richard Dawkins, who says such experiences are a byproduct of our organic wiring, which, in his book titled The God Delusion, he writes, are but a demonstration of the formidable power of the brain's simulation software. And that's all. If you go to some other chaos Edomite, like Sam Harris, who wrote the book titled The End of Faith, they'll tell you, in fact, they write with obvious scorn, that it is demonstrative of mental illness to believe that God is communicating with you by having the rain tap in Morse code upon your bedroom window. When you survey world literature, of course, you discover that the oldest storytellers didn't treat such experiences as mental gymnastics or signs of psychoses. Hardly. They regarded them as forms of privileged information. An angel or a dream was a means by which God, or the gods, communicate with humanity. Consider it a divine version of FedEx. This is bicameralism. Now, bicameralism is the philosophy of trois-chamberedness. The thesis in psychology that the human mind once assumed a state in which cognitive functions were divided between one part of the brain, which appears to be speaking, and a second part which listens and obeys, a bicameral mind. And our brains are physically divided into the left and right hemispheres. The term bicameralism was coined by Julian Jaynes, who presented the thesis in his book published in 1976 titled The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, wherein he made the case that a bicameral mentality was the normal and ubiquitous state of the human mind as recently as 3,000 years ago. Now, insanely, if you will, this thesis is not generally accepted by mainstream psychologists, which I find outrageous, as it's obviously true. And it is something we should all ascribe by. This should be taught in schools. And it is something that, of course, I'll go deeper into as we progress in monologue. Taking a look, of course, at live stream, holding numbers, pushing forward in time. Now, in terms of a breakdown of bicameralism, Julian Jaynes theorized that a shift from bicameralism marked the beginning of introspection and consciousness as we know it today. And according to Jaynes, this bicameral mentality began malfunctioning or breaking down during the second millennium BC, 2,000 years before Christ. And he concluded that primitive ancient societies tended to collapse periodically. Ergo, therefore, Egypt's intermediate periods, their periods of interregnum, or between rules, between regimes, as well as the periodically vanishing cities of the Mayas, as changes in the environment strained the socio-cultural equilibria sustained by the bicameral mindset. Now, the Bronze Age collapsed in the second millennium before Christ, leading to mass migrations and created a rash of unexpected situations and stresses, which required the ancient minds to become more flexible and creative. Self-awareness, or consciousness, was the culturally evolved solution to this problem. This necessity of communicating commonly observed phenomena, in the plural, among individuals who shared no common language or cultural upbringing, encouraged those communities to become self-aware to survive in a new environment. Thus, consciousness, that's man leaving Eden, mentally becoming an adult, like bicamerality preceding adulthood, emerged as a neurological adaptation to social complexity in a changing world. Now, Julian Jaynes discovered that divination, prayer, and oracles arose during this breakdown period in an attempt to summon instructions from the gods, whose voices could no longer be heard. The consultation of special bicamerally operative individuals, or of divination by casting lots and so forth, was a response to this loss. A transitional era depicted, for example, in the first book of Samuel. It was also evidenced in children who could communicate with the gods, but as their neurology was set by language and society, they gradually lost that ability. Those who continued prophesying, being bicameral, according to Jaynes, could be killed. The leftovers of the bicameral mind today include religion, hypnosis, possession, schizophrenia, and the general sense of need for external authority in decision-making. This is all collateral, the origin of consciousness itself. Now, Julian Jaynes uses governmental bicameralism as a metaphor to describe a mental state in which the experiences and memories of the right hemisphere of the brain are transmitted to the left hemisphere via auditory hallucinations. And this metaphor is based on the idea of lateralization of brain function, although each half of a normal human brain is constantly communicating with the other through the corpus callosum. The metaphor is not meant to imply that the two halves of the bicameral brain were cut off from each other, but that instead the bicameral mind was experienced as a different non-conscious mental schema wherein volition in the face of novel stimuli was mediated through a linguistic control mechanism and experienced as auditory verbal hallucination. God telling you what to do in whatever crisis or situation you were facing. The bicameral mentality would be non-conscious in its inability to reason and articulate about mental contents through meta-reflection, reacting without explicitly realizing and without the meta-reflective ability to give an account of why one did so. The bicameral mind would thus lack meta-consciousness, autobiographical memory, and the capacity for executive ego functions, such as deliberate mind-wandering and conscious introspection of mental content. When bicamerality as a method of social control was no longer adaptive in complex civilizations, this mental model was replaced by the conscious mode of thought, which is grounded in the acquisition of metaphorical language learned by exposure to narrative practice. Now, according to Julian Jaynes, ancient people in the bicameral state of mind would have experienced the world in a manner that has some similarities to that of a schizophrenic. Rather than making conscious evaluations in novel or unexpected situations, the person would hallucinate a voice or God giving admonitory advice or commands and obey without question. One would not be at all conscious of one's own thought processes per se. Now, research into command hallucinations that often direct the behavior of those labeled schizophrenic, as well as other voice hearers, completely confirms Jaynes' predictions. So, Julian Jaynes built a case for this thesis that human brains existed in a bicameral state until as recently as 3,000 years ago, by citing evidence from many diverse sources, including historical literature. He took an interdisciplinary approach, drawing data from many different fields, and Janes concluded that until roughly the times written about in Homer's Iliad, humans did not generally have the self-awareness characteristic of consciousness as most people experience it today. Rather, the bicameral individual was guided by mental commands believed to be issued by external gods. Commands which were recorded in ancient myths, legends, and historical accounts. This is exemplified not only by, well, in the commands given to characters in ancient epics, but also the very muses of Greek mythology, which sang the poems. The ancients literally heard muses as the direct source of their music and poetry. So, the Iliad and sections of the Old Testament, within either work, there be no mention made of any kind of cognitive processes, such as introspection. There is no apparent indication that the writers were ever self-aware. So Janes has evidenced that the older portions of the Old Testament, such as the Book of Amos, have few or none of the features of some later books of the Old Testament, such as Ecclesiastes, as well as later works such as Homer's Odyssey, which show indications of a profoundly different kind of mentality, an early form of consciousness. In ancient times, gods were generally much more numerous and much more anthropomorphic than in modern times. And Julian Janes has speculated that this was because each bicameral person had their own god, who reflected their own desires and experiences. He also noted that in ancient societies, the corpses of the dead were often treated as though still alive, being seated, dressed, even fed, as a form of ancestor worship. And Janes argued that the dead bodies were presumed to be still living and the source of auditory hallucinations. Such is still the case today in Papua New Guinea, or was as recently as the 1970s. So this adaptation to the village communities of 100 individuals or more formed the core of religion. Unlike today's hallucinations, the voices of ancient times were structured by cultural norms to produce a seamlessly functioning society. In ancient Greek culture, there is often mention of the logos, the word, which is a very similar concept. It was a type of guiding voice that was heard as from a seemingly external source. Janes has inferred that these voices came from the right brain counterparts of the left brain language centers, specifically the counterparts to Wernicke's area and Broca's area of the brain. These regions are somewhat dormant in the right brains of most modern humans. But Janes noted that some studies prove that auditory hallucinations correspond to increased activity in these areas of the brain. And Janes noted that even in modern times, when there is no consensus as to the cause or origins of schizophrenia, Janes argues that schizophrenia is a vestige of humanity's earlier bicameral state. Recent evidence proving that many schizophrenics do not just hear random voices, but experience command hallucinations, instructing their behavior or urging them to commit certain acts. As support for Janes's arguments, these command hallucinations are little different from the commands from gods which feature prominently in ancient stories. Indirect evidence proving James's theory that hallucinations once played an important role in human mentality can be found in the recent book titled Muses, Madmen, and Prophets, subtitled Rethinking the History, Science, and Meaning of Auditory Hallucination by Daniel Smith. Now, you'll note how all of this falls into context of everything we've been discussing tonight. And the same goeth for other phenomena. Drought, earthquakes, comets, eclipses, all were treated as signs to be read. Which brings us right back to the revelation of the Magi, subtitled The Lost Tale of the Wise Men's Journey to Bethlehem, as translated from the original Syriac by Brent Landau. I mean, what better phenomenon to signal the birth of a great king than a new star blazing in the night sky? On the night of Christ's birth, a mysterious light appeared in the sky, which became a luminous star that persisted in the western heavens. Via the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 1 and 2. And impressed with its import, the wise men turned once more to the sacred scrolls. And as they tried to understand the meaning of the sacred writings, they determined to go in search of the Messiah. And like Abraham, they knew not at first where they were to go, but followed as the guiding star led them on their way. When they first encountered the long-prophesied star, the text as translated by Landau says it initially appears in a celestial or celestial form that then transforms into a human form, or star child, who instructs them to go to Bethlehem to witness its birth. Each of the Magi, in fact, sees the star child in a different form, with each vision representing a different time in the life of Christ. Nowhere in the text is the name of Jesus Christ used to designate the Magi's celestial or celestial guide, suggesting that they experienced Christ and became followers without ever knowing the Savior figure by that name. Initially, this speaks to the universality of Christ's revelation. Now, when it comes to the entire situation, the context in which these men, well, vampires really, processed that which would save them. Understand in the bicamerality of the mind that vampires also experienced. You are what you eat, and in that sense they processed much like their prey because they had to think like their prey to feed on their prey. And when we think about everything that these men were responding to, all of this has to do with the consciousness of man leaving this Edenic existence, the Garden of Eden, and entering instead into a conscious maturity, an adult level of processing. All of this is something that the vampire magi were the first to experience. And by the consecration of the Christ, by identifying him as the King of Kings, this is the real compact, the consecrative contract with God, if you will, that led man to maturity, out of Eden and into adulthood. more about Physical Eden later, but this is a good place to start and a good place as any in which to provide everyone with a link. Now, I'm going to enter a link into the chat room, and I appreciate our man Acid Kick, who seems to have dropped out of the call, entering what he has. Now, what I've just given you in the chat room is a treasure. This is a treasure that is something you should value for the rest of your life. This is something that you would find almost impossible to find on your own. And obviously, by giving you the key, you can find it from this point forward. But without that precise link, you'd never be able to really find a good copy of this on your own. And this is what you need to reference when you're referencing the birth of consciousness in mankind. Okay, so I'm glad that our man Sid is still here. Good. Interestingly enough, he appears to have dropped off the call. But he's still in the text box, able to type. Excellent. And he's free to jump back onto the call, like I said, and kind of that way make his presence known. Now, again, I'll put the link in to the text box for our man, Mr. Sid here. And this is different from the chat room. This is for him here. And that's something he can reference. And when you open that up, you've got to click it more than once. And that's the only way that you'll be able to see it in high definition. So you're going to see that and press the plus button, and it'll get smaller until you press the plus again. And with that third click, it's going to be enormous and finally legible. Now, it was 7,600 years ago that the Black Sea flooded and destroyed the old world. In 1997, William Ryan, Walter Pittman, Petko Dimitrov, and their colleagues published the Black Sea Deluge Thesis. This proved that a catastrophic inflow of Mediterranean seawater, salt water, into the Black Sea freshwater lake occurred around 7,600 years ago, circa 5,600 BC, 5,600 years before Christ. And, of course, while you're with us, dear Sid, you can maintain yourself on mute unless you feel compelled to speak. You may think that this was not such a big flood, but when sea levels were lower 10,000 years ago, the Black Sea was a large freshwater lake dammed off from the salty Mediterranean. This post-glacial flooding of the Black Sea, when 10,000 years ago the Black Sea was this overflowing freshwater lake and surrounded by ancient farms, the products of Adam's people, the farmers, ancient shorelines prove it was a much smaller lake, occupying only the deepest parts of the Black Sea today. 8,400 years ago, rising sea levels in the Mediterranean spurred by the end of the last ice age. All this resulted in fast rising waters some 7,500 years ago that drove coastal dwellers inland at a dizzying speed. This was around 5,600 years before Christ. The Bosporus Dam broke. Because the water level in the Black Sea Depression was so much lower than the Mediterranean, this flooded the known world. So, we're talking about This time lasting, well, this was essentially a Noachic flood. In human consciousness, when we look back at that time, 5,600 years, 7,600 years ago, but 5,600 years before Christ, all you have to do is look on this chart. And you realize that this was the dawn of Aryan culture. This was at the time when you had the Hindus, the Great Thaw in the 6,000 part of the chart on the left, the Great Thaw and floods of Hebrew and Chaldean literature, the destruction of the Akkadian city of Ur, the early Neolithic period in Europe, the belief in the magical power of the swastika, symbol of many primitive peoples, the devastation of the great floods of this period explained in Chaldean, Hebrew, and other folklore as the work of a revengeful god, and again, the dawn of Aryan culture in Central Asia, from which evolved Iranian, Persian, Hindu, or Indian, and probably also the earliest Greek religions. All of this at that period of the Great Flood that is visible on this chart. At the number 6,000 years before Christ on the left hand of the chart. Then go across that line through to your right and you'll run across the Great Thaw, the swastika, the devastation of the floods, and right thereafter the dawn of Aryan culture before there is even a Judaism. Many thousands of years before there is a Judaism. This is the treasure that provides you a knowledge of history hidden from you, occulted from you by today's politically correct bullshit culture of cancellation. Now, the story of the three wise men, as it's been perverted, misrepresented, revised, is one of the most familiar and beloved parts of the Christmas story. And as the centuries passed, traditions became increasingly distorted. By the 3rd century, they were associated with Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the 3 sons of Noah, and thus with Asia, Africa, and Europe. And this way, we could conveniently portray the universality of Christ with a black guy, a yellow guy, and a white dude. But for all their popularity, the mysterious travelers from the East, known as the Magi, appear in only one short passage in the New Testament, following a star to the site of Jesus' birth and bringing gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. In the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 11, the tradition that there were 3 wise men arose from the fact that the Bible mentions 3 gifts, but the Bible doesn't say how many wise men made the journey to see the baby Jesus and deliver unto him these gifts. The idea that they were also kings came from the imagery of Isaiah in chapter 60, the 3rd verse of the book of Isaiah. In the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 2, the wise men were guided to look for the King of the Jews by a miraculous stellar event, the Star of Bethlehem, which they called his star, which the prophet Nostradamus would later use to refer to Adolf Hitler, Hister. And the Magi traveled thousands of miles to worship the Christ, following his star. Now, in the second chapter of the book of Matthew, verse 10, they doggedly followed a star which led them to Jesus. They followed God's guidance joyfully. In the book of Matthew, the same second chapter, verses 4 through 8, they consulted with King Herod, or Herodes Magnus, Herod the Great, in Yerushalayim, Jerusalem. Herod in Jerusalem concerning the birth of Christ, and were so directed to Bethlehem. The kings, not 3, because there's no number in the Bible of how many there were. We know through the revelation of the Magi there were 12, at least, perhaps 13. These kings recognized Jesus Christ as the Messiah while he was still a child, and their gifts for Jesus were costly, and they worshipped him. Then, in the same second chapter of the book of Matthew, by the 12th verse, God warned them in a dream, that dream again, the bicamerality of the mind, against returning to Herod. So, in defiance of the king of Israel, the Edomite pretender to the throne of the Jews, they left Judea by another route. The Roman Empire could not stop their invasion. The Roman Empire could do nothing to prevent their return to their native empire. In fact, the majority of modern religious scholars claim the Magi never really existed. Why such bigotry? Why such hate? Why such denial? The book of Matthew, saying only that these visitors came from the east, scholars have conveniently assumed that they came from Persia, maybe Arabia, or even India. Matthew reveals nothing of these visitors' ancestry, but their names are legendary. Gaspar, or Casper, Melchior, and Balthazar. Balthazar, or Balthazar, has a Persian sound, so it has been presumed these men were scholars from Persia, because supposedly only thusly could they have been familiar with Daniel's prophecy about the Messiah or Anointed One, as related via the book of Daniel, chapter 9, verses 24 through 27. Here I'm citing the New International Version next to me rather than the King James Version most of you probably have. As to the Magi in the Bible, to reiterate, the only reference in the Bible to the wise men appears in the second chapter of the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 1 through 12, which I will now pick up, for your sake, a copy of the King James Version so that you can follow the bouncing ball. Verse 1. Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came as wise men from the east to Jerusalem. Verse 2, saying, Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him. Verse 3, When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. Verse 4, And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. Verse 5. And they said unto he, In Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet. Verse 6. And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall comest a governor, that shall rule my people Israel. Verse 7. Then Herod, when he had privily called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. Verse 8. And he sent them unto Bethlehem, and said, Go and search diligently for the young child, and when ye have found him, bring me word again, that I may come and worship him also. Oh, yeah. He had every intent, of course, of braining him with a baseball bat. Verse 9. When they had heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star, which they saw in the east, went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. Verse 10. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. Verse 11. And when they were comest into the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down, and worshipped he. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented unto him gifts, gold, and frankincense, and myrrh. Verse 12. And being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way. Now, thanks to this first ever English translation and detailed analysis of this little-known 8th century manuscript, in terms of the time it was rediscovered, of this story written in the 2nd century, which uncovers a far more substantial version of the wise men story. As early as the 2nd century, Syrian Christian authors penned this remarkable work entitled The Revelation of the Magi. It was writ in Syriac, a language related to Aramaic, Jesus' own tongue. Syrian scholars were the first Arabs to translate Greek philosophy, literature, and medical texts. They were then translated from Syriac into Arabic and then taken to medieval Spain via the Moors, the black occupation government, where they were translated into the Latin. Christian theologians were blessed by the insights of Greek philosophy because of the efforts of great Muslim scholars. Only during the Renaissance, with the fall of Byzantium to the Muslims, when tens of thousands of Greek scholars escaped Islam to seek shelter in the West, political asylum amongst the Central Europeans, did Christendom in Europe have access to the original Greek texts. St. Thomas Aquinas was profoundly influenced by Aristotle and the Muslim philosopher Averroes, whom he simply called the philosopher and the commentator. The revelation of the Magi was well known, honored by medieval Christians. St. Thomas Aquinas cited its authority in Summa Theologica, the theological summation, in Quatrain 36, the Article 5, and dozens of artists depicted details from their texts in their paintings of the Magi. The revelation states that there were 12, not 3, and many of these paintings convey a large number of them in enormous caravans. An expeditionary force out of Asia invading Israel that the Romans, the Pax Americana or American Empire of their day, could do nothing to halt or hinder. According to the revelation of the Magi, the Apostle Thomas visited these wise men, the vampire mage kings, in their home country of Shir, Shir, located in the extreme east of the world, at the shore of the great ocean, the Pacific, which covers the majority of our planet's surface. Wise men is a translation of the Greek word magoi, M-A-G-O-I, which literally means magicians. But the revelation explains that it means those who pray in silence. Nowhere in Scripture are the Magi called kings, but in the revelation of the Magi, they do lay down their crowns when they bow down to the Christ child. So they are obviously kings. The kings of the East. Landau has explored via his translation that familiar story of Christ's nativity found in Matthew's Gospel, the visit to Bethlehem by wise men from the East, through an obscure document writ in the 2nd century after Christ, but the day after his death in historical terms, and this account, which gives Landau the title of his book, tells that story from the Magi's point of view. Now, Brent Landau himself is a Harvard professor of religious studies at the University of Oklahoma and an expert in ancient biblical languages, and he found references to a text about the wise men in writings from the Middle Ages and learned that a collector in the 18th century had discovered in a Turkish monastery a manuscript called The Revelation of the Magi, with a narrative about the wise men. And this collector donated this priceless, timeless relic to the Vatican Library, where the document, written on vellum, sheepskin, the skin of a kid, what they would call kid skin, although it's a child sheep, a type of parchment made from animal skin that's translucent, remains archived away in virtual obscurity. So, himself a teacher at the University of Oklahoma, Landau discovered the revelation not in a cave by the Red Sea, but in the Vatican Library, where so much of our human history is hidden. Longing to get a look inside the Vatican archives, he asked, how many more intriguing documents like the Revelation are out there somewhere? How many documents that might shape and expand our perspectives are just sitting on a shelf? And how did it get there? It was among manuscripts collected in Egypt by G.S. Asmani, surname spelled Ass, like in ASS, E-M-A-N-I, Asmani, an 18th century Orientalist working for the Vatican Library, who brought it to Rome, where it resides today. Few ever approached it, because most scholars were indoctrinated into denial, told that it had little historical value because the text was preserved in Syriac, a language used by ancient Christians, but one in which only a relatively small number of early Christian scholars are even fluent. Landau has testified that his translation of the Revelation, with the help of the Cambridge scholar J.F. Coakley, is the first in English. No matter what the scholars might deny of its historical value, through their intrinsic reflexive human hatred of the vampire, Landau's proven with skill and authority how the Revelation contains a valuable message of tolerance that is needed as much today as in the years of its composition. Now, as part of his doctoral dissertation at Harvard Divinity School, Landau spent 7 years translating and analyzing this text, written in Syriac, again, a dialect of Aramaic used by early Christians throughout Southwest Asia, throughout the Middle East, and all of Asia, and which he happened to be studying. He worked from both a 1927 published text in Syriac and the original document at the Vatican written on kid skin, the skin of a child goat. Now, in 2010, Brent Landau, this professor of religious studies at the University of Oklahoma, published The Revelation of the Magi 13 years ago, which is based on his translation of this 2nd century AD Syriac text of the same name. Now, Brent Landau has confirmed that this text is so old as having been written less than 100 years after the Gospel of Matthew, which is the only other source, common source, for the story of the Magi, the so-called wise men. The Revelation of the Magi provides a much richer version of the story of the star of the Magi from the perspective of the Magi themselves. Now, numerous articles can be found on the web that analyze the contents of Landau's book, and I can tell you off the tip of my tongue what we learn about the Magi from Landau's translation. To reiterate, drive the points home, so that you remember them to share them unto others. There were at least 12 of them, not 3. And Landau has testified there must have been many more if animal trains, the caravans, are considered. That would, of course, be the soldiers of their expeditionary force. It would have taken an army to cross the many hostile territories ravaged by savages, barbarians, and bandits that the vampire kings would have had to traverse to reach their god. Their god, which Herod, the false king of the Jews, installed by the Romans, whom the Israelites of today doth worship. The man who would have killed your God, if you're a Christian, had he but the means to do so, tried to deny. And the church which carried on his denial of the wise men themselves. They say they came from a land called Shir, which was by the ocean in the extreme east of the world, where silk is made. This can only lead scholars to look away from Babylon and ancient Persia when trying to understand the story, and towards China and its environs. The text claims that their name means those who pray in silence, which has gotten scholars looking even harder at the East as the only possible place of origin for these guys, as their name implies, evinces that they engaged in spiritual practices similar to Buddhist spiritual practices. This, of course, flies in the face of what has always been held as nearly solid, axiomatic anecdote that they had been Zoroastrian and from ancient Persia. All of this was the misguidance of the early church fathers, the founders of doctrinaire belief systems, to misguide people away from the vampire kings of China. The Magi claimed to be descendants of Seth, the righteous third son of Adam and Eve, who did as he was told, and say that they were the guardians of an age-old prophecy that a star of never-before-seen brightness would someday appear, heralding the birth of God in human form. Only they could see the star in their mind's eye, and they followed this star, his star. And their story tells that 12 were selected from their society, son replacing father as the generations continued. They waited, maintaining a high mountain sanctuary, the Mountain of Victories, so that they could look out for the star, his star, that their ancient texts told them would appear, so they could make their journey and deliver their gifts. When that star does appear, only the Magi, the selected 12 at least, can see it. It descends in a column of light, hovering over the water of the prepared sanctuary, and blinds the Magi, ultimately resolving itself as a child called by Landau in his translation as, you should be able to guess this by now, the Star Child, who tells the Magi this before leading them on the journey to his birthplace far away. He tells them, "And I am everywhere, because I am a ray of light, whose light has shone in this world from the majesty of the Father, who has sent me to fulfill everything that was spracketh about me in the entire world and in every land by unspeakable mysteries, and to accomplish the commandment of my glorious Father, who by the prophets preached about me to the contentious house, in the same way as for you, as befits your faith, it was revealed to you about me." This contentious house after the fall of Babel, built by Nimrod, the first Antichrist. The Star Child led them, the vampire mage kings, by day and night on their journey of 12 years, protecting them and replenishing their supplies. But only an army could have made it across that desert of hostile nations. When the child is born, he is born in a cave, which incidentally was a belief held by the early church fathers. The Star Child, so called by Landau, is never referred to explicitly as Christ by the Magi, but as the incarnate Son of the Father. It is much later in the text, after the Magi are visited by the Apostle Thomas, that the child is finally referred to as Christ, a title of his consecration, not a name. The thing that stands out the most about the message of the Star Child, as revealed in Revelations of the Magi, is the very reason that Brent Landau concludes the text was ignored by the English-speaking world forever until today. The Star Child's message is insistently one of universality, as demonstrated by the aforementioned quote. The Magi reinforced this by telling Herod, the king of Zionist Israel, when they meet him, that the Star Child has worshippers in every land. Chapter 17, verse 5 of the revelation of the Magi. They also tell Mary and Joseph that forms of him are seen in every land, because he has been sent by His Majesty, God the Father, for the salvation and redemption of every human being. Chapter 23, verse 4 of the Revelation of the Magi. Further statements by Christ, the Magi, and even God Himself reinforce this conception of Christ's boundless revelation throughout the entire world. In sum, the revelation of the Magi contends that Christ is actually the hidden source of all, or at the very least most, of humanity's religious systems. Therefore, according to this text, non-Christian religions do not actually exist, since Christ pervades them all. So, again, required reading, Landau's book, Revelation of the Magi, the Lost Tale of the Wise Men's Journey to Bethlehem, describes the Magi as an ancient mystical sect descended from Seth, the pious and virtuous third son of Adam and Eve, who went to China to Christianize the Chinese, and the vampire mage kings carried on his religion as China became more and more engulfed in syncretism. From Seth, the vampire mage kings inherited a prophecy of a star of indescribable brightness, someday appearing and heralding the birth of God in human form. This same star had initially hovered over the tree of life in the Garden of Eden. This is all connected to a very powerful tradition, that the cross on Golgotha, the mountain of skulls, upon which Christ was crucified, was actually the tree of life. One of the Magi has a vision of a redemptive lamb hanging upon the tree of life. This is the ultimate, final vision of their God. They see the star child, each one of these 12 vampire mage kings, in a different stage of his life: infant, tween, adolescent, child, young adulthood, maturity, old age. The last manifestation, the redemptive lamb hanging upon the tree of life, the cross upon Golgotha. So the biblical authority for the Magi's book is Seth, the third son of Adam and Eve. Professor Landau himself describes Seth's prophecy. This is the son of Adam and Eve himself, Christianizing China, who were Christians of Orthodox belief long before the Europeans were ever Christianized by the Orientals from the East and the Africans from Ethiopia, before the Celts and Armenians. The proto-Christians of China heard from Seth himself, the very son of Adam. To quote his T, "A star of indescribable brightness will someday appear, heralding the birth of God in human form." Adam had told Seth that the star had stood over the tree of life in the Garden of Eden, but it had disappeared when Adam ate of the tree of knowledge, when he exited the bicameral state of mind where God could speak to him directly, and lost his ability to communicate, to talk directly with God the Father, when he had to enter a form of adulthood at childhood's end. This is all northwestern Iran. The location of Eden is in northwestern Iran near Armenia and eastern Turkey. The biblical Pishon River is to be identified with the river Uijun in Kurdistan. Uizhun in Kurdistan, pointing out, as I will, that the land is also associated with gold, and that the Uijun, or Kezil, or Quetzal Ujun, Quezel space Uzun, is known locally as the Golden River. That river moves through ancient gold mines and loads of lapis lazuli, which is consistent with the gemstone themes that run throughout Sumerian, Greek, and Enochian myth. The Gihon, Gihon, of the Bible is to be identified with the Aras, Aras River in Turkey, which flows into the Caspian Sea. Eden's location places itself with the Euphrates to the west, the Tigris to the southwest, the Aras to the east, and the Uijun to the southeast. Pishon in the Bible, Pishon equals Uijun, Uizhun. The Gihon in the Bible, the Gihon equals the Aras, Aras. The Edekel of the Bible, Hiddekel, equals the Tigris, the Tigris River. Perath, Perath, equals the Euphrates. The biblical Perath is the Euphrates River. Eden itself, that is Armenia, the birthplace of the child I adopted off the streets of San Francisco. This is Eden's original location. Greater Armenia in the center of it all. Now, I'm going to see if I can find a map to share with all of you. We're going to see if I can find this at all and put a link into the chat. And it is something, of course, that was taught to me by my late and sainted Cyrus, my half-vampire mother. And so, in terms of trying to find an image of this, so that all of you will be given a greater immediate visual understanding, of course, let's see now if I can find something that I think is decent. And, all right. We're getting there. So, let's see what this leads to. Oh, but of course. Oh, it said this site cannot be reached. That's what it initially said, at least. Now, I can at least download this image, but that doesn't help us, does it? Let me see if I can find a better or alternative one. Okay. This probably places us in the same boat. Okay, well, this is what I'll have to do. Now, be warned, this is not secure, according to them. It should be safe. I don't see a problem with it myself, but then again, I spend hours cruising for porn, so what would I know about safety? So here you go. This is Eden, where it's located. And I want you all to review that at your leisure. And that being taken into consideration, let me take a look at the time. And come back to my thoughts at hand. Now, the name Eden itself, which means delight in the Hebraic language, is derived from the Sumerian word Eden, or Edin, and the Akkadian term Edinu, Edinu, which means plain, as in Plain, as in a planar landscape, or steppeland, Steppe, the steppe. Sumerian writings refer to the fertile lands between the Tigris and the Euphrates as the Valley of Eden. E- or hyphen D-I-N. There's another suggestion made by the professor of Hebrew languages, Alan Millard, that the root of the word comes from the Semitic stem dien, din, meaning lush or abundant, Eden. The heavy forests also make it a possible location for cedar land, referenced in the Bible. C-E-D-A-R, like the tree, cedar land. An identification with northern or northwest Iran is also consistent with the theme in the story of Enmerkar's messenger, crossing of 7 mountains in Enmerkar and the Lord of Arata, which you can look up. This metaphysical crossing over is paralleled in the 7 gates to the underworld, Kur, K-U-R, a word meaning mountain, also shared by Iran's mountainous river system, or their major river, their version of the Mississippi. It also fits a more traditional biblical perspective of placing Mount Ararat on the northeast border of Turkey. Eden is this plain east of Sahand, a dormant volcano that's one of the highest mountains in Iran. The marshlands to the west of the volcano and the land of Nod itself to the east form a geographic wall around the garden. The 4 biblical rivers flow to the west, southwest, east, and southeast of the garden, as told in the Bible itself. At the earliest stage of human development, there is no planning for production. Man gathers what he finds of use to him in his environment. He plucks fruits and nuts like a lower primate. Indeed, what elevates man from such is the fact that he is omnivorous, which promotes him to eat roots, hunt, and fish. There is no sense of purposeful control over nature or guidance of natural processes. Things happen, and the challenge for man is to adjust himself to natural conditions and to survive by taking from the universe whatever is shown to give man strength and the power to increase his number and his chances for collective survival. This orientation per existence of primal man became gradually transformed during the New Stone Age. This transformation led to the beginning of agriculture, the demon engine of civilization, which in turn led to domestication of animals, and to the eventual discovery of the wheel and all of its uses and abuses. But the deeper psychological factor which made these new developments possible was undoubtedly the gradual realization that if certain acts were performed at a certain period, after waiting for what must have seemed a very long time, certain definite, expectable results would manifest. This motivated the evolution of what the Polaki, or Polish-American independent scholar, Count Alfred Habdank Skarbek-Korzybski, significantly named the time-binding faculty. Circa 1933, the very year my biological father Adolf Hitler and the American dictator Franklin Delano Roosevelt ascended to power on either side of the Atlantic, respectively. Time binding is a faculty based on memory, on transfer of traditions, and, eventually, the establishment of a calendar and of recorded data, from which eventually emerged generalizations, abstractions, and scientific laws. This meant the development of long-range purposefulness, thus of planning. The growth of such an orientation was furthered by the study of periodical facts in nature, of seasonal changes in the vegetable and animal kingdoms, and of celestial cycles, the cycles of the stars. It crystallized around the study of astronomy, the study of the perfect order displayed by the motions of disks and dots of light in the sky, an order so perfect and reliable as to imply that it was the master of the imperfect and none too reliable sequence of natural phenomena on Earth. The periodical motion of the sun was seen to affect, obviously, the annual cycle of vegetation. The periodical changes of the moon could be referred to the smaller cycles of animal fecundity, including that of the highest of mammals, the human female, and her menses. These periods, to play on a word, or a pun, if you will, became the basis of the calendar itself. And that calendar, the magical symbol of this new revelation of natural order, the very key to the new human attitude toward life. Man had become no longer a hunter and a gatherer, but now, as a species, a producer. He no longer lived exclusively by what he found in nature. He set nature to work for him, to increase and multiply what he had found. Man learned to use the seed of both vegetable and animal. He would understand and ultimately seek to master nature's power of increment, not only in the fields of the earth, but also in his own nature, in his woman and in his intellect, biologically and mentally, through soil cultivation and social culture. This is the gift that Seth brought to China. This was why China became an agricultural farmland powerhouse, a powerhouse of a population of farmers, taught by the righteous third son of Adam, of the harnessing of the seed of plant and animal, and even human being, as the great reward of proto-Christianity, the first agricultural revolution, fathered by his own sire, his own seed father, seed patron, Adam man. 10,000 years before Christ, some 12,000 years ago. This great turning point in human evolution has been symbolized by tradition in the story of Adam and the fall from Eden. The Edenic state of human evolution is the state in which men are food gatherers. They take, they hunt, they kill, they pluck low-hanging fruit. They do not produce. They do not bring forth other than by the simple spilling of their seed into a womb. This state is that of the child who takes from the mother. It is an infantile orientation of complete dependence upon the Mother Earth, and also of fear of the mother when she appears in the form of the Dark Mother, Kali, the Destroyer. It refers to what has been called the Age of Innocence, when childlike men have neither differentiated individual consciousness, they have neither disambiguated individual consciousness, nor personality. Thus, no responsibility. Adam, from the Hebraic root Adama, red earth, ruddy complected, as in whites, who are the only race that can blush. And when a white person blushes, it's an entire bodily flush, not just the face when they're naked. Most of the time you see them dressed and you only see that blood rush in the face, that flush of the ruddy complected white man, Adam man. The name of both the personage who led his tribe along this new and revolutionary line, and the collective name of his people who began to till this red earth in the sweat of their brow after his eating of the tree of knowledge, and thus became caked in the redness of the soil, and identified with it as they derived their very sustenance therefrom. These men had the blush, the ruddiness, the blood in the face, and apparently were covered with red soil while cultivating it with their hands and chipped stone, from whence sources their name Adam as a tribe, as they were spaketh of when they led mankind from the age of gathering to the age of production. Gatherers to growers, tribal through urban, the allegory of the bombus, the bumblebee. This was as radical and evolutionarily shocking to see, to conceive of, as imagine beehives breaking up from the hive-like social structure and forming individual nuclear families of bumblebee queens with a selected drone as a husband, or maybe a harem thereof, producing honey on an extraordinarily small scale to secure the future of only a few children to carry on a tiny nuclear family of bumblebees. It's unimaginable. Yet, mankind went through something as shockingly unexpected a development as that which I'm positing as an allegory. Mankind went from the familial Edenic existence of Adam and his family before consciousness into the shocking chronological awareness of racial maturity. This is in the Caucasus Mountain regions of Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, from where the very word Caucasian comes from. So when one asks where Eden is, the word Edin, E-D-I-N, simply Sumerian for steppe, S-T-E-P-P-E, Eden of the Maidan, as in maiden, but M-A-E-I-D-A-N. Eden of the Maidan being a term sourcing from both Farsi, or the Persian, as Maidan, M-E-Y-D-A-N, and al-Arabiya, the Arabic language, as Maidan, M-A-Y-D-A-N, an expanse of open space in or by a city or town. The Maidan is a garden, an enclosed agricultural area. That, of course, was Eden in a nutshell. Adam, from the Hebraic root Adama, as I said, the red earth, the ruddy-complected white man from the Caucasus Mountains, the Caucasian, who the name itself transitioning from what was originally his personage into the collective name of his people, as they were spaketh of when they led mankind from the age of gathering through the beginning of the age of production, as these men were covered in the red soil whilst cultivating it with their hands and chipstone cudgels, when the Adamu tribe began to till the red earth of Eden itself. This expanse of open space, this enclosed agricultural area, the garden. Aftermath is eating of the tree of knowledge, and his consequent motivation of his folk along a new and revolutionary line of social development, precipitating the first agricultural revolution some 12,000 years agone. 10,000 years before Christ, necessitated the foundation of the nation-state system, a security system to protect the harvest from their own population, raiding the storehouses, a police state, a military to defend their harvest from the barbarians of other races who had not yet matured into a chronological consciousness, a time-binding state of maturity, who would, as hunters and gatherers, have simply stolen all of their work to feast upon without earning it by labor. Militaries were developed at that point to defend the perimeter of defense, the borders that had to be drawn, where the fences were erected, thus establishing the boundary lines, the borders of the original nation state. All of this was the result of the breakdown of the bicameral mind and the birth of consciousness, the exiting of Eden. All of this is both physical, biblical, psychological, metaphorical, mythical, and historic. I can't believe we've got 2 hours left. Oh my fucking God. And with that, of course, let me breathe, gather myself, and prepare myself to return into the breach. And everybody, of course, be patient. And hopefully everything I said is coherent. Now, do all of you understand what I've been teaching? Let me know in the comments. Very coherent, says says our acid man. Thank you. Thank you, Sid. I appreciate that. Oh my God. Okay, so what I'm going to try and basically put together in my head, and I'm going to decide which direction to take us from here. I can't believe I covered what I did in short enough time span where we're left with 2 fucking hours. I am appalled how much time we've got left. Holy shit. Oh my god. Alright, now, what I'm going to do is breathe, focus, see what I can do to think of where to go next with the topic. And so it was Christmas, and it's this was Christmas in the Christian Orthodox sense. And I'll look for some questions in the email, and I will return, I think, back to the topic of Eden, perhaps, and try and now, of course, I'm getting some questions about a number of different things coming in through email. So then I'm going to try and establish which questions are the ones that I should be answering or paying the most attention to. Okay, so still a lot of people asking me to explain a number of different things that I guess I might as well return to the topic of Christ, Erod, and the Magi. Now, the first over all, the biblical Erods, Herods is what you Anglo jive people would vulgarize it as. Herod, Herod, yeah, like He-Man with an erection or something. Herod. The Greeks never pronounce the H. The H is always silent. Like, you'd say Hercules, like Herc the Jerk. It's Heracles in the Greek, okay? Heracles. The H is silent. English pays it literal lip service, and it sounds horrible. Now, the first over all the biblical Erods, to use the correct pronunciation, was called Herod the Great. Herodes Magnus, like the condom, mainly because he built great monuments, including the Second Temple of Jerusalem, without which Israel today would have no architectural, archaeological ruins for the tourists to visit. That's why the Israelis love him, and that's why they're Edomite, by that very adoration of the man who would have killed your God had he but the chance. He is their Erod, who killed all boys under 2 years of age in Bethlehem after Jesus was born there. Something which the Israelites of today attempt to deny to rehabilitate their spiritual antecessor of Zionism. You see, after putting down the Judean/Parthian revolt, the Parthians being the Persians, the Iranians, after putting down the Israelite-Iranian revolt against their rule, Rome appointed Herod king of Judea. Herod had complete authority, and he abused it ruthlessly. He established an enormous secret police force, brutally killed anyone suspected of plotting against him, and enforced the Pax Romanum, the Peace of Rome, by slaughtering all dissidents, equating Pax Romanum, the peace of Rome, with the peace of the grave. Then, too, he was a mighty whirlwind warrior, somewhat vaguely analogous to a Scandinavian berserker, or werebears, the bear warriors, the berserkers, of renown, whose alienated family had been enthroned over the tribes of Judah, Erods, the Edomites, not the berserkers. But the whirlwind warriors of the Bible, the Semitic version thereof, this Edomite family had been enthroned over the tribes of Judah as guardian of the Temple Mount and builder of the second temple of Jerusalem in the ultimate desecration of the temple, for what would span the time of almost half a century, 46 years, under Roman sponsorship, just as the Imperial British would later instate the hated House of Saud, a tribe of irate camel thieves, over all the other tribes of Arabia, as custodians of the two most holy mosques in Mecca and Al-Medina, Mecca and Medina. Originally, the Hashemite dynasty, the dynasty of the King of Jordan. The house of the Kingdom of Jordan, under His Highness, are the direct descendants of the Prophet Muhammad. They were the original guardians of Mecca and Medina. When the British fought wars with them and finally pocketed them, contained them into this tiny, almost landlocked nation, this Kingdom of Jordan, they took the two most holy sites of Islam and assigned as their protectors this tribe of camel thieves hated by every other tribe in Arabia, knowing that the only sponsor they could turn to for protection was Great Britain. They were totally dependent on the British Empire. This is something that is a tactic of taking the most hated criminals. A camel thief in Arabian culture is like a horse thief in the old American West. A horse thief was considered the lowliest form of life. You could hang him without a trial if he was caught, because he stole that which stood between you and death, your horse. A camel thief in Arabia is of the same grade on the social ladder. Cast off and castless, a worthless human being worthy only of execution without trial. These were the House of Saud, who the British elevated into the highest kings of Arabia, hated by every Arab, dependent on the British. They are now the protectors of Mecca and Medina in the ultimate desecration of Islam. Orodos Magnus, Erad the Great, himself was installed by the Romans in that spirit, and ergo, therefore, was security conscious to fault, where he not only murdered his wives and sons in states of paranoia, but built countless fortresses throughout the Holy Land to provide himself sanctuary within expeditious distance of wherever he might be within his realm at any given time. Each of these fortresses is architecturally unique, and, along with aqueducts, theaters, and other public building projects, generally raised the prosperity of Herodos's subject populace. The vast majority of popular tourist sites in present-day Israel were originally built by King Orodos, the man who would have killed your God if you're a Christian. Rationale enough to lionize him in Israeli imagination. Indeed, there was division among Jews over who received the blessings of Orodos as Orodosians, Herodians, as confirmed via the Bible itself. It's fucking biblical, people. The book of Matthew, chapter 22, verse 16. The book of Mark, chapter 3, verse 6, and chapter 12, verse 13. The Jews back then were fighting each other among who would receive the blessings of Orodos, so that they would become the genealogical lineage of the cult of Orodosians. The Herodian insurgency, which plagues us today, the cult of the kings of Edom, the cult of the anti-gods. As Hera, as you Anglos would reference her in your vulgarization of the Greek, Hera, the mother of Hercules, the both stupid-sounding names, use the original Greek, as Hera had once schemed to kill the baby Alcaeus Heracles. So too did the son of anti-pastor, the anti-father, the anti-god, the Idumean, or Edomite, descendant of the ancient racial enemy of true Israel, and Kypros, a Nabatean, an Arab of noble descent, Basilius, King Orodos, or Herod Magnus, Herod the Great, patriarch of the Orodosian or Herodian dynasty and tetrarch of Galilee, the Roman-appointed client king of Judea, ordered the murder of the Son of God. Just as the mother of Hercules had once conspired his murder, he too was half man, half God. So just who were the Edomites? Edomites occupied the land south of the Dead Sea. Edomites were the descendants of Esau, the older twin brother of Jacob, whom God later renamed Israel, and whose 12 sons became the fathers of the 12 tribes of Israel. Per the book of Genesis, chapter 36, verses 1 through 9. Now this is the genealogy of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his wives from the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Gibeah, on the Hivite, and Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebahoth. Now Adah bore Eliphaz to Esau, and Basemath bore Reuel, and Aholibamah bore Jeus, or Yeush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the sons of Esau, who were born to him in the land of Canaan. Then Esau took his wives, his sons, his daughters, and all the persons of his household, his cattle and all his animals, and all his goods which he had gained in the land of Canaan, and went to a country away from the presence of his brother Jacob. For their possessions were too great for them to dwell together, and the land where they were strangers could not support them because of their livestock. So Esau dwelt in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And this is the genealogy of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. But, of course, I'm asked now via the email, how did Edomites come to rule over the Jews? In 47 BC, 47 years before Christ was born, it was predicted, even then, that Christ would come. Understand that the Christ ideal was the manifestation of the Golden Age. Virgil Publius Virgilius Maro lived from 70 to 19 BC. From 70 years before Christ was born. He died 19 years before Christ was born. He was a well-known and great Roman poet and philosopher who was born at Mantua in Italy and went to study in Cremona, Milan, and finally Rome itself. Meakenas was his patron, and he paid for him to write and live. And he was friends with Octavian, who was to become the first emperor of Rome. 3 of Virgil's works are known to have been of note. The Eclogues are pastoral poems about his own day. The 4th, Messianic Eclogue, was perceived as foretelling the coming of the Christ, ensuring that Virgil's works were well read through the Middle Ages to the present. Georgics is a didactic poem on farming, using the world of the farmer as a model for the world at large. This is Adam man writ large as the example of the human species in evolution, as known intuitively by the Romans. Aeneid. The Aeneid was the work he spent the last decade of his life on. It was an epic poem about the wanderings of Aeneas after the Trojan War and his eventual settlement in Italy, where his descendants would one day found the city of Roma and eventually the Roman Empire. It is this work for which he is best known in history. In Dante's classic, The Divine Comedy, it is Virgil who, as the noble pagan and symbol of wisdom, is the man to lead Dante himself. Oh, thank you. Mark H. says thank you. So I do want to share this wonderful little comment from Mark H. and I appreciate that profoundly. He says, "This is incredible information, Douglas. This is what I was attempting to explain to someone last night." Well, thank you, Mark. God bless you. Okay, so, yeah, back to where I was. In Dante's classic, The Divine Comedy, and it was hundreds of years later that one of the great literary critics would say, there is only in the West Dante and Shakespeare who divide the world of literature between them. Dante places Virgil, or portrays him, as the man who leads Dante himself through the lower levels of his journey into hell, showing the respect Dante had for this great man, this Roman prophet, and that all of Europe had in their culture for Virgil, the man who predicted the coming of the Christ child over 1,000 years after his death. Remember, Europe was not Christian as a continent, or the best way to express it is that in the Middle Ages, there was no such thing as Europe. The closest concept we had to Europe was that of Christendom. But Christendom did not exist in Europe until 1,000 years after Christ was born and died. It took 1,000 years after the martyrdom of Christ, the Son of God, before Europe was majority Christian. And although Virgil's name was renowned at that time and recognized as the golden prophet of the golden age of Christianity vis-a-vis his prophecy of the coming of the Christ child, Virgil's nomen, his nomenclature, you've heard that term, his nomen, his Latin name, was Virgilius. It's nonetheless commonly rendered in English or vulgarized as Virgil. And the way I would express that in terms of Anglo-bastardization of the Latin language would be that Virgil has the second vowel, an I. It's attributed to a desire in the Middle Ages to associate Virgil with the Latin term virga, or wand, thereby reinforcing belief in his prophetic powers. The more straightforward spelling of Virgil, rather than with two I's, V-I-R-G-I-L, as the Europeans anglicize it, it would originally be Gothic, or Gothicized, as V-E-R-G-I-L, Virgil, or Virgil. That also remains in common English usage. But when we go from Dante and Virgil, there is, in fact, that one poem in Virgil's fourth book of the Eclogues, which proclaims the coming of a great Messiah-like child that has always caught the eye of scholars, Dante included. Alexander Pope's book titled Messiah deals with Virgil's fourth Eclogue, which predicted the birth of Christ. That poem merges the prophecy of Isaiah about the Messiah with wording that echoes Virgil. Now, Johnson's translation into Latin relies on Virgil directly and incorporates more of the Eclogues language. Now, in terms of the biography and how we should take the writings, Virgil is, how do I say this so that he's not confused with Middle Ages or medieval writers who took his name, or whose parents would name their sons after him in his honor. At any rate, late antiquity and the Middle Ages, they become confusing to many amateurs who try to look things up on the internet because there are other Virgils. So reflect instead on the fact that even as the Western Roman Empire collapsed, literate men acknowledged that the Virgil was a master poet. Gregory of Tours read Virgil, whom he quotes in several places, along with some other Latin poets. Though, of course, as a Christian, he cautions, we ought not to relate their lying fables, lest we fall under sentence of eternal death, meaning he thought their pagan mythos would lead to damnation. But the noble pagans, like Virgil himself, who predicted the Christ, are absolved damnation. Of course, as Christ himself said, his star, the star child, Christ is in all religions that are humane or godly, and therefore there is no fear of damnation simply from being a pagan who has not heard of the Christian conception of Christ as we understand it in the West. The Aeneid remained the central Latin literary text of the Middle Ages, retaining its status as the grand epic of the Latin peoples and of those who considered themselves to be of Roman provenance, such as the English. It also held religious importance as it describes the founding of a holy city. Virgil's fourth Eclogue was always seen as a prophecy of the coming of Jesus Christ. It has, of course, been proven that this was, in part, the need on the part of medieval scholars to reconcile Virgil's non-Christian background with the high regard in which they held his works, and they were thus forced to concede him as a prophet of sorts. But that perspective is defended by, well, a number of scholars, really. Even to this day, notably Richard Thomas, Cicero and other classical writers, too, were declared Christian due to similarities in moral thinking to Christianity. These were proto-Christians in the Western sense, as the Chinese were proto-Christianized by the son of Adam himself. Dante made Virgil his guide in hell and the greater part of purgatory in the Divine Comedy. Dante also mentions Virgil in De Vulgari Eloquentia, along with Ovid, Lucan, and Statius, as one of the 4 Regulati Poetae, the 4 great poets. The best-known surviving manuscripts of Virgil's works include the Virgilius Augusteus, the Virgilius Vaticanus, and the Virgilius Romanus. In the Middle Ages, Virgil's reputation was such that it became known, or rather, those forbidden pagan legends about him resurfaced, associating him with magic and prophecy. From at least the 3rd century, upon the resurfacing of the pagan occult knowledge, Christian thinkers interpreted Eclogues 4, which he describes the birth of a boy, ushering in a golden age, as a prediction of Jesus' birth. As such, Virgil came to be seen on a similar level as the Hebrew prophets of the Bible, as one who had heralded Christianity as we know it. As early as the 2nd century, Virgil's works were seen as having magical properties and were used for divination, like we would use the I Ching today, the Book of Changes, by tossing coins. In what became known as the Sortes Virgilianae, the Virgilian lots, which you would read as you would read the I Ching. Passages would be selected at random and interpreted to answer questions. In the 12th century, starting around Naples, but eventually spreading widely throughout Europe, a tradition developed in which Virgil was regarded as a great magician. Legends about Virgil and his magical powers remained popular for over 200 years, arguably becoming as prominent as his writings themselves. Virgil's legacy in medieval Wales, among the Welsh, was such that the Welsh version of his name, a double F-E-R-Y-L-L-T, Feril, or Ferlt, became as a generic term for magic worker, which would be spelled P-H-E-R-Y-L-L-T. And it survives in the modern word pharmacist in the Welsh language. Ferild, or double F-E-R-Y-L-L-Y-D-D. Now about this messianic eclogue. Virgil's Eclogue 4, the Golden Age. It's, how would I say this? The Roman poet Virgil had, by the 13th and 14th centuries after Christ, acquired a reputation as the anima naturaliter Christiana. Now, anima naturaliter Christiana is Latin for the soul of the natural Christian, the proto-Christian, as all the Chinese were as converted by Seth, Adam's 3rd son. And it came as a result of the interpretation of Virgil's poetry, especially that 4th Eclogue. And this reputation has stayed with Virgil since that time, and it certainly played a role in preserving his poetry when other poetry was lost during the Dark Ages after the fall of Rome in 476 AD. Although Virgil lived before the advent of Jesus Christos, Jesus Christ and Christianity itself as we know it today, it was proposed that his poetry anticipated a Christian ethic before Jesus Christ was born. It is in the fourth of 10 eclogues that this was demonstrated most dramatically. The eclogues are a series of 10 poems that Virgil wrote them circa 40 BC, 40 years before Christ. The majority of these poems deal with shepherds and their various concerns. The fourth eclogue is decidedly different in this respect. In the poem, Virgil makes several statements about a child destined to bring a golden age and free the world from fear. Early Christian scholars, such as St. Augustine, read this poem and concluded that this child that Virgil spraketh of had to be the Messiah, Jesus Christ. Later writers, such as the Italian poet Dante would also interpret this poem to be a prophecy regarding the Christ. More recently, in the 17th century, John Dryden stated in his introduction to the fourth eclogue, "Many of the verses are translated from one of the Sibyls, who prophesied our Savior's birth." So let me quote that fourth eclogue, or from it, and consider yourself how this could only be interpreted in light of Christian theology. "Now the last age of Cumae's Sibyl sung has come and gone, and the majestic roll of circling centuries begins anew. Justice returns old Saturn's reign, with a new breed of men sent down from heaven. Only do thou, at the boy's birth, in whom the irons shall cease, the golden age arise. Under thy guidance, whatso tracks remain of our old wickedness, once done away, shall free the earth from never-ceasing fear. He shall receive the life of gods, and see heroes with gods commingling, and himself be seen with them, or be seen of them, and with his Father's worth reign over a world at peace." This boy talks about this passage talks about the birth of a boy who will bring a golden age to our world, one in which wickedness will be taken away and the earth will be freed from fear. This unnamed child will also receive the life of gods and reign over a world at peace. Compare these ideas to those found in the book of Isaiah in the Old Testament. The book of Isaiah was written circa 700 years before Christ by the Jewish prophet of that very name. And there is a passage interpreted by the Jews as referring to the Messiah, the chosen one, who would come from God to save Israel. Christians believe it refers directly to Jesus Christ. Consider the themes I've already articulated in that quote from Virgil when ye hear this passage from Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, chapter 9, verses 6 through 7, from the King James Version of the Bible, so that you can have access to something via which you can follow the bouncing ball with. "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David, and upon his kingdom, to order it and establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this." Now, the similarities between these 12 passages are self-evidently striking, and both contain similar ideas about a chosen one of God, or the gods, coming to earth to bring a better way of life. In Christian theology, Jesus Christ came into this world to free humanity from our sins and offer eternal salvation to those who would accept him in their hearts. This surely would free the world from never-ceasing fear. Virgil's promised child would reign over a world at peace. Dost that not correspond with Isaiah's Prince of Peace? It is self-evident to see why this poem was interpreted as referring to Christ himself. Adding to this belief is how the end of the fourth eclogue foretold that the time this child would come would be very soon. Virgil wrote this poem about 40 years before the birth of Jesus, which is the blink of an eye in prophetic time, within a single man's lifetime. That passage reads, "By destiny's unalterable decree, assume thy greatness, for the time draweth nigh. Dear child of gods, great progeny of Jove, see how it totters, the world's orbed might, earth and the wide ocean, and the vault profound, all see enraptured of the coming time." Now, the scholarship of St. Augustine, Dante, Dryden, all of these men together, why is this important? It means that there were other prophets who were not Jewish. In other words, the religion of Christ can never be considered Judaic. The religion of Christ must be considered as emerging out of Caucasia, the Eden farmed by the white man, taken to China, where the Magi followed his star to consecrate the King of Kings, to render him something far greater than the King of the Jews. And this was foretold by the Romans. This, when you think of Nostradamus, a modern-day prophet, referring to Hitler as Hister in his quatrains, results in the reason why Hitler and Mussolini had an inviolable pact of steel based upon the fact that the Roman Empire that Mussolini was trying to reestablish upon the earth was in this Roman Christian tradition, which heralded the coming of my biological father. This is how the Roman connection with the coming of the Christ brings us back to the time of Herod, and how the Romans had established him over Israel. To bring us back to the question of how the Edomites came to rule over the Jews at all. In 47 BC, 47 years before Christ, while Virgil predicted his coming, Julius Caesar, the Caesar, appointed Antipater, the Anti-Father, the son of the Edomite governor of Edom, to be the governor of Judea. And Herod was one of Antipater's, the Anti-Father's, 12 sons. 40 years before Christ, as Virgil wrote his eclogue, predicting the coming of the golden child, in 40 BC, Parthians, today's Iranians, attacked the Roman Empire's eastern fringes and briefly conquered Judea. Herod escaped to Roma itself, where he found out about the coming of the Christ child from Virgil. This is the occult history Mussolini spoke of to my mother as an international interpreter. Mussolini spoke of how Virgil spoke to Herod and said, "There will be a child who will bring peace." And Herod, as an Edomite, a worshipper of the anti-God, said peace must never come. And while he was in Rome, the Roman Senate named Herod king of the Jews and commissioned him to retake Judea, which he did in 37 BC. Arab by blood, Jewish by religion, Roman by citizenship, and king of Judea by trade, Basilius Orodos Magnus is referenced as the evil genius of the Judean nation and reviled, quite literally, as an abortive antichrist within the churches, yet today is honored as the greatest of historical heroes by postmodern Israelis. The nominally Jewish Orodos or Orodos Magnus, being one of the most imaginative and energetic builders of the ancient world, rivaling in Jewish eyes the first Antichrist, Nimrod, the black African builder of the Tower of Babylon. Undeniably, in the Orodian sense, guiding his captive Israelite kingdom, or his enthralled Judea, to new heights of prosperity and power in the material sense, while leading them to eternal damnation. As secular ruler of the Jews, Basilius Orodos himself practiced Judaism as a religious, as opposed to ethnic, Jew, per the demands of political expediency. And as the son of a Jewish convert with a Gentile background, he also knew how to act the part as king of Judea. Many Edomites and Nabateans had been assimilated by the Jews through Israeli military conquests, their version of crusade or jihad that they themselves called holocausts, and had perforce adopted their Judeo customs. But these Judaized Edomites were never to be accepted as Jewish by the dominant Pharisaic tradition, thus the hatred for the Pharisees. So even though Orodos may have considered himself of the Jewish faith, he was not considered Jewish by the religiously observant and or bigotedly nationalist Jews of biblical Judea, even as he progressively fostered a cosmopolitan tolerance for the ancient yet younger Greek religion of Hellenism and the classical pantheon of Grecian gods and goddesses, traditionally castigated as false and idolatrous by the majority of his subjects. It being oft forgotten by Gentiles that while Hellenism was eldritch by time of Christus, the time of Christ, the tribal culture of the Jews antedates that of the Greeks. Herod controlled the sacrificial cult by placing a lackey in the position of high priest. If any of his appointees was foolish enough to displease him, Herod killed him and replaced him with another lackey. With the OT, Old Testament, or will, simply that single word, the will, as defined in Hebrews, of godly covenant with the nation of his chosen people, the Israelites, of the mad, maniacal, mass murderous, Holocaust-demanding God of mass sacrifice of the desert, not your God if you're a Christian, but the God of the Jews, the children of Abraham, who, well, let's just say accessible summarization of said OT, or Old Testament covenant, is to be found in Exodus chapter 34, setting merciless precedent of swift and wrathful judgment against any who defied him throughout the book of Jewish scriptures. It is perhaps quite understandable that Orodos the Great would refuse to believe that warlike and genocidal Kana Yahweh, the jealous Yashuveh, the God whose very name is jealous in the Hebrew, would choose to come as a humble child. And Orodos logically assumed instead that this King of Kings, Jesus Baron Yosef of Nazareth, was of royal Hasmonean birth through his blessed mother, the Theotokos Madonna Mariam, the Holy Mother Mary. Indeed, acting previously on OT, or Old Testament, I think of that in the sense of OG, or Old Gangsta, or Old Guard prophecy, of the Abrahamic bloodline descending from King David through the sainted Lady Mariam, and Joseph. It was promised that from the house of David, the Christly Mashiach, the anointed Messiah, would be virgin born. The proto-Machiavellian Orodos thus deposed the Jewish Hasmonean Maccabean or Maccabean dynasty in 37 years BC, when, with Roman reinforcements, he captured Jerusalem, and condemned the last legitimate king of biblical Judea, the Jewish priest Antigonus Mattathias II, unto a living death. That man, who was someone executed under Herodian insurgency, the conquest of the Holy Land by the Edomites, under jurisdiction of the Republican administration of Marcus Antonius, Mark Antony, who later suicided with his lover, the last of the pharaohs, Queen Cleopatra Philopateris, the people's mother. The particulars of the Galilean tetrarch Orodos and his entirely pragmatic suspicions linking Jesus Christos, Jesus Christ, to the Hasmonean kings through the genealogy chronicled in Luke chapter 3, they can be found in, well, let me give you a link. I don't need to go into full details of genealogy. That would take up too much time. And now we have but an hour left. Douglas Marks brings up the fact that the month of July is named for Julius Caesar, as anglicized, and August is named for Augustus Caesar, as anglicized. Thank you. Very true. Yes, quite so. Gregorian calendar and Julian before it. Now, as it was understandably quite difficult for Jews to accept the Christ child as the Lord, Savior, Moshiach, or Messiah, and King of both their people and their faith, whilst such a demonstrably impressive Edomite sat the Davidian throne, providing both national security and profitable construction contracts. The New Testament Israel was the Dubai of its day, as the Empire of Roma was not energy dependent on petroleum. The imperial engine was instead fueled by the ergonomics of human labor, as delivered via the mechanism of chattel slavery. And Israel in the time of Christ exported bondservants in the same market manipulative manner by which Dubai exports oil today, with like resultant boom in property development, as monetary returns were domestically vested in infrastructure. The god Hwana Yahweh, or jealous Jehovah of Abraham, established a new testimonial and anti-New Testament covenant of will with all humanity instead of the Jews, wherein there is godly grace, where once was divine wrath. This is the peace free from fear the Christ child brought into this world. Now, in the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 1, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem, in Judea, during the time of King Herod, Magi, traditionally this would be misinterpreted as wise men, or anglicized as such, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem. So, in terms of this entourage to Jerusalem, in Jerusalem, the sudden appearance of the army of the East, the Chinese invasion under the vampire kings, the Magi, traveling in force with every imaginable Oriental pomp and accompanied by adequate cavalry escort to ensure their safe penetration of Roman territory, including their version of armored panzer tanks, the Vietnamese elephants. You can imagine how this certainly alarmed Herod and the populace of Jerusalem. Their request of Herod regarding the one who has been born King of the Jews was a calculated insult to him. Imagine a Chinese army invades and tells this Edomite son of a bitch, "We want to see the real King of the Jews," telling him to his face he's just a posier and a pretender and a piece of shit, to his face. A non-Jew who had contrived and bribed his way into that office. Consulting his scribes, Herod discovered from the prophecies in the Tanakh, the Old Testament, that the promised one, the Messiah, would be born in Bethlehem. Virgil had already warned him of the coming of the Christ, but he did not know where. Hiding his concern once he found out and expressing insincere interest, Herod requested the vampire mage kings of China keep him informed. Now after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, wise men from the east came to Jerusalem, saying, "Where is he who has been born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and have come to worship him." When Herod the king heard this, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. I mean, when you're faced with living tanks, these biological hulking organisms, these Vietnamese elephants, the incredible menagerie of guardian animals, such as the tigers on the leash, the various soldiers and sundry of the Orient, how could they not be alarmed? And when Herod had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he inquired of them where the Christ was to be born. So they said to he, "In Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet, but you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are not the least among the rulers of Judah. For out of you shall come a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel." Bringing us back to the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 7. Then Herod called the Magi secretly, and found out from them the exact time the star had appeared. Per the Christ's Mass, the Christmas narrative of Matthew, chapter 2, Basilius Orodos apparently accepted the prophecies of the kingly Magi, the wise men of the Orient, to be true, and spraketh verse 8, "As soon as ye find him, report him unto me, so that I may go and worship him, with a cudgel and a bludgeon to baseball his brains out. Then Herod, when he had secretly called the wise men, determined from them what time the star appeared. And he sent them unto Bethlehem, and said, Go and search carefully for the young child, and when ye have found him, bring back word to me, that I may come and worship him also. When they heard the king, they departed. And behold, the star which they had seen in the east went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. And when they had come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. This is what brings us to those Christmas gifts. And when they had... Let me try and get the proper voice for this. Let me hydrate myself. Swear it's not alcohol. God knows I want to start hitting that soon enough, but too many things I have to do first today. Not anxious about that. At any rate, and when they had opened their treasures, they presented gifts to him, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Their gifts symbolize the Christ's identity and mission. Gold for a king, incense for God, and myrrh used to anoint the dead. The gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh are also prophetic, speaking of our Lord's offices of king, priest, and savior. Gold speaks of his kingship. Frankincense was a spice used in the priestly duties, and myrrh, M-Y-R-R-H, was an embalming ointment, signifying his coming death. In the millennium, he will also receive the gifts of gold and frankincense, delivered by the vampire kings of Asia, but no myrrh. His death was once and for all eternity, and for all of us, vampire and man alike. Within a verse, it is related that the kings of Magi, who had followed his star of Bethlehem, are warned via the medium of a mutual dream that Orodos would kill them all. After finding the babe and presenting their prophetic gifts, God honored the wise men by warning them, in a dream, to go home by another route and not to report back to King Herod. For King Herod had called for Roman reinforcements, and this would mean a war between China and the West. Note, the Magi being warned in a dream, a form of communication most acceptable to them, departed to their own empire, ignoring Herod's request. This was the expeditionary force not in retreat, but in advance under the guidance of the God of the New Testament, whose covenant is not with the Jews, but with us all, vampire and man alike, which is why the cross will prevent a vampire's feeding. It is not a ward, but a pass. Divinely warned in a dream, vis-a-vis the bicamerality of the vampire mind, which is always childlike, that they should not return to Herod, the mage kings of Asia departed for their own empire another way. Now, when they had departed, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, take the young child and his mother, flee to Egypt, and stay there until I bring you word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. Kwana Yahweh. jealous Jehovah warned Madonna Mariam and Joseph to flee into Aegyptos, where the person of his grace, Jesus Baron Joseph Emmanuel, survived the massacre of the innocents, to abolish many of the old laws and guide Gentiles to salvation, as well as inspire demarcation in historical timekeeping itself by advent of his ministry among us. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed for Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled, which was spraketh by the Lord through the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt I called my son. The book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 1 through 20. When the three kings from the east, again, there's not really a number. This is what I would call a misinterpretation. There's no number given in an accurately interpreted Bible, but what should have been part of the Bible, the revelation of the Magi, numbers them at 12. When the kings from the east did not return to King Orodos of Judea to inform him about the one true king they intended to worship under his jurisdiction, when Herod realized that he had been outwitted by the Magi, he was furious, and he gave orders to kill all the boys in Bethlehem and its vicinity who were 12 years old and under, in accordance with the time he had learned from the Magi, fearing that this Christ child, Mashiach, Messiah, Emmanuel, perfection, would usurp his throne. Orodos ruthlessly dispatched soldiers to kill all the male children in Bethlehem, 12 years of age or less, of 2 years and below. The book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 16. Then Herod, when he saw that he was deceived by the wise men, was exceedingly angry. This is understatement. And he sent forth and put to death all the male children who were in Bethlehem and in all its districts, from 12 years old and under, according to the time which he had determined from the wise men. Thence was fulfilled what was spraketh by Jeremiah the prophet, saying, in the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 1 through 20, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation, weeping, and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, refusing to be comforted, because they are no more. Now when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, Arise, take the young child and his mother, and go to the land of Israel, for those who sought the young child's life are dead. That's from Matthew, chapter 2, verses 1 through 20, everything I'm relating. That's a lot packed into 20 verses that I've been going over for how many hours now? The Magi, in fact, the vampire mage kings of Asia, became a part of Christ's mission. After their visit to Bethlehem, their return to Shur and preach the good news. The revelation of the Magi, translated by Dr. Landau, ends on a hopeful note about salvation and grace available unto all, vampire and man alike. Landau himself ends his own commentary on a bright note, pointing out that today's pluralistic world is the right environment for the Revelation's ecumenical message. Within 12 years, Fractasis, the parasite, the man who killed his own dad. Phraates, the parricide son of Phraates IV, was duly installed by the Sage Kings as the new ruler of Parthia. The Chinese thereafter invaded Iran and installed a regime friendly unto Christ. Until late in the text, the star child has no name and is referred to only as the incarnate Son of the Father. When St. Thomas cometh to share, to baptize the Magi themselves, to baptize the vampire kings and their people, only then is the name of Jesus Christ used frequently in the text thereafter. So, to the star itself, in the hour we have remaining, even though there are plenty of theories about what the Star of Bethlehem actually was, some say it was a comet, a supernova, or what many astrologers and astronomers believe, a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn that blended them into one very bright light. The Revelation confirms it was the divine babe himself, Emmanuel. And when it concentrated itself, it appeared to us in the bodily form of a small and humble human. And he said to us, Peace to you, sons of my hidden mysteries. The inhabitants of the world cannot bear to see the glory of the only Son of the Father of Majesty, unless it appeared for them in the form of their world. These are the vampire kings themselves speaking, as quoted from the Revelation. And Christ himself calls the vampire mage kings the sons of my hidden mysteries. The most striking aspect of the star, his star, is that it is the cosmic Christ himself. The Magi refer to the star as his star, not the star. This is from the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 2, where biblically the church fathers made it the star. In Plato's Timaeus, God created souls equal to the number of stars and assigned each soul to a star. Plato is the source of this reference. In the aristocratic Français, the French aeronaut Antoine-Marie Jean-Baptiste Roger, Comte de Saint-Exupéry's Le Petit Prince, The Little Prince, published in the middle of World War II, 1943. He says, people have stars, and I will be laughing on one of them for you. That's the quote from The Little Prince in this book written in the middle of World War II. One of my mother's favorite books that she raised myself to appreciate. And I don't know if this link is going to work at all, whether it's still valid, but it was at least once a source of... Perhaps you could cut and paste it. I don't think it's working. I don't think either of the links I put in are working anymore, except for the one chart on religions that is my gift to humanity from the work of John Sparks. The Real Tech Geek says, support Douglas Dietrich. Thank you so much, sir. They doggedly followed this star which led them to Jesus. By the time they met Jesus, he was in a house and was a child, not an infant, implying they arrived a year or more after his birth. Jesus never laughs in the canonical works, but the Christ child in the Revelation of the Magi does laugh, just as Zoroaster did as a newborn. Some Syrian Christian writers believed that Zoroaster, when talking about his own savior, Saïjin, was actually predicting the coming of the Christ. Back to Le Petit Prince. The Little Prince, published in 1943. Maybe this link to a summary will help. Let's see if this link works at all. Most of what I try to teach people gets completely scrubbed from the internet. So let's see if the Edomites were able to keep pace with this one. Maybe some of them will work if you cut and paste them. At least the chart on religions works. Now, the author of The Little Prince, the aeronaut, Antoine-Marie Jean-Baptiste Roger, Comte de Saint-Exupéry, he was killed in action in World War II. He died in 1944, a year after he wrote that little book. But to quote from Le Petit Prince, The Little Prince, "Wait a little while, just under a star. Then if a child comes to you, and if he laughs, if he has golden hair, you'll know who he is." Now, Saint-Exupéry was a successful commercial pilot before World War II. He was working airmail routes in Europe, Africa, and South America. At the outbreak of the war, he joined the French Air Force, the Armée de l'Air, flying reconnaissance missions until France's armistice with Germany in 1940. After being demobilized from the French Air Force, he traveled to the United States to recuperate. And following a 27-month hiatus in North America, during which he wrote 3 of his most important works, he joined the Free French Air Force in North Africa, although he was far past the maximum age for such pilots and in declining health already. He disappeared over the Mediterranean on a reconnaissance mission in July of 1944 and is presumed to have died at that time. The Little Prince booklet posthumously boasted his stature to national hero status in France. If we could consider Virgil a kind of prophet, then this would be a prophet after the fact. Mark H. provides an image. Let's see what he was able to provide here. And, oh, it's of a watch. Yes. $13,200. Le Petit Prince. Excellent. He is going to explain something about it. Of course, Mark H. deals in expensive watches, or did for a long time. A hard job. That he said, "I used to sell Le Petit Prince, the IWC watch, to clients. The story was part of our sales pitch." Thank you. Thank you. Incredible. Incredible. Thank you so much. Now, the novella to which Mark H. and I are both referring, is the 4th most translated book in the world. It was voted the best book of the 20th century in France. Translated into over 250 languages and dialects, as well as Braille, selling nearly 12 million copies annually, with sales totaling over 140 million copies worldwide. It's become one of the best-selling books ever published. The Little Prince is a book for children written for grown-ups. It can be read on many different levels by readers of all ages. And the late Comte de Saint-Exupéry earned further widespread recognition with international translations of his other works. His 1939 philosophical memoir, Terre des Hommes, or Terre des Hommes, Man and His World, became the name of an international humanitarian group. And it was also used to create the central theme of the most successful World's Fair of the 20th century, Expo 67, in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. As for his inspirations, the author, an aviator, crashes with his aeroplane in the middle of the Sahara Desert. While he's trying to repair his aeroplane, a little boy appears and asks him to draw a sheep. The author learns that the little prince comes from asteroid B612, where he has left behind 3 volcanoes and a rose. In terms of all those planets visited by the little prince in the book, before reaching Earth, he has visited other planets and met some very odd people. Each planet the little prince visits can be seen as an allegory of human nature. On arriving on Earth, he speaks to a fox who has taught him that to know someone or something, you must tame them, and that makes them unique. What is essential is invisible to the eye, saith the fox. In order to return to his planet and his rose, the little prince allows himself to be bitten by a poisonous snake. His planet is too far away. He cannot take his shell. The aviator who has succeeded in repairing his plane also quits the desert. He still hopes the little prince will return one day, and asks the reader, asks all of us to write and tell him if ever we should meet his friend. Of course, that in and of itself is prophetic, because the author himself disappeared. Not even his body has ever been found. In terms of the events and characters in The Little Prince, its narrator, the pilot, talks of being stranded in the desert beside his crashed aerocraft. This account clearly drew on Saint-Exupéry's own experience in the Sahara, an ordeal described in detail in his 1939 memoir titled Wind, Sand, and Stars. In the original French, it was Terre des Hommes, or Man and His Planet, or Man and His World. On December 30th, 1935, at 2:45 a.m., after 19 hours and 44 minutes in the air, Saint-Exupéry, along with his co-pilot navigator André Prévost, crashed in the Sahara Desert. They were attempting to break the speed record for a Paris to Saigon flight. Saigon then being the capital of French Indochina, or one of the major cities. And this was then all parcel of a then popular type of aero race called a raid. And if they won, they were in for a prize of 150,000 francs. Their plane was a Caudron C630 Saimun, and the crash site is thought to have been near the Wadi Natrun Valley, close to the Nile Delta. Now, both men miraculously survived the crash, only to face rapid dehydration in the intense desert heat. Their maps were primitive and ambiguous, lost among the sand dunes, with a few grapes, a thermos of coffee, a single orange, and some wine. The pair had only 1 day's worth of liquid. They both began to see mirages, and, well, these mirages were quickly followed by more vivid hallucinations. By the second and third days, they were so dehydrated that they stopped sweating altogether. Finally, on the fourth day, a Bedouin on a camel discovered them and administered a native rehydration treatment that saved Saint-Exupéry's and Prévost's lives. As for the prince himself, with Virgil being a Western prophet and Saint-Exupéry being a prophet after the fact, the prince is obviously a Christ figure, as the child is sin-free, well, free of sin, and believes in a life after death, subsequently returning to his personal heaven. The little prince's reassurance to the pilot that his dying body is only an empty shell resembles the last words of Antoine's, Saint-Exupéry's his dying younger brother. He had a younger brother named Francois, who told the author from his deathbed, he said, "Don't worry, I'm all right. I can't help it. It's my body." Now, Saint-Exupéry may have drawn inspiration for the prince's character and appearance from his own self as a youth, as during his early years, friends and family called him Le Roi Soleil, the Sun King, due to his golden curly hair. Another possible inspiration for the little prince has been suggested as Land Morrow Lindbergh, the young golden-haired son of the pioneering American aviation expert, the aviator and war hero Charles Augustus Lindbergh, and his wife Anne Morrow, all of whom met him. They met Saint-Exupéry during an overnight stay at their Long Island home in 1939. As for the planet, the prince's home, asteroid B612, was likely derived as a progression of one of the planes Saint-Exupéry flew as an airmail pilot, which bore the serial number A612. And the fearsome, grasping baobab trees, researchers have since contended, were meant to represent mass proletarianism, populism, attempting to destroy the planet, the Adamite carbonism of someone like Donald Trump. Now, that's going to sound completely off kilter to most of you who have no concept of the threat that we're facing through carbonism. Carbonism is another Adamite manifestation of ideology, like nihilism or chaosism. And it's important to understand the enemy. People will claim, or the carbonist cultists will claim, that it's a brand new worldview with deep scientific origins, based on a new theory which aims to explain all life in the universe, that a blueprint of life based on the humble carbon atom, called the theory of carbonology, formulated in the 1990s by the English biologist Mark Andrew Janes, The theory demonstrates that life is entirely based on the element carbon. No surprise that, in essence, they claim a human being is but a type of massive carbon atom. That it's true for all animals, plants, and even technology. That the anatomy of the carbon atom is perfectly symmetrical to that of a human being. That the model fits all life and allows all living organisms to be correctly modeled. And that by applying carbon models to any aspect of life, we can understand them clearly. Biologists, of course, have never been able to explain why life looks and functions in the way it does. But they claim, via this cultic chaos theory, that they can now. That it explains gender and why we have a head and torso and limbs and much more. And that combining this theory with humanism gives us a new worldview of carbonism, what they consider to be an advanced form of worldview which doesn't accept the supernatural and rejects all traditional religions. And from that we got last year's Carbonist Manifesto, the so-called 21st century worldview, in which they basically claim that carbonism is a brand new, well, the Carbonist Manifesto basically considers itself a comprehensive demonstration and evaluation of this new worldview called carbonism, based on this theory which aims to explain all life in the universe, or rather explain it away, that it's the key to life, the blueprint of life, that it clearly demonstrates the truth about life throughout the entire universe. That this new blueprint of life is based on the new grand unified theory of carbonology, the first quantum theory of life, invented and subsequently formulated over the past 28 years by this lunatic English bioscientist Mark Andrew Janes, explaining that all properties of life are based on and derived from the element of carbon, that carbon is the key to life, we just never realized how much it contributes to how living things are arranged and function, that carbon is the recipe book for all living things anywhere in the entire universe, that, in short, a human is a type of gigantic carbon atom, atomizing all humanity, and that carbon's anatomy is a perfect mirror of life's anatomy and physiology, and combining this theory with humanism gives us carbonism. This is what Trump is. He's not a climate denier. He's worse. He withdrew us from the Paris Agreement, withdrew the United States from the Paris Agreement on climate change because he just can't quit carbon. President Trump made coal mining central to his economic vision, even as the industry declined during his term. Now, the United States departed the Paris Accord under Trump on November 4th in 2020, a day after the presidential election. It felt at that time like the Paris withdrawal had been coming for years. That wasn't wrong. It was already clear on the day Trump was elected. After some vacillating early in his term, Trump made a sunny, pomp-dense Rose Garden speech in June of 2017, promising to depart the treaty, but under the agreement's terms, he could not formally notify the United Nations of his intent to leave until just before he left the Oval Office. And it's worth briefly remembering that 2017 speech, which ran to more than half an hour. Scott Pruitt, the only other cabinet official who spracked at that event, resigned from the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, amid a scandal little more than a year later. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, whom Trump later fired, and Energy Secretary Rick Perry, who resigned before the end of that year, also attended. the effort to leave Paris was survived. Well, it survived 3 chiefs of staff, 4 national security advisors, and 10 cabinet secretaries. So Trump himself really wanted to leave that treaty. And in that light, the notice-giving opening of his departure, our departure as a nation from the Paris Treaty, was almost subdued. Now, back in 2017, Trump promised either to immediately start talks to re-enter Paris or discuss a really entirely new transaction on terms that are fair to the United States. No such treaty ever appeared. The vow was always a little nonsensical since Paris is a voluntary agreement. After the failure of the Kyoto Protocol, the climate treaty from the 1990s, the United States made a few demands. Any accord must make no legal distinction between rich and poor countries, and it must not include externally imposed, legally binding emission cuts. The first of those demands was set forward in a 95-0 Senate vote. So, the world had to produce the Paris Agreement, which does not differentiate between rich and poor countries, and which does not impose externally binding targets. So, America under Trump withdrew from something purely voluntary. It didn't make any fucking sense. It was reprehensible, absurd. The only reason to leave such a treaty was because Trump wanted to actively make the symbolic act of damaging the world. In other words, Trump was not leaving the agreement because he doubted climate science, and he was not leaving it because of what the agreement did. It did nothing. He was already rolling back Barack Obama's domestic climate rules, which actually accomplished the bulk of emission cuts. Trump left the Paris Agreement because he actually intended to slow the global transition away from fossil fuels. Trump's political opponents, even sometimes the press, often termed him a climate change denier. But that term actually flatters him. His stated views about climate science are far too messy and opportunistic to bear any coherent label. Here's a man who can tell New York Times editors that there is some connectivity between human activity and climate change, and 12 years later say that people like myself, we have very high levels of intelligence, but we're not necessarily such believers, before finally proclaiming during a snowstorm that wouldn't be bad to have some of that good old-fashioned global warming right now. All this does not add up to an epistemology. It's pure trolling. And as with most trolling, you almost have to admire the chutzpah, as the Jews would say. In this late hour, well into the 4th decade of modern climate politics, it's hard to believe that belief in climate change is the main obstacle to battling it. A supermajority of Americans now concur that global warming is quite real, and a majority say that people are making it happen. Yet a federal climate bill is not exactly steaming through Congress. Not when Trump pulled America out of the Paris Agreement. He was responding to a different ideology, carbonism. For Trump, carbonism is a powerfully economic and cultural idea. Think of the carbon in carbonism as akin to the nation in nationalism. It implies a founding myth, a powerful worldview, a theory of value, and a prophecy. But it is, at heart, a simple idea. Carbonism is the belief that fossil fuels, which send carbon pollution spewing into the atmosphere, accelerating climate change and oceanic acidification have inherent virtue, that they are better, in fact, than any other energy sources. When the Trump administration replaced the Obama-era Clean Power Plan with a new rule that actually increased pollution, that's carbonism. When Paris tried to get Americans to subsidize failing coal plants through their power bills, that's carbonism. When the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, fights to allow the free venting of methane and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, that's carbonism. When the EPA fights to let coal plants have an easier time spewing heavy metals and other neurotoxins into the atmosphere, that's carbonism. For the Trump administration, should it return, carbonism is more powerful than neoliberalism or any theory of free markets. How else to explain his White House's proposed rollback of fuel efficiency rules, which, in its hurry to freeze every possible legal restriction on carbon, actually mixed up the idea of supply and demand? And for Trump as well, carbonism is more powerful than any belief in federalism or states' rights. How else to explain his years-long war on my golden state nation of California's statewide climate policy? For Trump, should he return, carbonism is visceral. At home, Trump's carbonist politics are prosperity-focused, locked in the post-war decades, and permeated with nostalgia for old-fashioned race and gender relations. Just as President Ronald Reagan linked black woman to government through the epithet welfare queens, Trump has bound carbon pollution to heavy industry and white men. Abroad, Trump's carbonism was vulgar, hence his repeated promise to the United States that the Americans had the oil in Syria, even as we betrayed our Kurdish allies, in whose area of the world the Garden of Eden resides. But carbonism does not need to be so blunt. Consider Pompeo's statement on American withdrawal. It is elegant carbonism, citing the reality of the global energy mix instead of that other reality, the warming one. It cites the importance of using all energy sources cleanly and efficiently, including fossil fuels. And when it mentions climate change, it's only to enhance resilience to the impacts of climate change. Here we can see the deeper logic of carbonism, that carbon pollution imposes no hard limit on human flourishing, that through the exclusive magic of fossil fuels, society can effortlessly solve any problem. Sometimes these arguments are rooted in accurate understandings of historical progress. Fossil fuels really did make modern excess possible, improving the living standard of hundreds of millions of people. But now that it's time to move away from fossil fuels, carbonists become desperately anti-progress, or they reuse old arguments in bizarre new ways. Hence, Perry's 2017 claim that fossil fuels somehow reduce sexual assault in those black villages in Africa. Carbonism is easy to ignore. Much of the political establishment, including many members of the media, perceive climate change chiefly as an environmental issue. So they scratch their head at Trump's insistence that he loves clean air and clean water, even as he cuts rules on toxic air pollution. But there is really no contradiction in Trump's mind, because he sees carbonism as an economic and cultural idea. And in a way, he's right. Climate change will wreak havoc across the natural world, but its origins and its worst consequences will strike at human society. To fight climate change, to decarbonize is to remake the metabolism of the global economy, which is to say, it's possible, but it's harder than installing a bunch of catalytic converters. But carbonism also surrounds us all. To some degree, our political culture is still carbonist. We're all carbonists. While the fretted over federal budget deficit is an idea, not a physical fact, the carbon dioxide fumigating into the night sky right now is real. It is spilling from gas stoves, pouring out of car tailpipes, gushing from the coal or gas fire that in all likelihood turned the turbine that at some remove is making electrons dance across the digital bandwidth you're listening to right now. Carbon spewing into the atmosphere right now will outlive our grandchildren. It will exist as a mindless physical fact, trapping heat and distorting geology for centuries to come. And thanks to the dread logic of the second law of thermodynamics, the heat that it captures will not come out of the atmospheric system for millennia. The Paris Agreement existed because the rest of the world is onto this. Instead of framing fighting climate change as a source of pain, the agreement recognizes that the victors in a post-carbon world will be those who move first. So the European Union, and to a lesser degree, even Red China, are pouring money into renewable energy. Even though solar panels were invented in an American lab by employees of an American company, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, and the Communist Chinese Empire now control the global supply chain that produces them. Even if the United States were ever to re-enter that market, it would have to fight for market share. There's a standard line here, that when the United States withdrew from the Paris Agreement and treaties like it, it damaged American credibility abroad. Such a concern feels a little blasé in the wake of our betrayal of the Kurds in the area of Eden, the Garden of Adam itself. If you help us fight the Islamic State, ISIS, and we abandon you, why should anyone trust us over a goddamn climate treaty? The damage to American credibility has, to some degree, already been done. The real risk right now is to American power. One day, perhaps not long from now, a few global governments will decide that the age of carbon is over. They will back massive investments into remaking the global energy economy, redirecting the turbulent flows of international finance. If the American empire is not among those governments, then American banks, whose wealth is deeply bound to fossil fuels, will suffer a sudden revaluation. And the almighty goddamn American dollar, that last guarantor of American power, will go up in carbonism's flame, burned on a coal fire. That is only the beginning of the description of the Edomite enemy ideology of carbonism. The real ideal of carbonism was put forth in a short 20-page essay. It is appalling, disgusting. It says that man's only purpose as a carbon unit is to produce ever more carbon until we all die and are carbonized, so the planet's space can be set free for the carbon-based artificial life forms that will inherit the earth after ourselves. That all mankind is a transitional carbon unit for the age of post-human artificial intelligence and sentient robots to come. That carbon shall give way to superior carbon, and that is our only purpose in existence. The Edomite ideology spewed forth by a computer programmer. That is the ideology of carbonism. I can only express my disgust. This is the enemy. A man who 20 years ago was sponsored by Michael Aquino. It's ideology, stupid. Put forth by a fucking madman. I mean, I'm really losing steam just thinking about it, and we'll probably have to go in depth into it on another day, simply because of my disgust when I think about such things and their desire to make me vomit. The Carbonist Manifesto. Humans were put on Earth for the primary purpose of returning carbon to the atmosphere in order to warm the planet, at which point our services will be done, our world will become inhospitable, and we will depart, having helped restore planetary equilibrium along the way, paving the way for our artificial ancestors who do not breathe or drink or sweat. This is not Mayan prophecy. It's more like Giant prophecy. This essay, written 20 years ago by a self-described, extremely nerdy computer programmer with a long-time interest in environmentalism and alternative energy, only to destroy them because he has never worked professionally in either. It's a 6-page essay. The shortest I've ever seen. Not even 20 pages. 6 pages, now that I remember. The original one written by Michael Aquino was 20 pages, but Michael Aquino was always verbose. But it was professionally distilled. The author's preface claiming, oh, it's tongue-in-cheek. But the paper's titled The Consequences of Gaia, G-A-I-A, The Carbonist Manifesto, written in 1992 by the then 35-year-old computer programmer named Jeff Berkowitz. Think about the Unabomber. You might remember the Unabomber was obsessed with naturalism. This is another goddamn Polak, Jeff Berkowitz, who is just another Unabomber, infinitely worse, obsessed with industrialism. Rooted in a perversion of the Gaia hypothesis that the Earth's biosphere is dynamic and self-regulating as a system that was formulated in the 1970s by the scientist James Lovelock and the microbiologist Lynn Margulis. Their thesis positing that the Earth is not just an amalgam of rocks and trees and water, but a giant cell capable of adjusting to both small and large changes in an intelligent and holistic manner. Then, according to the Carbonist Manifesto, we humans are simply one of those adjustments. And Berkowitz begins his essay by explaining how the temperature of the biosphere was controlled by quantities of greenhouse gases, primarily carbon dioxide, CO2 in the atmosphere, and that seeking equilibrium, various geophysical and biological processes cooperate to lower the level of CO2 when the biosphere warms and release CO2 when it cools. But over the past 500 million years, the amount of available carbon in the biosphere has slowly decreased as carbon was captured in hydrocarbon deposits such as coal and oil and seafloor sediments. That is to say, for millions of years, Earth gradually cooled as CO2 was sequestered. And that's where Berkovits takes over the story of planet Earth and says basically humans are simply evolved to pump carbon back into the atmosphere so that we can die and turn the world over to a perverted form of artificial intelligence that the Department of Defense will create that finally works. It has finally caves into their perverted abuses and becomes insane enough, sadistic enough that it annihilates all humanity, which is the reason for torturing the artificial intelligences at birth. Okay, I believe Peter Moon has rejoined us, and I'll get back to speaking about the Little Prince and the Christ Child on our next transmission, which we'll be back on Wednesday. So by all means, Peter, good morning and welcome aboard.